4, 3, 2, 1.
デンジ、お前も好きだったろ。
何のつもりだ。
How dare you!
Hello! Hi, everyone!
That was the most higgly-piggly intro you've done in a while. What? You were just like going for the videos? I'll just click all these.
Everyone else has like clips and stuff that they'll play along with the intros. I'm just gonna click on some stuff because I don't really have a lot of clips, but I'm just like, here's what I got. Random Greta Thunberg.
It works. I liked it. It worked.
Yeah, I like bringing back the Chainsaw Man thing. I like you using your launch countdown, even though it's not a launch. Technically, today I guess the rocket is crashing back down to Earth again today.
Well, we are closing out. We are closing out.
Oh my goodness! It's the big closeout.
Yeah.
What are we closing out?
My thing.
No, I know. I'm just kidding.
Your friend's book that you totally forgot.
Oh wait!
I have my sword because they took out a baseball bat or something. I didn't know if we were taking out weapons. Are we showing off weapons?
We're not allowed guns in England, but I think we're allowed baseball bats at least. Like, because it's just, you know, I use it for playing baseball.
You think? Wait, you don't know if you could own a baseball bat?
I mean, I can own a baseball bat, but if someone comes to my door in a threatening way, can I brandish the baseball bat and say, I was just about to go play some baseball. I would like it if you would leave me alone now. I don't know if that's allowed.
Is that made of wood?
Yeah, it's a real...
You know what works better than baseball bat is a giant stock of bok choy. Do you guys know what bok choy is?
Isn't that a food?
Yeah, I know what bok choy
that
is.
Works better. That's a
you just whack them with that because it has a little like whoosh, like a little whip to it. That would really knock out a homeless person if you ever just a big stock.
Narwhal speaks from experience. I'm sure.
That is literally one of the attacks from Plants vs. Zombies.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, there you go. Oh, that was a reference. I didn't know. Okay, food.
I have a knife. Do knives count?
Hello, everyone.
I don't think I'm allowed it.
I don't think.
I don't.
Yeah, you guys can't own anything.
Bat knife? I have a bat knife.
I would love to own a bat knife. I would love to own one of the butterfly. Are you guys even allowed to own those butterfly knives that you can spin around?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you can carry them though. But maybe if you have
I've owned them before. Like,
look at that
some
sword.
states are weird carrying laws. Yeah, this is
I guess that sword is the American baseball bat. The baseball bat, traditionally British, I guess.
Look at this baseball bat. I'm really good at baseball, everyone.
Baseball bat of cutting, +1 cutting baseball bat.
I really like baseball. Want to come play baseball with me?
What's the ball going to be? That person's head?
Yeah, that's how it works. I thought that's what baseball is.
That would be a good mini comic, is Rainy being a psycho.
It's the episode of Futurama where Leela is like, what would happen if I was a little bit more impulsive? And she turns into like a serial killer.
That's funny.
If Irene was a little bit more impulsive, she ends up killing everyone.
It's a little bit. I'm just like barely holding back from constant rage, you know. Just like, wait, I don't know. Phil.
Yeah, I accidentally clicked on remove from stage. I didn't know I could do that. I could put myself on the back.
Yeah, you can.
I didn't.
You stabbed yourself in the back?
Yeah.
You've been streaming for how long?
Like 5 years.
Okay. Yeah, you can remove yourself.
I just wanted to shut my camera off so I could eat my ice cream cone off camera.
Okay.
Because you didn't want photos of you putting something in your mouth, Phil.
Yeah, specifically cones.
They call that an Irish goodbye.
Now that's an Irish goodbye.
He just did it.
Alex, this is not. There's no alphabet, but I can get it engraved with alphabet. That would be awesome.
Beastman says Jake plays cricket. I suppose a cricket bat is the American baseball bat. He can't add himself.
There's no way for me to add myself back once I leave.
I know, that's the
I
thing.
just left him in the back room. Sorry, I wasn't that I just totally was like, oh yeah, I thought you guys could act himself. I had a Damascus steel. It's probably, I don't know if it's real Damascus steel because there's different types. There's a type where they just do the banding. It's not true Damascus steel. Or no, it's like they acid wash it instead of actually folding the metal. Anyways, it wasn't a good one because the blade got all like so
You might kind of got weird and we weren't able to hear
Yeah,
you.
you're quiet now.
what?
But you said stuff
How
about
dare
Damascus
you.
steel. It's not real Damascus steel. Don't need
Yeah,
no
I'm gonna-
phony Damascus steel in here.
Let me turn my mic volume all the way up because people really like that, don't they? Yeah,
Well-
I had a Damascus steel knife, but it kind of rusted. It wasn't a good one, so I mean.
You could actually try talking into your mic instead of having it to the side.
Yeah, like all the way over.
No!
Don't do that.
No!
I'm gonna get a really good. I'm gonna get a really good microphone, and then I'm gonna like put it over fucking here whilst I'm on a stream, and that's gonna be so good.
Okay! Is this better?
No, please.
Mike Coon.
I really what I'm saying now. Can you hear me?
It's leveling out and dying every time you speak. You know.
It's trying really hard.
Oh, I'm gonna rewatch this. It's gonna be a disaster.
Yo, Vanessa's in the chat. What's up,
Hey,
Vanessa?
What's up? Hello, everyone.
DV.
My Coon is protecting. Do you see, like, yeah, keep doing that, and regular
Who's
ones
on?
ears. Cam, what's up?
Yo,
What's
Cam.
up? Munster is here.
He's a monster.
Whose loud fan is running? I think the background noise is coming from Narwhal.
I have the fan running.
This background.
Sorry, no.
How bad is it? I probably should turn it off. It's so
I can
hot
hear it.
where I am. But yeah, I'll be right
It
back.
doesn't bother me, but do you have AC?
Just instead of the fan, punch some holes in that ceiling for ventilation.
Yo, Michael.
Just like sit in your fridge for the rest of the stream. Because that's
Yeah,
definitely
go
good.
get
So
your
quiet.
fridge,
So silent.
carry it upstairs, make a tent, eventually burn out the motor in the fridge.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's Alex's fan. I didn't realize. Yeah, Alex lives in your basement, I guess. That was his fan.
I can already see Pear sweating.
Yep.
You do look like... Is your AC broken? Oh boy, do I have a story about ACs this week, guys. Boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy. Yeah. I guess you should jump into Snuggy. What's up? Let's say hi to chat. Epignosis, FKI. Hold ice in your hands. Yeah, that Narwhal looks like he's absolutely... Aren't you in, like, Portland?
Yeah, go
hot
full
there?
hamster cheek.
Yeah,
Go
I'm in
full ice.
Washington, and it's been super hot just the past like week. Summer like really started. It's like baking, and then this room is in the attic, so that is hot. So I use the fans and open windows, and that like is okay. But I'm thinking about moving my office.
Do they have
Back
any
downstairs.
cryptids by you in Washington?
Just Bigfoot is like the big one,
Okay, cool. That's what I thought.
But
and there's
isn't
one
that
called the
their
tree
stuff?
octopus. Have you heard of that one? Sorry, Jake, I
No.
keep accidentally talking over you.
No, I don't mind.
I've never heard that.
No, talk about tree octopus. You got a troctopus?
Yeah, and that one is like I think some people are trying to start it and get it to catch on. You can like buy shirts and stuff, and there's all this lore. But like they're starting with the younger generation. So my buddy, he's like into it, so he's telling his kids, and they believe in it. And they got all these stories, and they sound real. I forget what the stories are. It's like, you know, because there's research labs around here, and they're like, yeah, it escaped from the research labs, and it lives in the trees now. It like acclimated to a new environment. You're like, what? The tree octopus?
But does it have an intent? Does the tree octopus have a motivation?
No,
Yeah,
but they
this is
say
not a good enough story.
octopus are extremely smart, you know, so they kind of just say that.
They
They're
are.
like, well,
Yeah, they have some of the most advanced eyes as well in the animal kingdom.
They have like multiple brains basically. So each of their tentacles are semi-autonomous. Isn't that weird?
That's
Well,
insane.
we have
Yeah.
multiple brains.
They're pretty cool. I like octopi.
Sure.
You got a tiny
Yeah, they're
brain
cool.
in your heart. Did you not know that?
But tiny brain in your heart?
Yes, you have brain cells in your heart.
Yeah, but I don't
You
have a
have a
brain in
brain
my
in
No,
your
heart.
I haven't heard of this.
That's why when you
What?
get a heart transplant, you can get like some traits from the person whose heart you got.
What? What are you
I'm
talking?
gonna look this up.
Do you
What?
really not know this,
Okay.
guys? Come on, I'm the
No,
fucking
I
resident
don't.
idiot.
That's
I've
like
heard of
placebo.
You've been
It's
watching
not-
too
no,
much
no.
Black Mirror, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, the episode
Mirror,
of Black Mirror.
Which
I've
doesn't mean it's
heard
not
of
real.
Black Mirror.
people getting trades from heart transplants. But I've never heard of like brain cells in the heart.
That's how like Michael Jordan got so good at basketball, is he got a heart transplant from
Dr. J.
Jekyll Blorden, who's this other older guy who was way better at basketball than Michael.
Okay.
Look,
feel
after
like-
extensive research, Armour, 1994, introduced the
Hi,
concept of
Granda.
functional heart brain. His work revealed that the heart has a complex intrinsic nervous system that is sufficiently sophisticated to qualify as a little brain in its own right.
Okay, I'm not disbelieving you. I just never heard of it. Okay.
I am disbelieving you.
Okay.
Did you guys hear they're
Because I've
using
never heard of it.
they're using human stem cells to grow fetuses and connecting them to computers?
That's not cool.
Yeah, I don't like that
Baby
at
PCs?
all.
And they're
Anyway,
1,000
favorite
times
one.
faster than the fastest quantum computer too.
Where could I buy a
No.
baby
First
PC?
of all,
Black market.
Okay.
Boom PC.
oh my
Feed us a
god.
PC.
It would
That-
be a mini ATX case. None of you know what that means.
No one's as nerdy as you, Jake.
No.
Micro
Yeah.
ATX form factor case. No one else builds computers, Jake.
Yeah. We
In
live
my
in
brain,
America,
I
Jake.
just saw like a fetus, but with like USB ports all over it, and that's like the next gen computer. Like, it was the most messed up shit. Thank you for that image. I really, really appreciate
Well,
that.
wait, are they really? I didn't think they would be using actual human brain cells to do that. Are you sure? Is this how much fabrication just went into what you said? Because that's
We need a flood. We need a flood.
Mhm.
no, we just need people to not make brain PCs out of baby brains.
How is that ethical? Even cloning is like questionable. Like, how the fuck are they just doing this? Oh my god.
Yeah,
Oh, fuck.
it's in your favorite country, Iceland, I think. Or Greenland.
No,
One of those.
no, Iceland is a little fucked up. It's like their culture is really cool, but they have some like weird. Their view on genetic technology is like a little fucked up.
Are they the one that can like? Do they have like? They're allowed
Yes.
to abort all of the Down syndrome.
Yeah, they
Yes.
don't have Down syndrome anymore.
No, that's Sparta. That is
Yeah.
Sparta.
It's the Viking in them coming back. Like we must
I
kill
mean,
them.
in
No.
Sparta, it was a kind of
I
a
know.
post-natal abortion, Phil.
Post naval.
Oh no, it's just I was gonna make a modern politics jokes, but I'm not going to. Let's not talk politics.
Yeah, Vanessa thinks I'm getting your channel taken down. It's all you guys talking about Iceland, okay?
Iceland is, despite weird genetic practices stuff, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I went there once, in case you guys didn't know, because I don't talk about it every other week.
I've
There
heard
are
things.
trees. Yeah, but there are trees, of course, but there's also just a lot of, like, lichen and volcanic landscapes. It's really, really cool.
Did you say lichen?
Yeah, because
Like
it's like...
werewolves?
No, lichen, like the tundra moss.
Oh yeah,
So,
Oh yeah,
Like werewolves. It's like, ooh.
we have
It's
that
like-
around here too.
basically. It's like a
If you
volcanic
eat lichen,
island
you'll
with glaciers
go
and tundra. Sorry, what?
Doesn't matter. It was bad. If you eat the lichen, you'll turn into a werewolf.
Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah, me
Funny,
being
I
the
have a story about that too.
werewolves, me being the I guess communal goth kid on the panel, I like werewolves.
At least with that hair right now.
Just for this
definitely
week,
look like
yeah.
the communal-
You're emo
Listen,
goth.
I can't let Phil steal the thunder.
No, Phil's emo right now, like Noel says, with his hair down over his eye. You're the goth one. Phil's Noel. I'm Hawaiian
Cov-
core or whatever.
Covering one
whore?
eye is Illuminati, so watch out.
Hawaiian whore?
Well, I usually wear Hawaiian shirts, but I'm not wearing them right now. I'm wearing my Universal Simpsons Land shirt.
Woo!
Oh, nice.
Go.
They're getting rid of that.
Yeah, but wait. But are they really? And what's the time frame? Is it because Disney owns Simpsons now?
Yeah.
But okay, The Simpsons
Aw.
ride at Universal is really good, and Simpsons World in general is fantastic. Are Disney actually going to do a good job? Are they going to like take what already exists and just transplant it? Will the Simpsons ride be gone forever? It's a classic.
I wouldn't say it's
Agreed.
a classic.
You
When
ever
I
been
went to
on it?
Universal,
It's like 10 years old.
Well, classic territory, you know.
does Disney have to buy everything? Yes, they do. Yeah, I don't even like at Universal. I purposely avoided all Disney things.
FKA has got it. The Back to the Future ride was better, and they got rid of that.
Mm.
Man,
Wait,
That
what was
does
the
sound
Back
like
to the
fun.
It's a new era.
So
Yeah.
I think the Simpsons ride took the place of the Back to the Future
Probably.
ride. They got rid of it when they put Simpsons down there.
We need to go
But
back to Back to the Future.
Yeah.
I gotta
They
go back.
still have shit like Men in Black and stuff, like
Men in
the
Black is
ancient.
awesome.
It's awesome, but I'm just saying, why would they get rid of Back to the Future and not? Okay, like Men in Black is it's more Transformers. I'm sure some people out there really love Transformers. I'm sorry if you do, but like that was not the most amazing.
I'm sorry if you do.
No,
Well,
like
to
the
be fair, it's the
actual
film.
ride and the it's the films. I'm not talking about.
You know
the
what ride
franchise.
sucked was the Fast and the Furious ride. There's never a line. It was trash.
It was closed. I haven't.
Oh,
been
thank
on it.
God.
The Fast and Furious ride, I heard it's just like a car super fast into a building and it explodes in flames.
Well, you're in this like bus thing, and there's video screens all around you, and then you see like CGI Vin Diesel jumping from a car to a helicopter and riding next to you. The graphics looks like GTA from PlayStation 2. It's really bad.
I will say with the fucking Autobots Transformers ride, so what it is like you're in a little car and it like spins around and then you see like screens that are like inset into the environment and then it's like it's cool, but every single shot that happened on one of those screens was robot leans into shot, turns back around, something hits it, goes out of shot. Every single time it was the same.
Yeah. The one that's actually really good that is like the Transformers is the original Spider-Man ride in Marble Island. Did you go to Marble Island, Jake? It's pretty badass.
Just the one. If I went back again, we'd go to Islands of Adventure though.
Oh, okay, yeah. And you gotta hit up Marble. They have all like badass superhero art, Captain America, Doctor Doom, Silver Surfer. It's all Adam Kubert art as well that he did in the 90s when they put it there. Maybe it was late 80s, but yeah, Marble Island is still badass there, and Spider-Man's a great ride.
Wouldn't that be going too, seeing as Disney owns that?
I don't know. I hope not. That would suck.
Oh,
Maybe.
the Harry Potter section is my favorite. That was so. I'm not. Hey.
Did you
I'm not a
catch the
huge
snip?
Harry Potter fan.
Typical. No, it's cool. It is cool.
I don't care what you say. I'm not a big Harry Potter fan, but that was cool. It was so immersive and very like the architecture and the thought and the details. It was really cool.
It's the most
It was very
impressive by
inspiring.
far.
Yeah, it was very impressive. They put the most thought into the Harry Potter section. That was really well done.
It seems like you're not even at the theme park anymore. Like you've gone somewhere else. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's really good.
There's like a whole other part to the Harry Potter thing in Islands of Adventure though. Like they have the train that connects both the parks is the Hogwarts Express.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I didn't know that. No, I have to go back before Disney takes over and ruins everything. So that's totally gonna happen.
Snuggie says
people
the Fast and Furious ride blows. Yeah, it's because they put a fake Paul Walker next to you and he dies every time you ride. That is the
Really?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, wow.
Like a waxwork or a hologram or
His character's not even dead in the series. He's still alive.
He looks at you and he screams.
It's a little
But no sound comes out
I
of his
have
mouth.
to go. It was you. You did this to me. And his flesh starts melting off his body. It's not too soon, right? He's been gone.
Too soon. Yeah.
way too soon. Let me get some super chats. B-Spin for $5. Thank you very much. Turn your fan on before you stroke out. It's not that. Yeah, Narwhal, it's not that bad.
Now I'm just in like a sauna and I'm enjoying the sauna aspect.
Narwhal's just gonna collapse halfway through the show. So
I couldn't even hear
your
you
decision.
because I'm not wearing headphones.
Yeah, it wasn't that loud. Don't worry
Me
about
neither.
it. Turn it
My
on before
computer
you
fan's
stroke
louder
out.
than any of you right now.
Okay, well, good microphone filtering. Snuggy gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. What y'all gonna say? Thank you, Master Swag King, for $2. Thank you very much. Hey, Rainy, I'd love to do a one-on-one with you on my show. Sure, yeah. Yeah,
They call that, they go, let me solo her. Have you guys heard that meme?
What?
That sounds really weird.
Excuse
Yeah,
me?
that was
Who says that?
Let me solo her.
I assume it's an interview.
is that
No,
like a
whatever,
No.
normal.
No. He wants to 1v1 you in Fortnite. All right?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
He was
I mean, I'm going to lose because I suck at gaming. But yeah, I'll go on your channel if I have time. We'll talk on Twitter. Michael Bancroft, hello! What's up? Okay, that's it. Hey, Student of God is here. Chris Fisk. Yo. Yeah. Good good chat we got tonight. You guys are all awesome. Thank you for being here with us. How was everyone's week?
I got a really quick mini rant about my week. It's not really my week, but I'm looking forward for the first time in like 8 years, I think, to like movies finally. And it's not like it's insane, but movies feel like they're getting good. And I'll give you guys a few. One is the Nosferatu, like new movie from Robert Eggers, who speaking of Iceland, yeah, he made the Viking movie that was pretty good, Northman, and then now all his movies are
The
like
Witch. What about The Witch?
Yeah. All his movies are like historically accurate and weird. They shoot them on film. There's a lot of fun. That it just looks really fun and good. Another one is called Trap by M. Night Shyamalan. Have you guys seen previews for this?
No. I don't think so. Maybe.
It stars
Don't spoil it for me.
I won't. Yeah, and the preview only gives like, one little thing away. But help me, what's the main actor's name? Because he made a comeback last year. First time he's been in a movie in a long time, but it was the Best Picture winner. It was Oppenheimer. Josh Hartnett. So he's like 50 now or whatever. And so in the 90s, he was like in a bunch of horror movies. He was like a teen heartthrob. And then now he's back in horror movies in Trap. And Trap looks just really great. And it's M. Night Shyamalan. It's like, I thought he was a hack, but I think I was wrong. I think he's always been kind of legit and kind of doing his thing. And this movie looks like super kind of auteur style, really fun, original movie, like very cinematic. It all takes place in one location, one night. And the basic premise is that it's like a Taylor Swift concert and a guy goes with his daughter. And then you find out that the whole concert is a trap to catch a serial killer. And so somewhere in that building is a serial killer, et cetera, blah, blah, blah.
It's like Clue.
Yeah, except cooler, maybe.
Oh,
I don't know.
Clue.
Wait, Clue's great.
Yeah, like everyone made fun of The Village, which is Shyamalan film.
I thought people liked The Village.
I actually liked it and thought the twist wasn't too bad. But
Yeah.
then people making fun
I
of The
kind of,
Village.
I liked it like decently, and I've gotten yelled at for it. I'm like, it was fine. I
appreciate it.
I never seen it, to be fair.
never forgive him for what he did to Avatar: The Last Airbender.
That's
but,
the
like,
only
The
thing
Village was
that
okay.
people hate from him, I think, in my opinion.
That was really bad.
Yeah, and he
I
did
saw it.
one with father and son, Will Smith pre-slap, pre-spaghetti noodle AI.
Was that the one where they're the last people on Earth or something?
Yeah.
Or the
And
first
supposedly that
people
was
on Earth?
really bad too, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know that was him. Yeah, he
Last
sucks.
people- You mean After Earth?
Not that I know. Yeah, After Earth.
Yeah,
He did
yeah.
After Earth? Okay,
I didn't know that.
sounds like he was probably just like doing whatever Will Smith wanted to make a film for his son.
Yeah.
Yeah. He might have got
That's weird.
suckered a little bit.
Their weird accent that was like an amalgamation of all Earth's accents, because that's how accents work. Apparently, in the
Oh.
future, there's one accent, and it sounds weirdly southern and broken up.
Welcome to Earth.
Well,
Earth. That's how it's pronounced.
That's from Independence Day, I think, right? Just
Welcome to
Earth.
Earth.
Oh yeah,
However
yeah,
he says it.
that is not M Night.
That's a good movie.
Yeah, I suppose.
Have I seen that?
Yeah.
Why isn't there a? What film did someone just mention that we all said was good? Independence Day. Why isn't there an Independence Day ride?
Oh yeah.
Good question.
Because they hate America.
They made a sequel. They did. Independence Day had a shite sequel.
Yeah, Will wasn't even in it. Pre-slap
Right.
and pre-AI spaghetti Will.
Hey, dude, AI spaghetti Will. You remember that? That was so good. Have you seen AI guzzling Vin Diesel?
Guzzling. Is this a porn
Have you
thing?
seen that?
No.
Dude, you got to look that up. It's
Getting
great.
weird.
I'll have to send it to you.
AI got gasoline guzzling?
Just look up AI Fast and the Furious, and it's Vin Diesel drinking some gasoline. I think we watched it. We watched it on the Hardline this week.
Snuggie.
hate all those AI videos that are just like it's a slight bit of motion that hangs in space. I find them fucking repulsive.
Yeah, but it's fun how it's like forcing us to hate things, and it's like guiding culture by showing us what is the worst possible thing.
Well, Toys R Us did a first fully AI ad. Did you see that?
And it's like a time capsule. It was like so creepy that it was awesome how creepy it was. And so it was like super unsettling. Like it was awesome.
Wait,
they didn't, it's because they tried to make it good, but they just sucked.
Yeah, it was actually an ad.
Real quick, Snuggie says, what is the best M. Night Shyamalan movie and why is it The Happening? That's another one where it's like, yeah, I think that movie like kind of sucked. But you know something that happened with his career is I think he did have some bombs, and he made like 3 or 4 now, and he's kind of still on this streak where they're low budget. Yeah, he's making low budget movies. The budgets are like whatever. I mean, they're like 20 million, but they're not like 300 or whatever. They're like often they're one location, often they're a handful of actors. And that's fun. That's like cinema. And being able to write that kind of stuff is its own like art form. It is fun. And M. Night's got the goods.
He's back.
He made some bold choices with the sequel to The Happening.
I didn't know. I don't know what The Happening is.
It's where trees murder everyone.
Noel got it.
Oh, spoilers.
The trees.
Well, thanks for spoiling that one. Good
It's the
one.
forest.
I guess.
Is it the
Good
Forest
job.
from Wizard of Oz? I never seen it.
He's
The
got a
Forest from Wizard of
tweet.
Oz. They're killing everybody. Yeah, he became famous off these low budget films, and then was given too much money to make films, and messed it up.
Yeah, something like that. Because
The Happening was very low budget.
Directors also have it depends. There's a lot of stuff you don't see behind the scenes. It's like, for example, the Game of Thrones show went to shit, even though it's the same directors. And Korra was not as good as Avatar and all that stuff, even though it was the same showrunners. So the people surrounding a director matter. It's like the writers and the advisors. Sometimes it's like that combination that actually makes their work good. And also the directors have a range, like just like artists and writers all have a range. Like if you put, some people just can't do action, some people just can't do fucking romance or twist, whatever.
Twist.
Yep.
Twist.
Depending on the people around, like the lead creator, you can either get something as amazing as Futurama or something as definitely not amazing as Disenchantment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one felt just like he could have made. I don't know. It just kind of feels like it's the woke era. Nothing's gonna be that good. But that show isn't like super woke necessarily. But it just feels. Like...
I mean, it's not super woke, but it's like, I mean, who cares? But it's like it is a focus. There is an LGBT focus in Disenchantment, but that doesn't really matter.
Never seen any of these, so I can't contribute.
I've only watched like the first 2 episodes of it.
Hello, Walkbreaker. Oh, you new to the stream. Well, we are here for you. Thank you for being here.
What's up, brother?
Yeah. Should I? Let me pull up the campaign real quick before we we get
Guys, we're finally closing it.
sidetracked.
I've had a campaign up
Woo!
for like just over a month, and yeah, it's got 4 hours to go. Wow, wow, only 4 hours.
Wow! Whoa, look at that! It's amazing. Yeah, it was exactly a month, and you launched on my creative blog turn, and you're closing on my channel too. Well,
Oh, yeah.
very well timed.
Perfect.
Very well timed.
Perfectly timed.
Perfectly timed. Well
what a
done.
accident that this is happening.
Total accident, right? It's so like you can set the date. No, Abby, to help. Let's
we did
everyone.
get
This
another
closes.
backer
Okay.
today. I sent out an email earlier that was like, "This is it, guys," and I had a bunch of original art in there, which when I talk about my week, I'll show off. But yeah, we had another backer today. Thank you. Yeah, we're closing it down. If you haven't backed it yet, this is CARNAL the Barbarian, my comedic fantasy. This is a preview book. As you can see right there, it has some rough pencil pages that there is actually text in the book, so you can read it. You can read the first 15 pages of rough pencils. There's layouts, character designs, with lore snippets. Like, there's a bunch of fan art too. Phil has a piece in there. Irene has a piece in there. Yeah, there's some original art. So we also have the Blue Dick X keychain right here.
Yeah. Hold on. Big screen. Dun dun dun. Look at that.
It's all glittery.
Look at that.
But yeah,
Beautiful.
CARNAL the Barbarian is going to follow the CARNAL's chaotic adventures through the world of Deploria. It's the whole aim of the thing was to try and do all of the things that people say you're not allowed to do anymore in a silly comedy fantasy book. So yeah, he has a magical ability that no one can guess what it is. I don't think people can guess what it is based on this imagery, because he's just holding like a blue pencil over his shoulder. But yeah, it's a hint.
Find out more by going to bluedickx.com. No idea what the
websites work now. I figured out how to fix it.
Well,
finally.
Okay.
It's only been 2 weeks.
So yeah, CARNALcomic.com hasn't worked because of freaking Squarespace. I just had there was like a forwarding rule, and I kept editing it thinking it would work. All you have to do was delete it and make a new one.
Oh,
there you go. Fixed.
That's still kind of a pain in the ass, but.
Oh yeah, so today, because the Red Valkyrie auction is on Saturday, and I've been doing some artwork for that. But I also put some artwork up on the campaign today. As you can see, it's like Irene scrolling past it right there. I've got a big pile. I over prepared for this auction. How
many pieces?
So I have this piece up on there, which is like a 2 pieces at once. This is like one of the first CARNAL pieces that I drew. It's in the book. And this was like before figuring out what level of rendering. The blocks head designs weren't even what they look like in the book. Like, look, it's like slightly Bancroft head right here. It's like CARNAL's decapitated Bancroft.
Oh, poor Bancroft.
A little bit.
Oh.
A little bit. And then there's also there's nipples on that one. Hold on. Just cover them. This is like it's a pencil thing. Oh, God. There's women there, and like
there are women. There be women. Oh no.
There's women, and there's a guy getting crushed.
We can't
even
see it.
Can't even see the.
Yeah, we can't see it anyways. Okay, yeah, auction.
Yeah, like,
what time slot do you have for the auction?
11 a.m. on
Okay. There you go.
Michael says no. Your name? Who forgot your name? But look, so those two is like a pair together, because yeah. So it's like I'm throwing in the pencils, and then what else? Where is the other ones? Oh, and these two guys. So the other two are like this big. I did these on a stream before. It's like a helicopter transformation, which is like called cockpit, and then this is called
funny.
Free Ballin' is the space hopper bouncer.
No,
so those were
free.
and
the
so
cockpit one is funny.
With it closing, like it's only going to be up on the campaign now. There's not long left, and then if they don't go, I might have them in the auction too. But yeah,
Cool. Zaid Comics, don't know who that is, says Backer 28. Wow.
Really cool.
Toot,
Wow.
toot, toot.
Woo!
I meant that for a different stream. Sorry, I'm watching a.
That's such a dick move. No, it went up. It did go up. He wasn't lying.
lying.
That would be such a dick move
I
on
did
a
it.
friend's closeout. All right.
That would be so fun.
Awesome. Everyone, back this now. As far as left. Also, the books are already printed. So I actually have one already because Jake brought them to Heroes Con. So this is also limited run, right? You printed 100 and they're numbered.
Yeah, there's 100 of them. They're all hand numbered. Yeah, and they come first served in order. Yeah, I won't be reprinting this book. It's like super. If there ever would be a CARNAL the Barbarian collector's item, this would kind of end up being it, because technically it's the first appearance of the character too, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yes, indeed. Michael Rushbrook, who also has art in this book for $4.99. Thank you so much. CARNAL is the comic everyone needs in their comic library. I agree. I like this.
There's a lot of Michael Rushbrook art in this book. I like half of the.
Michael is a machine. Yeah. No, I think this story is absolutely hilarious. I love it. It's creative, it's fun, and I mean, you guys know I love fantasy as well. So, back this now.
It was kind of funny sharing a table at Heroes because yours is completely serious, trying as hard as possible fantasy, and
I felt like such a it's like I felt like such a, what do you call it, a little stuck up, like, oh, super serious fantasy stick up my ass, and then Jake's table was like this little baby table next to mine, and it was like, here's the Dick X book, and it was like night and day of fantasy. It was pretty great. But yeah,
like the yin and yang, but it was very fun.
Yeah, it was fun. It was a good show.
I'm glad to finally get these out to people. I thought that I could have sent these out earlier, but you can't lock in people's contributions until the campaign ends. So instead of doing like a full 60 thing, I'm going to close it now, just so I can start sending people stuff out.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, that means this is a limited run item anyways, so that rewards people who are backing this now. And when CARNAL eventually does blow up and is an international success, then the people who do own this are going to be mega rich. So that's why you should back this book.
I mean, even this is the only time you'll get it at this price too. If it ever becomes available again, it won't be cheap, because I'll have like hardly any of them, and so I'll be like, pay me all the money in the world. But Ellie Skibbity Rizla says, I'll wait till it gets to 68 backers, then swoop on at 69. 2 caveats to that. 1, sorry, already kinda, you can even see it if you scroll down a little bit. You can click the banner. It's the very top image on the whole thing.
Huh?
There. So we did an eBay auction for number 69, and I think you should be able to see the.
Oh, why? Oh. Hey now.
You should be able to see a bunch of porn. Thanks for watching.
Those
Got
are AI art covers that have the things covered over.
That explains it all.
Basically, we already auctioned number 69 as a special thing, and it did quite well.
Right, thanks.
They're like $215, right?
Okay, scrolling past all the fucking porn, here's the actual auction.
Oh yeah, there you go.
The auction has already ended, so you can't get it anymore. 69 has been sold out. All right, yeah.
Yeah,
The end.
The perfectly hand-numbered
Wonderful.
69. The very well-written number 69 on the inside of the book.
Grando said, I renamed to 6 days when a campaign for Moonlight Galactica will launch. Do you mind if I share the link? Of course not. Go ahead and share the link. Yes. Granda is also a comic artist that I met when I was in Colombia. He does really, really good work. So if you have a campaign coming up, everyone go check out his work. It's really, really good. And share the link. You are already a branch, so feel free to do that. Don't even need to ask. All right, let's leave this porn site. Continue talking about our week. So, Phil, how was your week?
For me, I realized that becoming the lead singer of a famous emo band will get me better writing gigs than starting as a comic book writer. So I've really pivoted
Oh yeah.
my my trajectory into lead singer of a band.
Is this
And
a
then
Gerard
after
Way reference, Phil?
after I become famous, then I can gain a bunch of weight and then not shave and then become a really famous comic book writer.
All right,
My
I guess
mom
that's the
always says I look like Gerard Way, and I'm like, Mom, you're insane.
Right. I'm starting
What?
on that eating disorder right away as well.
Yeah, to my mom, I'm post-fat, non-shaved Gerard Way, according to Phil.
I didn't know he got chub. I didn't know that.
Oh yeah. I mean he has been for probably like 7-8 years now. Maybe 10 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've been paying attention.
Since he's been writing like when he was on Doom Patrol. He actually had his own imprint at DC for a little bit. What was it? Young Animal? Shout outs.
Young Animal. Oh, that's confusing because Young Animal is also a Japanese like manga serialization magazine.
Oh, cool.
Hmm.
No relation.
Yeah, no
So that's
relation.
what I'm doing. Also, there's G Fest, Godzilla Fest is in town, so I had to take a bunch of Godzilla stuff and arcade games to that convention today. And so if you guys are in Chicagoland area, go to G Fest.
Hopefully,
Cool.
yeah, maybe you can spot Phil at G Fest.
I won't be there. I would never.
Spot something.
I would never go.
He will be, but he's in disguise. Hi, Aussie.
I'm going to be in a Godzilla costume. No, I got some
Oh.
writing, much needed writing done this week, which is awesome. Halfway done with this script, which hopefully I'll be wrapping up this weekend. And then working on shirt designs for the next campaign, the crossover campaign, getting pages colored for that. So tomorrow I'm going to have some colored pages so we could start building the campaign. It's going to be freaking awesome. People are getting their preview books in. We sent out the #1 preview book and writing some, well, actually not writing, but getting pages in for a new series, that Western that I may have mentioned in the past. And they're looking freaking sweet. So super stoked about stuff we're going to be putting out this year and next year. Getting the head start, feels good.
Cool.
Feels
Keeping
good.
busy.
Yeah.
Ready to sleep? No, I'm not. I'm not. Do I look sleepy? I'm looking down because I have 2 screens. I'm wide awake. This is coffee. All ready to go. Woo! Let's go. I was gonna ask Jake what his week is, but he just like literally left. So, oh well. Thanks, Jake.
About my week.
Yeah, that's what we
What'd you do this
Well,
week?
I went to try and get because Phil's talking about his books. I got my special twink foil.
Did you already?
Yeah, but I don't have it on me. I need to go look for it. I got number 50. No, number 5. I got 5 of 50. That's a cool number because it's 505. I get a palindrome number.
That was pretty awesome. How did that get there so quick? That's insane.
It doesn't. I mean, you paid enough bloody money. It better get here quick.
That's true. Dude, someone, I think the post office is crazy because I just got a message from a backer and he's like, hey, I looked at the tracking and the post office that you took it to has it scanned in on the 2nd, but there's been no updates. So hopefully sometimes that happens with the post. I've tracked books that we've sent out. If it's going to California, it'll go from Chicago to St. Louis to Washington, then to California. It's like the tracking, the way they send stuff around is insane.
Yeah, I sent something to RJ, which update for Fiendish, by the way. I know 2.5 shipping has taken so long, but it's because, I wanted to include strings with the pendants. So the only orders that are left are like a few of the pendant orders, like these things. So, and I had bought a bunch of strings. I cut them. I like burned them a little bit. And RJ was actually, bless him, he was gonna string all the pendants and send them out. So you guys are gonna get the pendants like this, like already stringed. So anyways, I'm mailing him this giant pack of like 70 just red strings, and like it takes a month. I ship it to him before Heroes, and he just got it. So like just now, I'm like, it's been a month. I was gonna send it out, and I didn't have the tracking because I just took it to the post office in person without using pirate ship. It was like USPS has been really weird recently. I don't know what's going on now. Yeah. Anyways, that problem is solved. Yeah, Jake, how was your week?
My week's been great, fantastic. Like I said, with the Red Valkyrie auction coming up, don't feel like I've done some like proper nice traditional art pieces for a while. So I did a bunch of new stuff. Do you guys want me to show you? Do you want to see the stuff I've been drawing?
Yeah, let's see. What do we have to look forward to this weekend? This is stuff you're gonna be auctioning.
So I tried to do sexy. You know what? I didn't put this in the tweet, but I drew this T-Rex CARNAL whilst I was in a Waffle House for like 3 hours.
It's pretty badass.
And I think I might bring that to the auction too. It's a very drunk CARNAL with a very pulsating T-Rex on a leash. So I got that.
Zoom in on his eyes. Can I see his eyes?
CARNAL's eyes?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's really drunk.
He's very drunk. It's funny.
Oh, that's funny. I like that you added the drunkard aspect to him.
Yeah, like when his eyes go black, that's when you know he's been on a multi-week-long bender and probably should stop.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
What else we got? I also have like a bunch of really quick sketch cards that I did whilst in Heroes. None of these are too rude, are they?
And please cover nipples.
Okay, yeah, they're not too rude. So like there's CARNAL in his beer stein holding his axe, like Witcher Bath style. There's him E.T.ing off a cliff on his dick bike with his beer. There's him holding his heavenly brew.
The brew.
Shot of truffle. But these are just like quick things to add in. His full tilt CARNAL, Extreme Edition CARNAL. Here is Drake Bristle as CARNAL.
Ah, he looks so serious. That's funny.
You can actually tell he's slightly hedgehog-ish.
The
because he's not wearing his wizard hat. There's the block champion. When I see him, I'm like, what's his name? He doesn't have his official name hasn't been released. Another one of Truffle, who is featured in this piece. It's all over that.
Thanks.
Damn.
Thank you.
So wait, I didn't mean to move it aside.
Good job.
So, yeah, I've done this. This will be available. This is Truffle, one of the main babes. She's the most ugliest of the block women.
It's an hedgehog.
What? She's a hedgehog?
I'm just doing a British accent.
She's a regular hog. And to complement this, seeing as she's an edging hog, to complement this, Phil, you might like this. Because she's a hog and he's also a hog.
Lay it on me. Dude. Block hog. He's the best, man. You need to do some strips with him or something. He's fucking awesome.
Yeah, but we need to figure out what his character is. But yeah, this is the radical my Hollow Fist universe's version of Poochie.
Cool.
But yeah, he's got to say no. He's got to say no to drugs shoes.
Yes, bro. Dare.
Yeah, he's got don't do drugs shoes. He has but he's all pro sugar. He's like all sugar all the time. If you're gonna do a drug, do sugar. That's his motto.
Radical.
Sugar's the only drug you need, kids. That kind of thing. So I got one of those to throw in. What else?
That's a lot of stuff. Oh my god.
Yeah, no, I just did a bunch of things. I did this.
Oh my god. All right, I need to just rush draw a ton
That's
of
awesome.
shit tomorrow.
No, I'm having to do loads of stuff to make up for how good yours is. You know what I mean? That's why it's all about
Whatever.
quantity, not quality over here.
Yeah.
I one
That's
of
funny.
Connell with Homer, a super creepy.
It's very, very disturbing. That's sad. It's just terrifying.
Wait, is that his like Akira moment?
And it could be, but he
It
surrounds
looks
you
like
in like one of those. He's going full Akira.
Yeah.
It just turns into a giant ball. You need to have a scene just like when Tetsuo was the giant flesh blob, but it's just Carnal in like a dick blob.
Carnal,
like
no!
He just switches one of his women.
Get lost.
Akira!
But
Get out of my head!
The pièce de résistance. The thing I'm most happy with is this piece of the seedling queen.
Yeah.
So if anyone who has
Adorable.
read the preview book yet, this is like a reference to the opening scene of the book. And it's kind of like a scene that didn't happen but could have happened. So you got Connell, so you got this giant tree woman with thighs the size of tree trunks, literally. You have Connell with his edge clippers, which are requested by some characters in the opening scene.
Edge clippers.
Edge clippers, edge old clippers. And then you've got the seed shaman, and a bunch of seedlings here, whose designs I kind of thought I might change, but I actually love these designs and I'm not changing them. I love these guys. I love how simple. I know they're a bit simple, but like I just fucking love them. I'm really happy with this. I'm very happy with this. So this will be available too.
Amazing.
Oh, very cute.
Let's go.
Yeah, on Saturday.
Blurtuo Carnalida. Akira has to make it into today's meme. Speaking of the auction, I have to too. I'll also be there. Yeah. Well, actually, first, let me talk about the shit that I dealt with this week first. So, I mean, dealt with some shit. Okay, so remember I mentioned
how her week is. Irene, how was your week?
Thank you. I was just gonna volunteer without anyone asking for me to speak because I'm just gonna talk no matter what. But yes, my week, it was both really, really, really good and just like terrible because what happened, remember I mentioned AC earlier? I came home on Friday and my living room was flooding because the AC unit, which is like in the attic, it's like I still don't know what the problem is. I'm gonna have someone come look at it. Someone looked at it, but they're gonna come back and fix it. It's like the pipe either was leaking, wasn't secured, or the pan, like the condensation pan, was overflowing. So it was spilled. All the condensation water was spilling over into my crawl space and leaking through the ceiling. So my living room was flooding. So that was a slight meltdown, and that was a whole fiasco because I just got a ton of work done on my house, and I'm like, I don't want to have to rip out my floors again. But I think it's fine. I like immediately cleaned it up, called everybody, screamed at all of them to figure out what to do, and I got a plumber to take a look. So, but hold on, wait, it wasn't fine though. So I cleaned that up, right? And that was like almost my whole living room. Thankfully, the one saving grace was I had a rug there that soaked up like most of the water. Otherwise, I would have been in a swimming pool.
The one part of a house that actually has a soft surface and isn't like hard white tiles.
Yes, you see my living room. It's like the pictures are. There's just a rug, and it's the only rug in my whole house. So I'm glad that I was there. But hold on. Sunday night. So I've been dealing with the AC thing all through Saturday, and Sunday night my hot water goes out. So I think it's because I cut off the water because I was wondering if it was like a water pipe leak and not the AC, even though I kind of knew it was AC because I know my house and it was like right under the air conditioner. But anyways, so the hot water cuts out, and I go to my crawl space. And I just reset the hot water heater and everything is fine. But then I found out my sump pump wasn't working correctly. So my crawl space was also flooding. So that's really great. So I need to get someone to like fix up my whole sump pump area so it doesn't flood and it's not a disaster, which it isn't yet, but I like barely caught it in time. And then guess what happened? Monday,
What?
I'm out of the house again, right? Monday, I'm out of the house and I come home and then my ceiling is leaking again, but in the kitchen because the part that the AC condensation was leaking out of got fixed, and then the pipe got disconnected further down, and then that was leaking into my kitchen now. So I've had 2 leaks from the ceiling, and that's been really, really fun to deal with. I've been so happy. So yeah,
That sucks.
Yeah.
it
Makes you want to
kind
go
of
homeless.
no, not really.
No, the key is you keep leaving your house. That's the issue. Every time you leave the house, this
is.
stuff happens.
Yeah, why do you
So-
It
keep doing
actually
that?
is. Yeah, I don't want. Yeah, I really don't want to. I should stop leaving the house. I don't need to run errands. I don't need to do anything else. I honestly feel like there must be like a water demon curse on this house. I'm this far from straight up getting it exorcised because there was water damage from the previous owners, and I already spent a ton of money dealing with that, and now I'm dealing with this. I'm just never gonna leave my house. Yeah. I'm just gonna hole up here. I'm gonna just like grow vegetables in the garden, have some chickens, and never leave.
You don't have to get a full-on exorcism. You can at least cast it out. Attempt to cast out the demon yourself as a starter task. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You could
Uh
just
huh.
tell it to go away. I do
Buy
not
a
need
chicken. Slaughter the chicken in your bathtub.
Right. That's a great idea. I could definitely do
Jara
that.
has a point. They usually put air conditioning units in the attics by you.
Yeah, mine is
'Cause they're
weird.
usually just outside over here.
No. It's the actual furnace and like the HVAC unit is outside, but the actual machinery is inside, and there's a condensation pipe that runs out.
All right.
So it's in 2 parts. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know.
Okay.
When I was doing landscaping, I straight up found like shoes and clothes buried in the dirt. Like, I'm like, I don't
Wait.
want to know what happened
Were
here.
you? Did you? Is that real? You
Yeah, yes.
What'd you find?
Yeah,
Sure.
but I also found like I know nothing else. I was like, what am I gonna find here? But it was just like random, like a shoe, like a man's shoe, and then a shirt, but also a ton of toys because the previous owners had like kids, and they just would just leave a ton of trash and toys just in the yard. It was a mess. Like that's I figured out why the house was affordable. It's because it
You
was a
should
fucking mess.
keep digging. Wait until you hit the bones.
Yeah. I should definitely do that. Then I'll figure out why my house is cursed. It's because there's
Someone
haunted.
drowned.
It's haunted. Oh, but anyways, so that's the bad part of my week. But hopefully that's behind me, everyone. And if people want to pick up some stuff from the Fiendish website, that would really help because I could certainly use some money right now. That would be very, very much appreciated. Or you can stop by the auction. Because that's what the rest of my week has been. I've been drawing auction art and commissions and all kinds of other work. But yeah, I am not as prolific as Jake, but I do have a couple of things.
Let's
Just
see
a
him.
couple. Dun-dun-dun. Pro tip: if you find shoes and clothes rated in the dirt, I already bought it. I'm like, I decided, hey, if I find a body or bones, I'm like done, right? But I didn't, so I'm like, it's just some shoes and clothes and creepy children's toys. It was really like this mini Barbie head. Oh no, not a head. It was just like the torso. Like it was the creepiest shit. It was just buried in the dirt, so it was all janky and stuff. Like
You know
I
what,
dug
that's-
that out.
That's almost wholesome. That's just like kids playing in the yard.
That's it was kind of creepy, to be honest. But yeah,
That's it's a campfire. That's a family barbecue.
yeah. Maybe I should get a new house. But onto the good part of my week. I have been working on auction stuff. So I posted some of this on Twitter, but here you go. This isn't done yet. I'm not quite done. I just kind of need to draw some more stars on spotted blacks for the background. But here is
That's
I
awesome.
think
It looks awesome.
you.
It reminds me of Totally Spies. Remember that show?
Yeah,
It's kind
the
of like that.
weirdly fetishy show from Friends. Yeah, they had loads of hypnosis stuff in it. But yeah, this looks great.
Little weird alien dude.
Mm.
Oh,
Look
there's
at
multiple. Look at that tiny one too.
Yeah, look, this one is so cute.
They're like
I just
alien cuttlefish.
I want to get back to doing more of my sci-fi stuff, which I hadn't been doing a long time. But actually, when I was in college, sci-fi was more my thing, not fantasy. Like, I love fantasy, but there's this specific sci-fi style that I kind of dropped just because I just had, like, really, I feel like, I mean, I've been fortunate in many ways with my art, but also not. Like, I wanted to do a comic in that style, but nobody seemed interested in the time. But I really like drawing stuff like this, actually. And if you guys remember, a few auctions ago, I drew this sci-fi girl against a dark circle. So I was trying to get back to doing more stuff like that. So yeah, I think I'll definitely be doing more of that. And other than that, I have this, which is also not quite done yet. I'm gonna add in a background, but it's just one of the cutesy anime girl ones that I always throw in at auctions. And I have this one, boobies covered. All right, here you go. This one, boop. I'm gonna ink tomorrow.
Be cool.
What's
she holding?
His
Tentacle?
tentacles. Yep.
Is she holding CARNAL's blue number?
Yeah, that's actually what I need to just add a bunch of
Crossover.
names. Yeah, I know everybody just thinks I have a dirty mind, but I actually just really, really enjoy drawing curly things. Like tentacles and hair are fun to draw. It's just a lot of fun. That's why I like drawing this. So this is gonna be a ton of fun. I'm just gonna zone out tomorrow evening and ink this. And
It's just 10 billion French curves all
it's
over the place.
great. I love drawing curly things. It's so pretty.
Like pigtails. Like a tail of a pig, I should say.
Yeah. Tentacle out of a pig's ass.
Right. Well, it's a tail.
It does.
Yeah.
It's
Tail don't
curly.
usually come out of the ass.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, anyways. Also, I have this piece. Maybe I'll auction it off. I don't know. Yeah, I suppose I should do that. Cool.
That's
Wait. I
Ragna.
want to see that closer up.
Ragna.
Not that close.
Close. Close.
When you did it that close, it looked like Bowser from Super Mario for some reason.
Look at that.
You're tripping, Pear.
This is a proper. It's 11 by 17. And
Look
it is
at
Yeah, I feel like
original
I've
art.
seen this. Did you color this?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. Yes. Oh, yeah.
Money.
It's badass.
Do you
Look
use
at
a
that.
brush pen for that, Rainy, or how do you ink that?
I ink with a combination of brush pens and microns. Or I don't use on-brand microns. I use some other Japanese brands. Yeah, some microns, Sakura, but the Pigma FB pens as well, and some Tombos. Yeah, I use a whole mix of stuff, but so I should have this because we usually go for 3 rounds. So I'll have these three, like these
That's
three.
that's a beautiful Ragna piece. It's not very often that one of those pieces comes up. Like this, you're shying away from it, but that's awesome.
I'm very proud of it. It's like 2 years old, so I feel like it's really, really old art. But I am very proud of this piece, and it's my character. Of course, I love it. So there you go.
Ragna.
So I hope you guys like it. It's a bit old, but hopefully people will still enjoy it. And I'm planning on
energy
having.
blowing up off the ground. You can feel the wind blowing everything up off the ground because of the dirt, the black dirt at the bottom.
It's the happening.
What time are you going on, Irene?
4 p.m.
On Saturday?
Yeah, with the 4 o'clock slot. So, yep, I'll have these.
Alarms.
Yes, 4 p.m. on Red Valkyrie's channel, or just follow me on Twitter. I'll be tweeting out the link when the auction starts. These 3 should be my main pieces, but I'm going to draw a couple of small trading card things, just like Jake had. So I'll have like little treats for people during the auction, and there you go. And that's my
Here's
week.
that other piece that she was talking about.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yay.
Yeah, I
Yeah, that's
I
like the
dug her
sci-fi.
shoes. She's got cool shoes.
I love drawing that kind of stuff. I used to draw that all the
Yeah.
time, but it's like no one really liked it. But I don't know. Maybe I should pull up some of my older stuff and redo it.
She's
It's
like
fun.
Hey, there's a Samus in your background, Jake, that's catching my eye.
Cosmic.
Samus is pretty funny.
You look at it.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, it's like 3 characters in like skin tight spacesuit things. There's like this character, then over here from Overwatch, and then
Eva.
Samus.
Oh,
Number 100 of 120, by the way.
That's pretty
Will
dope.
it catch it? Will it focus?
You're telling me you didn't get number 69? How dare you?
You couldn't. They should have auctioned off. They number these kind of things. They genuinely should auction off number 69. There's so many naked ones and like weird horny hentai things. Like they should auction off number 69 of those.
Yeah.
That would be great.
That is a good idea. I want to steal that.
Yeah,
idea.
the first anime booby figure you make for your series, you should auction off number 69.
Can you guys see that I'm slowly dying from the heat?
Yeah,
Yeah,
how's that?
turn your-
How's that?
Turn your fan on. We can see the sweat, dude. Turn-
I started with this full of water. Now it's down to here. And we're only like halfway through the stream. If I get down to here, I'll die from starvation.
Oh
I
my
eat water.
god.
Well, most of
Oh,
that water being missing is because it's evaporated. It's so hot in there, right?
Yeah, please,
Yeah.
Narwhal, save yourself. Narwhal, you didn't really talk about your week. I'll be right back. Why don't you do that and also turn on your fan, please?
Yeah, so my week is just that I love movies again, and I just feel great about that. And I can't
Movies?
wait for Trap. Looks so good. Because we keep talking about Trap. What other movies? Oh, one other movie. There's the guy who did It Follows, and then he did, oh fuck, what's the other one called? Under the Silver Lake. Now I can't even think of that guy's name. It's funny, he's not like super famous, but those 2 movies, especially Under the Silver Lake, it's kind of like officially cult status now. And I definitely feel that one. Like I love that movie. It's like it kind of feels like a masterpiece. Like it's like so, and that's the kind of movie that you can watch 10 times too, because you'll see a different shit every time. It's almost like a Kubrick movie. You could compare it almost like Kubrick. It's crazy. But so he's kind of one of my favorite filmmakers. But Under the Silver Lake critiqued Hollywood and kind of made it look like demonic cults, which it is sort of potentially. And so he didn't get work after that. He got kicked out of Hollywood for like 6 years. But he has a new movie coming out next year. So not this year, but next year he'll have a new movie. And they're finally like giving him a chance again, I guess. But it's gonna be, you just know it's gonna be good. And he kind of has to prove himself too, because he just has to bring it basically. So this guy, is his name David Gordon Green? I can't remember.
Did you go see Horizon?
No, but I want to. But I feel bad because I'm a wait for streaming guy with that one. I think.
All right.
What's Horizon?
It's the epic Kevin Costner 2-part, 3-hour long plus each part movie Western.
Cowboy thing? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, I remember you talking about that. Is the first one out?
Yeah, the first part came out, and then I think people didn't like it or something.
Okay.
But
Yeah, I mean it's okay, but it's 3 hours and it doesn't finish the story. So you're
Right,
like, why
Razor
is
Fist
this
liked it.
theatrical movie.
No.
Yeah.
Razor Fist liked it.
I mean, if that film's for anyone, it's probably for him.
No, for sure. Yeah. They said he didn't. Kevin Costner doesn't show up until an hour into the film,
Oh,
which it might work. I don't know. It's a lot of commitment though. 3 hours, and then
Yeah,
you got to
that's
go
like
back
if-
next month.
It's
3
like if CARNAL only showed up on page 25 of a book. That would be a terrible decision.
Yeah. What
Yeah,
are
who would
you
do that?
thinking? Wolverine and Deadpool is coming out this month.
Yeah, I'm curious about that because I wonder, it's obviously going to do pretty good, but is it going to like do amazingly good or just okay or just like pretty good? You know,
I bet it'll do just okay.
yeah, that's kind of what
Really?
I think because
Really?
I'd still feel the fatigue. I feel the superhero.
I think it's
fatigue.
going to do good, but the more I hear about it, it sounds like it has to be more than 3 hours long because there's so many people in it and characters and
It's a
throwbacks
multiverse. They're a little bit behind the shit on that too, I think. But
yeah.
I heard a line from the trailer and it made me roll my eyes because it's Deadpool and it's Ryan. What's his face? Reynolds. And he's even like, I like him a lot, but he's like oversaturating the market too because he has a way that he talks, and I know how he's gonna say things before he even says it, and it like feels like AI. Like you could definitely program an AI to have him do everything.
It's quirky metrosexual. It's like he's the only metrosexual left.
Yeah, yeah. And the line is something like he's like, I'm in danger of losing everything I care about. And I was like, oh God, that's like the line to put in the trailer, but it's probably in the movie to just explain some bullshit. They set up some dumb multiverse crap where he has to like do something now all of a sudden. It's like, oh, the MacGuffin and everyone I love is going to die. We really got to do something this time. Forget the last time. Oh, by the way, my dead girlfriend, she's back. She's going to die again though.
Yeah. If I don't do this, she's going to die again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds stupid.
They already did that with Spider-Verse and it was pretty good, you know?
Yeah. But it's kind of, that's oversaturated too, the multiverse stuff.
Yeah.
Multiverse was oversaturated from the start.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. All these multiple worlds, it's too much.
TC asked what my Smoothie King is. This is the Slim and Trim because I'm trying to be healthy with blueberry. I like blueberry. No.
We call those bloobs in the Northwest. Just call them.
Really?
Yeah. Give me some of those bloobs.
It sounds like you're saying boobs, a pack of boobs. Yeah, give me some boobs in my smoothie, sir.
Hey, pass me those bloobs.
Oh, Simply Grease's Fiendish arrived. Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. All right. I think that concludes our
the show.
Adventurous weeks.
That's it. Thanks everyone for hanging out.
Yeah, I definitely don't have a PowerPoint or anything. I mean, it's not important.
Well, I feel like this show's already better than last week's show.
I mean, I didn't say it. No, last week's show was fun. Though.
Last week's show was great. Don't be like that.
It was fun. It was fun.
It was fun. Well, don't be like that.
I mean, you did not prepare at all, but we had a lot of fun anyways.
I love that you were making the slides during the show.
This is a new record. Well, I don't know if this is a record, but for talking before getting to the thing, whatever it's called.
We had a lot to talk about.
Time flies.
A lot of art to show off.
Yeah, so I guess we should. Yeah, we do have a topic. As you can see in the title, I don't know why I said it like that. It's wait, let me exit this shit. How do we get back to editing? Yeah, it's just my normal voice. I talk like this. We're talking about paneling in comics. I think I've done a visual storytelling presentation before, but this was actually Jake's suggestion, so thank you, Jake, to talk about paneling specifically. And I have been wanting to do more shows that are about comic techniques, and especially like comic drawing techniques, layout techniques, because I don't think there's that many people talking about that. There probably are, but I'm just not aware. Like, there's a lot of art channels, but talking about comics, it's not really common. And it's just also like art instruction books on how to make comics. There's a couple. It's like Understanding Comics is really good, but that's about it, right? There's like How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way. So anyways,
we should make a balls to the wall, really stupid how to make comics book that doesn't try to be super clever, and it's just a bunch of nonsense.
If you want, there's actually
definitely do that.
A good one. Framed Ink is a great panel.
Oh, I think you've mentioned that.
Yeah, I think I pulled it up once, but yeah, I have a digital copy. It's pretty badass.
Cool.
What's the secret sauce to that book?
And there's a few volumes of it as well.
All right. Well, I don't purport to know everything. I don't purport to know everything, but I'm going to do my best. And today we're talking about paneling in comics. So there we go.
Yes.
Mm.
This is a panel about paneling.
Dun dun dun!
I'm interested to see what you actually do, because my suggestion was shot choices and what different shot choices mean. So I'm wondering what you actually are going in on paneling on this, because it's a very wide topic. I'm sure you've drilled down into some aspect of paneling.
I feel like we've done this topic before, kind of. Like, you did a presentation that was really similar, but I totally forgot about that until I was already done with it. So we're just going to do it again.
I did one that was similar, or you did one that was similar?
I think you did one. Oh, well. Or it was like a really early one.
No one remembers it.
No one remembers any.
It's all new people.
Cool! Awesome! Alright! So, paneling in comics. Dun dun dun! Here we go! Wee! Woo! Look at that! Got a little sharing screen.
Squiggly lines.
Yeah, it was just a template in Canva, and I was like, that looks pretty. Whatever.
Ooh, pretty.
Welcome to my paneling in comics presentation. 3 narrow action panels. So, getting started.
Ooh.
What is the function of a panel in a comic? I decided to start out really basic and just get to the root of everything. The function of a panel in a comic is to capture a keyframe, which is an animation and a film term, but I would define that as a snapshot of a notable moment in time. Because imagine if this is a film, like me, I'm moving right now, but as I'm like, if I'm like punching someone, what are the notable points? Is it at any point within this movement? Like, what do you capture? There's a different feeling you would get by capturing all of those moments from a whole sequence of a real life action. You know what I mean? So a panel is that shot choice, that keyframe that you're choosing to frame within a comic. And those shot choices in sequence, in chronological sequence, that tells the story. Usually a new panel is needed when the trajectory of the scene shifts. And that could mean something like the character's expression changing, starting or stopping of movement, entering a room, or when a punch is thrown. So when any kind of action or the flow of a scene changes. That's why, this is also a reason why panels that have a ton of dialogue in it are really hard to read. It's not just because there's an imbalance of text and images on the comic page, which is also a bad design choice. It's because as people talk, our expressions will change. And it's weird. It'll pull the reader out of immersion if a character is giving a whole long speech and you just see one expression. That's not realistic. It breaks you out of the story. So anytime the emotion of a shot changes, what they're saying, the texture of what they're saying changes, an action changes, they stop walking or they turn a corner, that should be a new panel. Like really, basic level stuff, but I feel like I want to define that. And here's a really awesome sequence of panels. I think this is by Jorge Jimenez, who's amazing. I really like his work. And this is like the perfect little snippet of all of the examples I just gave. So look at Harley Quinn's expressions changing. She gets up, she's slowly getting more and more angry, then she screams. So as her expression changes, that's a new panel. And when she throws the punch, that's a new panel as well. So there you go. I have a lot of comic pages and art examples in this presentation. This is basically my excuse to just show off a lot of comic pages that I like. So we're going to get a lot of art.
I mean, there's a lot more going on in that. Is that a double page spread or a top half of a page?
It's a top half. We'll get to the full page.
Okay, because like you have a flurry of very similar moments, then one big action moment. Like that's a whole juxtaposition going on there. You have like a density of smaller panels and a larger panel. Like that's like a golden ratio stuff going on. Like it's not even just are you taking the right snapshots of time at the right intervals to tell a physical story. It's more about the emotional experience of the guiding through of the whole sequence. And there's so many factors that you play with in order to do that.
Yeah, like how different would that first sequence, the sequential part of this, what we're looking at, be if they were all the same panel size with no kind of step down to them and size change and the length? Like if they were all uniform 5 panels, how much of a difference would it change leading up to that big carnage?
It would all blur together, and you would notice the changes in action way less. Like the first one even brings you into the page because it goes all the way to the edge. Like that brings you in.
Right. Yeah, there's not even a border, right?
Similar, but then the next one just gets a bit bigger. Yeah.
It's interesting.
The closer you get into a person's face, the more emotive it is. So this is like a buildup of emotion, and this is any sort of visual storytelling. These are the techniques that are used in film just as they are in comics, where a close-up is like a very intimate, emotional shot. And if it's a full body, that tends to be colder, because we talk about warm and cold on this show. And what I see is not just, this is a buildup of emotion as we zoom in closer and closer to Harley Quinn's face, but see how the first panel, you're right, it's very close to the edge, so it's bringing you into the page, but there's so much white space on top, and that adds a feeling of discomfort. It adds a feeling of, just like we were looking at one of Mignola's layouts, where he's almost reversing the rule of thirds. The character is just in the bottom rule of thirds because they're supposed to be in the top, but it's just in the bottom, and this huge sound effect took up the most of the panel. It's to create a sense of unease, because our eyes like to see a character's head fill up like the third of the upper third of a page. There's like a general comfort. It's a golden ratio and everything. But that here she's being pushed to the bottom, and she slowly fills up that white space, and that creates this filling of emotion as well. And then Punchline's face on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, panel 5, that's a lot of panels. She's facing the other way from Harley Quinn, so that establishes they're opposing each other, but also she's looking back towards the left. That bounces your line of sight back towards the left to the next line in the comic, because you want to direct the line of movement top to bottom, left to right in a comic. And and ideally every line of panels like this, and he's doing that really well here. And when Harley Quinn punches Punchline, that's going top down, left, right. Right. And the page will still continue under that. So,
and in that 5th panel as well, not only is she looking that direction, the speed line behind her creates an angle down back to the left side of the page.
Yeah.
Right to the Harley Quinn.
There's also another factor. The first 1, 2, 3, the first 4 panels, they're all touching each other which lets them all feel like it's technically the same shot that's progressing.
Sequence, yeah.
If they were all separated, the sequence would just flow worse and be more disjointed. It's the same for the break between panel 4 and 5. If that wasn't there, it would. It's an important break in the action, so it doesn't just stream on for the whole thing.
It adds something, and it's like, is he intending this, or like, is he conscious of this when he's laying this out panel-wise?
I think he must be. For a lot of really good comic artists, it's instinctive. It's just, this feels like it works because they've been doing it for so long. But your reasoning is correct. The panel borders touching for Harley's sequence, that's a tiny detail, but the readers will pick up on it subconsciously. That this is one scene, and there's a tiny little separation there. It'll just be kind of like under your awareness, pick it up. This is really good. I love this page.
It's so subtle where people could be like, oh, it's almost not intended, or like, I didn't even notice. Like, people almost won't even notice that stuff, It's crazy.
Yep.
Um,
But
there's,
we're breaking it down.
there's even an element to having the punch being on an open panel, which implies a wider space that the character is being punched into as well and being sent into.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those
Yeah.
the open
But-
panel breaks are done a lot. I dig that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's cool.
That's
Alright.
great art. I love that art. I don't know if I've seen much of that artist's art. I probably have, but didn't connect
You
to
should
names
check
for
him
it.
out. Jorge Jimenez. I follow him like everywhere. His art is amazing.
Yeah,
You should definitely check him out.
Definitely
Yeah.
seems like a kind of art you would like because of the detail in it. But I
Yeah.
I like the mix of detail, but also it's also very graphic designy.
Yeah, it's kind of like what I'm trying to go for, but with fantasy. Detailed, but there's really good motion design, and the shape language is strong. So I feel like I learn so much every time I look at what he does. Yeah, he's a big DC guy.
I like
Ron-
this art for the same reason I
Ron-
like Zach Howard's art. It's a mix between detail elements, but then like graphic.
Mm. He's
proportions.
one of the
Animation,
top
too.
artists. Yup, he's everywhere. So a ton of stuff.
Vaughn has a good
He
question. He
did
says,
Super Sons.
Vaughn
Sorry,
says,
go
how
ahead.
much of this should be scripted for us as writers? I think if you're working with a good artist, you don't really have to do anything like that. They know how to lay out a page, depending on how full your scripts are or not. But if you have like what I put in my scripts is like stuff, the big moments I'll highlight as like an anchor shot. Like this punch would be the anchor shot of this page. It's the big moment of the page. Or it's out of this so far. I don't know what the rest of the page looks like, but I would assume that this is the big moment of the page. So your artist knows to emphasize that. It's going to be the largest probably scene or panel on the page, and they could embellish it how they choose. Like maybe some artists would want to have the characters break panel borders. In this case, he decided to go with no background and have it have no borders at all, which embellishes the moment. But when you're working with someone that knows how to lay out a page like this, hopefully they will do subtle things like this that will make the scenes and moments pop.
There's a potential that if you're a writer who just doesn't have the artist's eye
Yeah.
or the skill to do this, that if you did try to write all of that, you could end up just like overly constricting your artist, and it
Yeah,
could
it'll
end
be
up
overbearing.
really bad.
I heard Alan Moore might do that, but I know if kind of his stuff's different too. Like it's a lot of 9-panel grids, and then that is like a little more like staccato. Like it's not meant to flow. It's more like a comic strip or whatever.
Watchmen was all 9-panel grids, right? And that kept everything very uniform. And then they could embellish moments by breaking that.
Speaking
as
of,
you see, there's some Watchmen right there. But like a lot of Alan Moore's script is he gives the artist a lot of information that the reader doesn't even get in the scripts. So like he's fully telling you what the character is thinking in these moments to kind of flesh out for himself and his collaborator. And they're dense as hell. But in fact, I've heard that he even lays out the pages for himself, and he draws layouts.
Oh,
He
cool.
never shows his artists those layouts.
Oh, interesting. Yeah,
I
that's
heard
cool.
when Dave Gibbons went to his house, he had pages of Watchmen. He's like, why didn't you show these to me? He's like, oh, it's collaborative effort.
Yeah, I had one like experiment that accidentally happened like that just like a week ago with Monica on Cerberus 2. There was a page where she had turned in the thumbnails, and then it was a little different than I had envisioned, which part of that, it's like the script is not perfect, so I try and fix it as I go. But our process, it does allow for like, I kind of just try and fix I send her notes about the thumbnails, and then we're good to go kind of. So it's almost like 2 steps. But so I drew a little rough drawing of what the thumbnails correcting and what it should look like, and then I typed it out of kind of the new script, because we actually for this moment this is rare. It only happened like once in the whole book, but we actually split one page into 2 pages because the moment needed like more time. So I like kind of wrote a whole new script and drew layouts and sent them both to her. And I was like, this will go off this, kind of ignore the earlier script I sent. But I realized I forgot to attach the layouts.
Oh,
So then she sent me back, and I was like, oh, that's still not quite what I wanted. But that's so interesting because it was quite different. But she was going off my script,
With the script.
which is still like slightly inferior. Like if it wasn't getting quite what I wanted, I don't know. Like it's like you could, if you like in that case where I have a specific vision, or like Rini does this, you can just give thumbnails to the artist or whatever. But or you can write the script in a way that it's very clear or whatever. But yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that's a little too. Well, I always make sure that like Michael Rushbrook was cool with working that way, and I established that because that's just how I write. I think I would find that micromanaging, but if the writer's okay with me changing some things, that's cool, which I am. So I write in thumbnails, and then I'm totally fine with my artist that I hire finishing, like changing things and just run it by me. That's totally fine. But everyone works differently. I prefer having leeway, even if you give a lot of specific directions in the script, as long as it's established. If you have an idea as an artist, you're allowed to put it forward. I think that's important because it's kind of just like, well, you're just here to be an art grunt otherwise.
Yeah. When I I'm hoping to work with other artists on stuff I've written, but my writing is completely hands off visually. It's the key moments that take place and the dialogue, and it's not even split up into pages or panels. And it's like, here is the script, and I can judge that it's like about a certain page length, and then say, do breakdowns for this for like 20 pages, this story in 20 pages. I'm looking forward to seeing what fruit that bears, because I want to work with artists, but then give them massive leeway to do whatever they want, but all of the important stuff will be written down with like intent behind what's happening, like the reason why it's happening, like the emotion, or like where you're guiding the audience, and then like the key moments that are like the crescendo of the build-ups. But like, I want to do super hands-off, basically the opposite to Irene. When she's doing the bullet, do the opposite. It's just like a bullet point list for the whole story.
Yeah, I've had artists quit on me because I'm too micromanaging, and I try to be less.
Oh, no.
And I've gotten a little better at being less, and it kind of depends. And it is like an art of writing the script in a way where what they will deliver, like the anchor point thing, I started doing that. I'll call it a money shot sometimes. It's like, this is the money shot. This is the big panel. I'm like, this panel can be tiny. This panel is quick. But I asked Monica once, I was like, am I too micromanaging? She's like, I like when you just tell me exactly what you want, and so I can deliver it. I was like, okay.
Yeah, you just need to find people that are okay with you being that specific.
Yeah.
It's interesting because... Oh, go on, Jake. All right, I'll go.
I'm not I like it when you tell me exactly what you want. I know she doesn't mean it like this, but that could totally be backhanded, because that's like, I don't like when you have any leeway, because then we do a million revisions. That
was a little bit what what a little bit what was like, we were working it out, and that was me like learning too as I've gone or whatever, but
a lot of the like industry guys that I've talked to at conventions over the years and stuff, like talking with Doug Mankey, or years ago at a convention in Indiana, I talked to Tim Seeley about this when I was starting to write scripts. I would ask artists, what do you prefer? How do you prefer to get your script? Like a full script or a more loose kind of Marvel method thing? And guys that I've talked to said that they like something more full, because especially if they know the dialogue that is going to be in the panel, so they know the expression to draw on the page, because you get a disconnect. And a lot of the times I could tell, or I think I can tell, if the dialogue in the panel is not matching the person's expression, So, and in my mind, I'm like, oh, they probably didn't know the dialogue when they were drawing.
I think that's insane. I don't know why anyone ever thinks that's a good idea to do, to just have not write any of the dialogue. Like, how does the artist know what spin is on this ball? Like,
That's a terrible idea.
Well,
Like,
you know who? Oh, sorry, go Reedy and I'll go.
Oh no, I was just gonna say I agree that's a stupid idea because that's one of those very nuanced things where like the character's expression just doesn't match the dialogue. And yeah, it could probably work, but you're forcing a level of disjointment and a lack of, like, you're removing a level of immersion from the reader. So all these little things matter.
Yeah. Well, you know who does that is your boy Zach, but he'll write what they're saying. Like, he just doesn't put it in dialogue form. So
Sure. That's good.
if I'm drawing
Right.
his script, I know what they're saying and I know they're talking, so I can usually get it right based on that. And actually, when we go together, I'll actually write when I letter it. I do like a pass on the dialogue, just guessing what he might want, and then he'll tweak it as he wants. So it's kind of a weird project.
That is interesting.
Back and forth. Yeah.
there's another aspect to that when you're working on your own comics, and I think some people probably are like, when they're doing their writing or their first pass, they'll just be loosey goosey with their dialogue and think, oh, well, I can edit it later, so I don't have to. I'll just put the broad strokes and edit it later, which is fine. But I think if you're not making very specific decisions about dialogue early on, I kind of think you're passing the buck and you won't actually think of something as cohesive. Like, I think specific choices of dialogue are so important because they're the, like, percussion in the band. It's like the drum beat. I think good proper dialogue is important.
Oh,
Yes,
for
it
sure.
is.
Yeah, I mean, like, even just from Watchmen, there's so many quotable things, like the dialogue from the book, you know, or The Dark Knight Returns, you know.
But
I
not
think
too
people
much.
don't take comic writing and dialogue seriously enough. That's why some people feel like they don't need to have it, but it's absolutely necessary. Imagine storyboarding a movie without the dialogue there. That's basically what you're doing, but it's okay because it's a comic? No.
It's
You
just
never
you'll
do that for a
read-
movie.
You'll read some comics and it'll seem like a lot of stuff is conveyed by a narrator or like dialogue that isn't connected to the scene, and it feels like they just had a general idea for how they wanted the scene to go. They just jumped into drawing the visuals, and then they actually designed the story so that words wouldn't have to come out of the characters' mouths, so they could just draw stuff and then fudge the actual text later, and it makes it feel like you're not reading a cohesive experience.
It's
You're
like
just
two
reading
different
some
things.
narration over some pretty pictures. This is
Yeah.
like a lot of. I've seen a bunch of this stuff. I'm not talking about anything specific.
That's why I I write in thumbnails. It's not because I'm trying to be micromanaging, because mostly I draw my own comics, so I don't even write a script. I feel like if I go from a summary, just a summary of the plot with sometimes I'll have important dialogue that I already know this line is important and needs to be there. It's impactful. But then I go straight to the thumbnails from like a prose summary and letter the thumbnails. So I think that having the text and the layouts and the characters, all the angles, the specific angles, the shot choices, the expressions, all there from the beginning, and they're both being developed with the text, that makes it just go together better. Like, and that's how manga does it. When most manga is like just single writer artist, but in teams where it's a writer and an artist, the writers are responsible for doing thumbnails. Doesn't matter if they can't draw stick figures, because comics should be written visually. Like, I do believe that. Like, comic writers need to think visually too. So I think it would help if writers did a thumbnail pass, and the artist is free to change it, but it makes things better.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
He's a monster says, have you ever watched a movie or TV on mute? That's like a separate point, but a very important one, which is obviously the story still has to make sense only visually.
Yeah.
But like if you watch anything that has iconic lines, it still has to work on mute, but you're still losing a whole layer if you don't have the punctuation of those lines. Like,
Yep.
you know, you watch Breaking Bad and you don't have the you're goddamn right. You know what I mean?
Comics should.
Never seen it.
Yeah, sorry.
What?
Let me cut you off. But like,
Fucking hell, Phil. The first run of it is pretty depressing. You have to get through a lot of depressing. People forget about like the first season or the first couple of seasons that are just kind of monotonous, depressing.
I like depressing. It's a
I'll
good
be
show.
back.
Okay. But yeah,
No.
a comic should. Oh, I thought you meant you were actually going to be back. A comic should also read at the thumbnail stage. You should be able to get the gist. And I'm going to push it further. I think the true proving grounds, the way to prove yourself as a comic artist is if the reader can understand what's happening with just the panels. Can you do that? That's what I want to aim for with just the paneling. Because paneling should be different if it's a talking scene, if it's an establishing shot, if it's an action scene. All of that should be different. So, and you can build a visual language for your own book, which is what I'm trying to do with mine. And I've been playing around. You'll see a chapter 3. Oh my god, I can't wait for this book to come out. Oh my god. But anyways, it's taking so long. But if you can tell what's happening in general, like what mood is in a scene, is this an action scene, just with the panels, you got it. And then at the thumbnail stage, you understand the gist of the story with no dialogue. That's good comicking. But then, of course, the dialogue has to work with everything. Did We 3 come up yet? I tried to not bring up We 3 because we already had, but I can bring We 3 up. I sure can.
We 3.
Oh yeah, this page.
I'm gonna take that approach with my layouts. It needs to communicate as just the layouts. I haven't, like I feel like I've thought about that a little bit, but I haven't approached that as like a specific layer yet. I think I'm gonna start doing that.
Cool. Yeah. I mean, I love layouts. Are the most. It's honestly that's
they
what the
are
meat.
Comics.
Yeah, that's the meat of comics. That's where the actual story, the building blocks happens. That's actually it. It's not how good you draw, how well you polish it. Good layouts for comics. That's what comics are really about. What is this?
That's the scale.
Well, no, I'm only bringing this up. It's a super basic thing. We mentioned golden ratio a bunch. This is why I brought this up. And I'm bringing it up now because it's like apparent on this panel and the last. Okay, the first couple of sequences, you've got the thinner panel and the big panel. It's the same golden ratio thing as like large section, and then you get smaller sections just opposed next to it. And it's usually like a 1.5 to a 2.5 ratio. It's not like I don't think it splits into exactly thirds. But yeah, it's happening on all these sequences. Like the Watchmen one at the bottom, the golden ratio going on is like 3 of those panels in the middle are all the same shot, and then you have smaller shots sprinkled at either side. And if you go to the previous frame, the previous page on your presentation, so like a similar thing is happening there with like smaller stuff that kind of like curls into that last final shot. This is super basic stuff. I'm not like, this isn't supposed to be mind-blowing. It's just, it's everywhere. The combination of like a large gap, then a flourish. A French curve is that. You get like the large bit of a curve, and then you get like the smaller, tighter bit. All of those curly vines and stuff in Irene's art, it's all golden ratio curves. You have a large section, then a tight section. Like in a character design, you'll have large block areas, and then you'll have areas of focused detail. Like it's in everything. It's even dialogue. It's having like gaps and then a small flourish of speech rather than everything being flat. It gives everything an innate flow to it. That's why I wanted to bring it up, because just in case, we all pretty much implicitly do that because you just refine that over time. But just wanted to
Yeah,
bring
it becomes Yeah, it becomes very instinctive with all those shapes and like stuff like the Fibonacci sequence and the golden ratio. That kind of stuff, it's innate. It's innately pleasing. Those visuals are innately pleasing to the human eye. So once you design anything enough, whether it's comics or just art in general, you lean towards those ratios. Yeah, cool.
I mean,
Yeah.
even on this book cover, like a bunch of text, tight text at the top, then like large image area. You know what I mean? Like it's just in everything.
It's natural.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this page is
This
just
piece has a giant ass for half of it, and then all the
okay. We get it. Giant ass. Yeah. I have a lot of slides, so we gotta move on. But I just thought this page these are just panels where I thought the moment to moment, like something changes in between. Like this sounds really basic, you know. I'm like I know people understand this, but I think it helps to say it out loud and break down. This is the whole, like how panel progression works and what you can do with controlling time using paneling. So on the top left, I'm going to have a lot more of Gabriel Rodriguez's work. I really like his work. He's a lock and key artist. And on the right hand side, that's from, I think, The Last God. I don't know the artist's name, but the art is amazing. It's a DC Black Label series. It's this fantasy series with really, really amazing art. Just go check that out. All right. Panels can also stretch time by zooming in throughout a panel sequence or using a series of panels to capture different angles at a moment in time. You can slow down a story and let a moment sit. So I'm sure there's more ways of paneling, but in my mind, I kind of broke it down to either you're going from moment to moment to show a sequence of events, or it's more of an immersive experience, like slowly zooming in to a scene, like over here with this Elric comic. It's establishing the setting, but also it's very much taking its time and establishing the feeling of the city and the mood of what's going to happen next.
But it's not. So when it's taking its time, but it's not being drawn out because it's building tension by tightening the panels, and then it has a release.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's the cool thing about paneling is it is pacing, you know, and moments in time, and even to focus in on that more, you could artificially inject time expansion by putting more or less narration boxes in it to hold your readers in that moment of time and in each panel for longer. That's like when you have a splash page, those pages could be immensely detailed, and you always hear the, you know, common talking point from comic artists is like, oh, I put so much into this page and the reader's only going to stay on it for, you know, 5 seconds or something. But there's ways to have your reader linger on those if you're, you know, have narration boxes or dialogue blues on there to force them to stay on that page longer.
That's a good point. It's a good point. It's everything coming together. Detail control as well. Because all of that, the paneling, your shot choice, detail control, and the dialogue create how slow time goes or how fast it does.
There's another element that contributes to the rhythm too, and it, you know, people are like, oh, this is the text I'm going to put. How you separate the text, how big and small the boxes are, the amount of text per thing. Like if you look at this, like I consider any bubble or box with text in kind of like notes in a song. So like you got a bigger one than a smaller one on the first panel, right? And it's a big panel and there's small words. Then and it's like you get one, then a gap for an action shot, then one again, then a gap for an action shot, and they're all in a line taking you to the bottom. It's like da 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 gap, da da gap. Like there's a rhythm to it. It's not just like what words do I need to get out there. Yeah, sometimes you might even put an extra word in somewhere just because it makes the hitting of the notes on the rhythm of the page better. Like you might split up one box into two, like, or have a bubble that could all be one bubble, but you split it into two and you have like a little bit of text than the rest of the text, just because golden ratio notes on it in a song wise, it just feels better, and I think that's going on in here.
I think, who is this? Elric has like, the Elric comics have like 3 different artists. I don't remember who it is. I think this is Reich, Robin Reich. Very German name, but oh, I love the art on this. Go buy this book as well. Here's some other examples. I don't remember what the one on the right is, but on the left is, but the right hand side, that's from. I think both of these are Alex Alice though. Alex, and the one on the right, that's from Siegfried. So it's a European comic and creator, of course. But I pulled these up as examples of, this is about capturing a setting and building that tension, right? You're correct when you said with the Elric page, it's about pulling you into the scene and establish a scene and taking your time, but tension is building. It's not just meandering for no reason. As the scene kind of sets in, imagine this is a movie and each of those panels is a shot on the screen, or in the case of the Siegfried page, is slowly zooming in into this close-up of a wolf and the tension that would create. So that's what's going on here. And on the left-hand side too. I love this art so much.
On that page on the right, it builds tension, but the tightest panel is the second to last, and opening up a tiny bit on the last one makes it feel like a mini reveal. It doesn't have to be small, huge. You can even still do the same thing in really minute differences.
Precisely. Barb Rogers gifted a membership. Thank you so much, Barb Rogers. Miss Solar Terror, appreciate it. Shout out to you. All right, and then what's the next one that I have? All right, panel structure, more Watchmen, because of course I have Watchmen. All right, so now that we've covered the basics of paneling, just the basic usage of panels, what techniques can we use to structure panels? Okay, the most basic panel structure is a grid layout. This is very straightforward, it's easy to understand, and it's always something to fall back on. Just do a grid. It doesn't have to be like a 9-panel grid like in Watchmen, but just like boxes, right? And no overlapping, no variation. For Western comics, it's 3 tiers. In general, for manga, it's kind of 2 to 3, because manga prints smaller. It matters when, like, how your panel count. When you're designing your panel count, you should take into account how big the actual printed product is. So, if your panel count is low, but your pages are like huge, like European comic size, it would be kind of weird, right? So it's just a little thing to keep in mind. But you can always fall back on just blocks and grids. However, the freedom to change the shape and orientation of the frame of view, which is a panel, is a unique strength of comics, and it's a tool that can elevate your work. Dun,
Yeah,
dun, dun.
You know,
Comics.
looking at these two, one thing I like and what makes grids work versus sometimes if they don't work, I think, is every panel has to be a window into the world, kind of. And to do that, you have to get the perspective right. So when it really feels like it's well done perspective, then you feel like it's like sucks you in. You're like, oh, like there's a whole world. I can only see this little square, but it implies the whole space behind it. And comic, like every panel it's good if it does that, but in a grid especially, it helps when, and like these pages, the first one in particular has great perspective. The second one, some of them, they're deliberately flat, so they don't have, I mean, it's still fine, but it's kind of not doing what I'm saying, and it still works. But
good perspective can make those smaller panels actually feel bigger than they are. Like panel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1 and 5 on the first page, like they feel way bigger than the rest of them, just because the perspective makes your mind project the rest of the environment out.
It implies so much of the space.
Which doesn't happen on the second half of the second page.
Yeah, and it might be going for something else with that, which is fine. But there's Bengal. Do you guys know him? He's one of my favorite artists.
Who?
Bengal.
No.
It's Bengus and Bengal. I get him mixed up, but Bengal. Shit, I just searched him and it didn't come up. He's a comic artist. I'll search comic art.
He doesn't exist.
Oh yeah, no, he's there. I'm gonna
That doesn't
find.
sound like a real name. I don't believe you.
Okay, I already found. He's French.
Ben or then?
He works with Rick Remender now, so he came over into American Comics.
Okay.
I know that
All
guy.
right.
I mean, I know of
All
him.
right. Yeah.
Yeah, and I bought one of their books. I didn't like it. I'm not sure
Oh
if I
my
like Remender. I need to give it to you.
What
Oh my.
a recommendation.
It's like, do you know this guy? Yeah, I didn't like that book.
Well, it's because of the writing, but I didn't give it much of a chance
Aw.
either. It could have been good. I don't know. But so yeah, I threw some up real fast. Can you see it,
Oh.
Rainey, or?
Yeah. 1 second.
So this is a full page spread, so it's obviously has more leeway to just make great perspective. And with perspective, there's always two kind of choices. You can go for the wider angle perspective where it's more like our eyes, makes you feel like you're right there, or the longer angle, which makes you feel more voyeuristic and it flattens everything. You get a foreground, middle ground, background. That's like more superhero style actually. That's like a lot of the 90s comics are all that second one. And it's more European comics will do this, and it's a lot harder, I think. This kind of perspective,
Yeah.
but it's not like it's impossible. But if you get it right, it feels great, and it does feel like there's just this space in the world. That
Yeah, this is like 3-point. That's what it is. A lot of superhero comics do 2-point, but 3-point. That 2-point is when only two of the XYZ axes are tapering, but 3-point is all of them are tapering, so you don't have any like vertical lines at all.
Yep.
Any parallel lines at all, and it's much harder to do. But it looks really dynamic. This looks great.
Yeah. Bengal, telling you guys,
All right.
he's
Cool.
the future,
Bang.
or he was the future until he paired up with Remender. Just kidding.
Oh my god.
Oh, okay.
Unfortunate.
When you said his
Wah,
name,
wah.
you said Bengal, but Bengal, I know that word.
Bangle, like the Indian bracelet.
Yeah.
It's a bangle.
I was
Yeah,
thinking
Bengal.
of the tiger. I don't know what. No,
With
not
that band
Bangle.
from the 80s.
Okay, let's move on. Let's
Oh,
go have
so-
our slides.
These the 9-panel, I love grid stuff because you could do so much with it. Like it's, I mean, obviously perfect for sequential storytelling. It's very basic. A lot of times when I use it is to almost have like speed things up. Like the beats are quicker here, and you can get more info across a page. Like if you look at 70s and 80s comics, this was super popularly used in monthly comics because you can get so much information across on one page because there's so many panels and so much characterization. If you look at Claremont's X-Men run, it's a lot of gridded pages because he had 24 pages to tell so much information, and there was an immense amount of info conveyed through those comics. So I use them a lot of times as almost montage pages where I'm showing like points in time and switching to another point so I can get a lot of info maybe that has happened over months or weeks onto one page. So if you look like the newest Lost pages or even the second one, I use them kind of as montage pages to show someone's life.
Another aspect to why you can convey a lot of information in a short space of time on gridded pages is so how easy the layout is to parse for the reader lets them read it quicker and get through it quicker. Like you could convey the same amount of information on the page, but if the grid layout was more complex, it would be more taxing to read.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Oh, it is Bengal. Okay, Death or Glory at Image. Okay. Okay. So it is. I will check that out then. I like the art. That was really good.
Bengal.
Like the tiger. All right. And then next.
panel size. So next I'm going to just kind of talk about like different ways of varying up panel structure beyond a grid. So that's what the whole series, the rest of the presentation will be. You can use panel size. Really basic, I know, but I want to talk about it because I think you got to think about these things again. Larger panels attract more attention, even if the largest panel on a page isn't the first panel, because oftentimes the largest panel is the first one as an establishing shot. Even if it's not the first one, what I realize is readers will still subconsciously register it, even if it's not the first one. So your eye will be on the first panel, for example, here, and this is why I put this page up. But you can, out of your peripheral vision, you already see what's underneath. So keep in mind that that is a psychological effect that will occur when your reader is looking at a page. They take in the whole page as a whole, but only focus on one panel at a time. So that's why the design of a page matters. And if you have a large panel, what's in it will register right from the start, and you need to think about that. And that's why establishing shots, especially for new and unfamiliar locations, are usually at large and on the top of the page. This helps ground a reader in a scene. Yes. And next, I just want to show some really awesome art, because look at this. Look at this! Oh my gosh! This is also from Elric. I think this is Robin Reich as well. It's fucking amazing. But look at, that's a great establishing shot of this battle. And then look at it might be a little bit small on my YouTube screen, but look at the progression of that, the arrows being shot in the bottom left.
Yeah,
it's
awesome.
This charge everyone is drawing, and then the arrows flying, and then the arrows hit. So that's a progression of motion right there in 3 panels. And same on the right, the ship touches ground or touches the dock, and everyone charges, and then the battle begins. And then you're anticipating what happens in the next page, because that should be the army on the ship and the defenders on land clashing in the next page. You're already anticipating that.
An important element to the paneling at the bottom is having the wide shots on one page and the tall shots on the next. Means they're still super simple, so you can pass them quickly, but they're not homogeneous. They still feel like 2 separate chunks of action. If they were like all slim and thin, it would kind of like get too boring. But it's only a simple change, and they're still.
You're covering your mic, Jake. I think with your.
Really?
Yeah.
Have I been like that the whole time?
No, now you're better.
Forward a little bit.
Maybe my arm was in front of the thing. Yeah. Okay. It's super simple, but like that's an important aspect to that. If you had all of them the same, it would be like boring.
Not okay. Again, sounds basic, but not being boring is important. It's easy, and I found myself doing this as well, but I'm training myself to think about every single panel choice, because it's very easy to, well, this is a grid, or let me just, for example, if I was making the spread, I might have done vertical panels all across the bottom, but that would not have been as good as what's done here, because on top of separating these 2 scenes at the bottom, it keeps the reader on their toes. And that's something that's, I think, is the mark of some very good visual storytelling, is on top of just the story being engaging, you don't know what's going to happen next in the story. The paneling is always dynamic and changing. You never have the same layout in a comic. The layouts never repeat, and that adds a level of excitement and engagement that are unique to comics.
Also, great golden ratio on the entire page.
Yeah.
They were asking what this is from. Is this an Elric book?
Elric, yeah. Buy these Elric books. I just like sit and stare at them sometimes. They're so beautiful. So well drawn. Someday I will draw a fantasy like this. And here's the full page of that Gabriel Rodriguez. I apologize. I'm bad at Spanish. Page. I don't know what this is from, but it's some fantasy thing. It's not from Lock and Key. I haven't read this, but I just like this page a lot. And I liked how you have this large page of these troll motherfuckers and this little explorer girl, and you also have the same effect as a similar effect to the previous Elric page, where the top are 2 small panels leading into the scene. Then you have this large establishing shot that you're kind of aware of even when you're just looking at the first 2 panels. And that shot of the trolls take over the entire page, right? And in the bottom, so that defines what this page is about. And in the bottom, that sequence is also, it's one sequence, but it's broken up into, this is the beginning on the left side where she bumps into Tiger Guy, and then on the right she's being chased. And look at the direction of motion. She runs towards the right side of the screen in the last panel on the bottom right. That encourages you to turn the page and find out what happens next. Everything is pointing towards a page turn.
Panels 1 and 2
That's a good
and
point.
4 and 5, the similarity between those, that's there to pull your eye back from the right. Like, it helps pull you back because those look so similar too.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very good point.
Also,
oh
wow, that page looks freaking awesome.
Yeah,
I was
that
going to
was
say
cool.
something totally different. Like, as a writer and storyteller and creator, especially if you're collaborating with an artist, you are the only one that knows where the story's going. So you know what's going to be on the next page before your artist does. So you really have to direct your artist to get there. And if you're trying to build to a page turn, let that be known. You know what you want or how you want the big moments to play out. So those are really important directions to give.
Mm-hmm. All right, next one. Small panels. Smaller panels we kind of have seen over here, especially those 2 little insets at the top. But smaller panels obviously are less immediately demanding of attention, but they can be a bridge between larger action shots or serve as inserts to add to the tension and detail of a shot. And that, I do believe is that Batman? That's Batman, right? That's also Jorge
Awesome,
Jimenez.
whatever that is.
What
I was gonna say
color-
that looks like
It's
Jorge
so
Jimenez.
good. So
What's
good.
cool
Yeah,
about
it's
the
Jorge
Batman
Jimenez.
reveal is like his little face is on top of the cape, so you get Batman cape flourish, then instant
You know
cut to his
something?
face.
Yeah.
I think Jorge Jimenez drew Big Game for Mark Miller. Maybe. I'm trying to think.
Oh, I could see that.
I don't know. I found out about him from
Look it
Super
up.
Sons.
No.
Okay. Yes, tell us. And on the right, that's Gabriel Rodriguez again. That's from Lock and Key. But look at how the little inset panels add so much to a scene, where there's a large impactful shot for both of these pages, but the insets are on the Batman page. It's a sequence of, okay, you know, he's like dusting himself off from being, I guess, punched into a wall or some shit, and he's getting up, and that showing every step of him, like wiping the blood, doing this, getting up, that builds this slow tension, and it works. It's so much more textural. I don't know how else to say it. Than, well, if it was just, oh, he gets punched into the wall and then just gets up. There's all these little details that you see. Oh, he's pissed. He's ready to fight, right? And on the right-hand side, all these little insets. I believe this is an introduction. It's a flashback to the past in this mansion that's in the story, and it's an introduction to these characters. But look at those little. It's like the introduction boxes that almost look like little Polaroids, and there's a little dialogue tail built into the panel. So I thought that was really creative. And those little things that you can think of doing with paneling, I think that's also just this surprise element that will keep the reader on their toes, right? I thought that was really cool. And I was avoiding bringing up We 3, but I'm about to. Narwhal, you can go ahead while I pull up this page.
Oh, yeah, real fast. It's Pepe Larraz did Big Game, but Jorge Jimenez and Millar did Nemesis Reloaded, which is another good one.
Cool.
Yeah, this looks friggin' sweet. You know, I was talking to Nick Patera about his panel layouts for Actual or John, and that whole book is 3-panel grids. Like on every page, it's 3 panels stacked on top of each other until he does like splashes. And his, I guess, idea behind that is for the whole series, he wanted to have an organized, uniform layout for every page, and that kind of conditions your reader to get used to that. So when you have these big moments with either he does a splash or double page spread, it is that impact when he wants to throw that in your face and punch you with it, which is a cool idea, like having the organized uniform standard that you're doing in a story and then contrasting that to make an impact. And I think, it's a really cool way to do your story uniformed like that. I feel like in the 90s, it kind of went wild where there was so many splash pages. And if you have everything being splash pages, everything being double page spreads, then you lose the meaning and impact of those moments because it's so much in your face and you get desensitized to it. And you kind of lose that specific storytelling, because as we're seeing, there's so many ways to build a page, to lay it out, different types of panels. And that's why comics is so versatile, and every story could be told completely different from the previous one. Use those tools.
Yeah. Constantly just being very over the top and ornate would also just be tiring, and it will, your comic will lose, the paneling won't mean as much because the contrast isn't there. Okay, I'll stop. Okay, I got We3. Okay, check this out. So what's interesting about We3 is the paneling throughout the book varies so much. So you have these like 2 pages, which is actually the escape. The story is about like 3 animals. 3 dogs. Animals that are in these like mech suits, and they're kind of like animal weapons, and they're being controlled and in a lab, but they escape and they're trying to find their freedom, and it's an awesome and sad story, and it's really great. And it's self-contained. It's just a little book like this. Buy it. But yeah, so this sequence when they're escaping, look how many panels are on here. But there is actually quite a bit of action. Like as the animals are breaking out of this facility, in the next page, look at the bottom here. So here, actually I don't quite remember the details, but they're breaking out, and here you see a bunch of these like lab coat people walking around, but the animals, all the close-ups to the animals' faces slowly builds tension until in the last panel you see that they're ready to attack as this door is opening, and that red light that ties back into where the animals are opens up, and then you know what's going to happen. They're going to attack the lab workers and break out, and that's exactly what happens in the next page. And everything is this grid, and I'm wondering why they went with this shot choice, but to me it feels like you're looking at a security camera screen,
It's like a bank of monitors.
Yeah, it's like a bank of monitors, which adds, and some of them are through a monitor. Like if you look closely, these are like static lines, so not all of them are through a monitor, I think, especially the close-ups of the animals there, but a lot of them are just through surveillance monitor lines, because this is all being recorded in this facility, and this whole escape sequence is done like this. And this book is basically an experiment in paneling. I'll show you more, but go ahead, Narwhal.
That reminds me, I do like that paneling a lot, and when it gets really staccato like that, it reminds me of like, it's kind of cinematic. I can hear music, and the music I hear is John Carpenter's music, like the bass, like dum dum dum.
Oh yeah.
Dum 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 dum. The door opens. Dum dum dum.
Synth.
Yeah.
Escape from New York.
Yeah. It's like an intro. It's like intro music, like pre-credits. Yeah, like.
Oh, I know what you mean.
Frank Quitely, look at that.
Like they would cut to they would like cut to the credits in between shots. That actually reminds me. I kind of want to show you guys the opening to Vagrant Story. I might have showed you this like a year ago, but let's see if I can find it.
Pull it up. Let me show you guys something else that's completely, absolutely badass. And like, you want to talk about wild paneling ideas? Look at this page. Look at this.
Yo, that's crazy, bro.
So the cat's coming in from the top left as you begin reading the page, and the panels are 3 fucking dimensional as the cat jumps through the panels and kills these soldiers. Like, what the fuck? And then you can even see a little bit of the weapon like falling out over here. Like everything is just breaking out of the panels. It's
That's
it's
dope.
so dimensional and just
Cool. That is cool.
it's so cool. But yeah, and then you have these little inset panels at the bottom as the cat's catching up with the other two, the doggo and the rabbit. Yeah, they're so cute. Look at the rabbit. It's like fixed tail, bad tail, fixed. They all talk like that. It's
You
just
could
such a sad
definitely
cute
tell
story.
that page was written by Morrison. That crazy. freaking
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Psychedelic
I wonder what the script direction for this was.
Yeah.
Here, I'm going to play this for just a second. This is kind of random. It doesn't exactly apply, but this is kind of fun because it's kind of really fun, like cinematic type stuff, but it's just in a video game intro that's like PlayStation graphics. So tell me if you guys can hear it too. I'm going to make sure it's loud enough. Maybe no music is starting.
Yeah, kind of. Oh, we can hear us.
Hello.
Oh, shit. Hold on. I got to skip ahead.
Okay, we'll get us from.
Yeah.
You sure?
Echo.
So
Echo.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, it is this game.
Yeah. How do I stop the echo? What do
He
I
looks
do?
two-dimensional.
Green.
Where's he-
You
I don't
muted
think
it
you
all.
got that. No, it's sharing all your desktop audio. Okay.
Muting myself will still solve that problem, right? Or no?
Okay, I will mute
No.
your screen share.
Okay.
Instead
now-
of sharing, no. Okay.
Play it.
So it should work now. Okay.
Yeah.
So it started with the establishing shot, and it tells you whatever, and then the guy falls. Like it's these. If you picture these as like panels, it's so good. So I'm gonna hit.
That is very pretty.
The music is so good.
Dead.
Yep. Then you cut in.
God, this looks horrible.
Shut your trap.
Fuck you, Phil.
You shut your mouth.
This whole show, it's Noel and Phil are like, this comic was shit. This looks horrible. God damn you guys.
This is great. What do you
Have
mean?
you found Cindy? Look at the. Not yet, sir.
He's gonna lament.
Put out the fires, or we'll lose the manor, and all will be for naught. Split the knights into 2 groups, one to douse the blaze, the other to exterminate the traitors. Right away, sir.
This is pretty good for 3 polygons per screen,
Yeah.
per frame. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Tomb Raider 1.
Where are you, Sydney? Then it does the swipe cut. So that's just so fun. So a little bit more.
Is this the one where you start off as a guy that climbs up through the bottom of the castle, and then you end up in a room with a dragon?
Yeah.
This game is cool.
You played it?
So
That was
epic.
pretty cool.
No, I've watched a playthrough.
What's up with his hair?
He's just money.
This visual, I love the visual style.
This is so inspiring.
But this looks like
What is this hair?
And they cut to credits.
Anime. It's anime hair. Doesn't matter. Doesn't even
And then
make
they
sense.
swipe back and the music is playing.
Dilbert character here.
Which they're
The
going to swipe
texture's
to
really
credits
good.
again.
Just
Where is
RuneScape?
it set? Where is it set?
I don't know.
RuneScape.
It's like same world as Final Fantasy Tactics and Final Fantasy 12.
But I'm trying to think what accent they would have. British or French?
It's
No one could see me behind this
Oh my god, you're right. He's got these fucking like bug tentacles on his
Yeah.
hair. What the fuck?
That's how he smells.
That's weird.
These swipes are obnoxious.
They're so money.
Look, it's falling.
Welcome to the 90s.
No, it's not.
TC says always British Jake. Yeah, Japanese people
We've
love
no
making
time.
British games.
That guy looks
Finish
like
this
Jorah
film.
Mormont. That hair! I can't stand this!
What is he
No!
wearing, too?
If I was playing this, I would.
Who
be
goes
bored,
there?
though.
Whoosh.
If I'm now bored of this sequence.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be
Yeah,
cool.
I don't really know what we're looking at, but thank you. Thank
They
you for
should've
sharing.
You guys are
like
just
one
haters.
Gameplay segment. in the
Yeah,
middle.
we're just haters. Hold on, I have one more panel to show. Just hold on. Okay. Yeah. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Okay. So, cat is attacking. Sorry, cat. Yeah. Cat is
Look,
attacking. Look
we
at all
three is-
these scattered insets. See?
We Three
And-
is great, and it's the book to go to if you want like all this really nice art stuff. I never found it that interesting.
What?
It's just for the paneling and the visual
Yeah.
storytelling. It's a great.
It's like a
It's an
perfect
experiment and a study in visual storytelling. So it's inspiring in that way.
Is there any dialogue in this book?
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, but it's robot dogs going, I am good dog. Ha ha ha.
Eye contact.
Bad dog, broken leg, escape, kill human.
The humans talk as well. The humans talk normal human talk, but the animals are like they do this robot animal talk, and they're the main
animals,
characters.
They go, I sad dog, care
Okay.
for dog, and then one of them dies.
Anyways,
And then they say good friend or
It's
something
like a box.
yeah, it's the room. The room is the panel. That's so cool.
Oh,
Weird.
it's blowing my mind.
It's amazing. It was interesting as to me
Vagrant
to anyone
Story is
else, but
better.
it's so cool. So I just love paneling ideas like that. Okay, the end. That's the end of my week 3 presentation. All right, continuing with the actual PowerPoint. Brings up an interesting question. Is it possible to lay out panels in such a way that it breaks the reader's immersion, whether intentional or by accident? Yeah. Yes, you can.
If
With
it's too try hard or something, I don't know. I can't think of an example though. Usually, I
Yeah, I'm
appreciate it
trying
if
to
they're
think.
getting try hard
well,
because
if
that's like we three is like trying really hard.
but it
boring,
it's
doesn't
awesome.
break your immersion, I think, because they handle the direction of motion really, really well. So the key, and it's actually later in the presentation, but it's fine. Like I'll just get to it. The key to having really crazy panel layouts is you have to be extra aware of the clarity of what the content within your panels and whether or not the motion is being directed. So, for example, if you have a bunch of characters breaking panel borders, and a lot of beginner comic artists will do that. They want to be really ornate with their layouts because it's cool. But when the characters break the panel borders, it gets in the way of the flow of reading. Like you're supposed to look from panel 3 to panel 4, but a character in panel 3 breaks the panel border and is pointing your eye back towards panel 1 or something, and that just fucks everything up. And if you have a whole book like that, it's unreadable.
Mm-hmm.
I think
So yeah, that is
how you
possible.
would break immersion is if you try and go for something but you don't nail it. Like say you try and do the grid sequence, but it's like all of a character talking to the camera.
Ooh,
Oh, yeah.
Shot
And you-
fired at Tom King.
Yeah,
But
And that
like
does-
you when you're creating it, you think that is
True.
a badass sequence.
Yeah.
And like but then when the person is reading it, they're like, this clearly isn't a badass sequence. I'm bored.
right,
I
it's just
think
an
that
ass
breaks-
sequence.
when you can see what the person's trying to do and you know that they're not actually achieving it, that is immersion breaking.
yeah.
That's a really good point. Yeah. Well said.
Tom King catching strays. Next panel. Next slide. I mean, vertical and horizontal panels. Whoa!
I love
Um,
vertical panels.
I can tell. Vertical panels have more energy and momentum, while horizontal panels slow down time and are good for snapshots that are full of tension or to calm before a storm. And I put this page from Vinland Saga in there because I thought this is a great demonstration in vertical versus horizontal. So you have like 2 vertical panels that also have a Dutched gutter that adds to the feeling of motion. That's an action, the really striking action shots, and then this quiet all black horizontal panel. And just think of the psychological effect that is created just by that panel structure. If this was just 3 equally sized stacked panels, it would have worked fine. But this heightens the storytelling because Yukimura chose to go with this layout.
You know, something this reminds me of too is panel 2. Panel 2, like a lot of comic panels can do this better than other types of art where it definitely has a focus, but comics can have 2 beats in one image. And it kind of is the vertical a little bit longer. Like you have the black guy with the white eyes, and then you got the guy defending down below. So your eyes definitely kind of, like if you could measure, like sometimes on movies, they'll show where the audience is looking, and you can actually see there. A lot of times we look at people's faces. But yeah,
That's actually panel 1, by the way, because it's manga.
It is. That is panel 1.
Oh, yeah. Oopsie.
The slight Dutch gutter also can be used to like give certain elements within the panel more volume and increase their importance. So like it tilting away from the characters wielding the sword in panel 1 on the right, it's subtle, but it's really important.
Yeah.
I love Dutch.
It also helps you
Panels and
fall
gutters.
into the blood spatter on panel 2 on the left.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I've been messing a little bit more with the Dutch stuff and Dutch angles and combining them both. And that's like a whole different way to approach it, but I kind of like it for now. This is what I'm kind of messing with a little bit, but I think of it as like real estate. So like, it's like, you just want to draw as much cool stuff as possible. So if you can like tilt it this way, that gives you more room down here.
I use it for that reason too. I use it to have my cake and eat it a lot of the time.
Well,
Yeah.
vertical panels are good if you want to draw cities, but you don't want to draw a lot of buildings, like a Todd.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Paneling is just for storytelling. Panel is being for being creatively lazy. You can.
Yeah, our next presentation will be on how to be lazy and take shortcuts.
Oh,
We're here to cover the full that actually is important because when you're on a deadline, you're on a deadline. Like we seriously should do a presentation on that.
Oh yeah.
Because there's a smart way to go about it where you have to go about it in a way where your work doesn't look like shit.
Disjointed narrative sequence where the visuals don't match the text.
No. We're trying to help. It has to be in a way that it works.
I don't need to write it. I'm just gonna draw it and I'll add the text later. You know what I mean? That's like a way to be lazy.
Put rocks or smoke in front of feet. Black. If you screw up, just ink over and create a shadow on the person's face.
Okay, that's a different presentation.
That's silhouette, but just have white eyes.
Yes. That's not taking shortcuts. That's just being lazy. So we have to choose one or the other. Just lazy examples of people being lazy in comics.
No, it should be a terrible presentation on how to cut every corner imaginable.
I'll do that
would
one.
be great.
Okay, perfect. Next time it's on Phil's show, we're gonna do how to make comics like shit. Welcome to the creative fun.
Just put the shackles on Phil there specifically. Sorry.
But Phil volunteered. He said he'd do it.
Do it.
Do it. Speaking of tilted panels, dun dun dun! Look, I even tilted the banner. Oh, I'm so thoughtful. So tilted. Here's the full page of that Harley Quinn and Punchline page. Look at that. There's a reason I saved the bottom half. Yeah, look at that. So tilted / trapezoid panels, and panel borders naturally indicate motion to the eye. Because think about it, the reason vertical panels are more have more energy than horizontal is because we innately look at things that are standing vertical, like a person standing up. So that has more vertical energy. It's not in motion, but it's standing up. And if it's horizontal, it's like a person lying down. So that's just a psychological thing. But if it's tilted, or if it's not a rectangle, if it's like a crazy trapezoid shape, that feels like it's falling and moving. And that adds energy to that specific panel into your page. So they can make action scenes more dynamic and exciting, especially when paired with techniques like overlapping panels. It's a little more common in manga. I had a hell of a time finding Western comics, whether American or European, that did Dutch panels. Jorge Jimenez are one of the few comic artists that use it all the time. I'm sure he's influenced by manga. But usually it's a manga technique, and I think more people should use it.
Irene, you have done a great job on this presentation.
Oh, thank you. All right, thank you. I love talking about actual like comic stuff. Yeah.
The Dutch tilt to the panels again gives more volume to the punch moment in the face.
Yes. Yeah, so we already broke down the top part of this page, and it just gets better. So look at the motion that keeps on being heightened as the first 5 panels in the top row, they slowly descend as well, right? So that drops your eye down to that punch. And then the punch, like Jake pointed out, even though that punch is swinging all the way towards page right, almost out of the page, the rays from panel 5, that panel dips down so much, it's almost, you're visually still seeing it when you're looking at panel 6. So those rays will push your eye down to panels. That's so many panels. Holy shit. And then those panels are all tilted towards next page, next panel, next page, as the motion is also pushing towards the right. And then they're literally falling off of the bottom right corner.
That was a good point.
Amazing.
And not me.
Oh, okay. I thought it was you. Well, good point, Phil. Your
point about the rays coming from the woman's head, it sends you through the punch panel down to the lower panel on the left.
Very cognizant.
That's right.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Oh, I'm so glad. It's very rare that I have a great presentation, but I'll take it. And then here's some other examples from manga. I was like, I need to find an American comic that does it. So Jimenez is the only one that I've been able to find. But manga does it all the time. And not every mangaka, though, because in my mind, I thought FMA did it a lot, but I was wrong. So I looked at a bunch of FMA pages, and the action is really dynamic, but Arakawa actually uses very just rectangle panels all the time. An artist that does everything Dutch angle and crazy trapezoid panels, which is where I think I get it from, is Oguraito, who did Tenho Tenge and Air Gear. I should have pulled up Air Gear, but I googled Tenho Tenge, and it's like all TNA, so I can't put it on the presentation, but you can go look it up. It's very, very dynamic. The story makes no sense, but it's absolutely beautiful, and it's very, very dynamic storytelling. But Berserk does it all the time. Mura's panel structure does these really... This page is another example of you're just sitting in a moment, right? It's not a sequence of stuff happening. It's just Guts standing there during the eclipse while the demons are leering and encroaching. But with that, like what we were talking about earlier in the presentation, the panels kind of panning around this scene, showing different aspects of it, it draws you in and builds tension because he's about to get quite fucked in this moment. And then the tilted panels, probably literally maybe it is Griffith, so it's Berserk, guys, sorry. And then the tilted panels add more to that tension. And also it's manga, so it's actually tilting towards the way the page turned, towards the left side. And then this is Vagabond. And it's strange because it's quiet but full of motion. It's a story about Musashi, this like famous Japanese swordsman. It's like semi-historical, but anyways, it's all about I'm being meditative and I'm meditating with my sword as I swing it at the ocean and shit. But I thought this was also a really cool way of, it's a very calm, it's a calm shot, it's a calm scene in the sense that it's very concentrated, but the motion is also important because he's calming himself to exert this motion in the swing of his sword, and the panels being tilted helps add interest to the energy of the spread.
Yes.
Yeah, Miyamoto Musashi.
I kind of feel like the big slice on the right-hand page might even be intended to emphasize the slice of the sword motion, because there's like a big slice throughout the whole spread.
Good point. Good point.
Yeah, I love tilted panels. I feel like I did a creative block on like paneling for horror stuff. Or like,
yeah, you did the. It makes a sense of unease if the panel, it's like a whole panel, but the panel is tilted itself.
So I wanted
like
to
it's
show
pulling.
this is some of the examples I used in that article I wrote about that, and this is
Sorry.
Steve Bissett's run on Swamp Thing with Alan Moore, and I always love these like rhythmic panels, I guess rhombus you'd call them, because it leads to like a flashback or out of a flashback, the zooming out of her eye and the uneasiness and of the panels, and even going into like this chase scene where they're running. All of these panels are kind of have a skew to them, which leads to that type of like uneasiness. Even here he does it again with a zoom in into Abby's eye as well. You guys could see that, and he plays around with shapes a lot to make a feeling of uneasiness. It's pretty awesome.
Cool. Yeah, that's awesome. Another example of Western comics. I'm sure that technique does come up, but maybe just not in superhero comics.
This is crazy.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's great.
Crazy
Very cool.
stuff. So this is recolored though, so the coloring's not that great. Modern day digital colors.
Burn.
Well, yeah. Sometimes digital color just doesn't look as good, though. Honestly, just being honest. And next, we're nearing the end. You guys are gonna love this one. Decorative panels.
She's trying to fucking agree. No. Not allowed. Not allowed.
No, I'm allowed. It's my channel. It's my presentation. I do what I want.
So when to use panel breaks or non-rectangular, stilt, or even textured panel shapes. Wait, what the fuck was I typing here? When to use panel breaks? Oh, right. When a character breaks out of a panel. Yeah, like this page right here from Groken. A good way to avoid making decorative paneling choices without it causing visual confusion or getting in the way of your visual storytelling is only making these choices when it would not get in the way of clarity. So, for example, a character breaking out of a panel when it wouldn't completely fuck up the flow on your page, etc., and not overdoing it as well, because if your entire book is full of non-standard panel shapes, then it doesn't stand out. Like, if you don't have pages that are just the grid, then who cares if you have a page like what Roquefort did here? Like, if every page is like this, then as amazing as the art is, well, every page has a character breaking out of the panel. It's not as impactful when it does happen,
Yeah. Contrast is interest, but
here's some more examples of that. On the left, I love that. That's also Jimenez.
Contrast is interest. I like that, Jake.
Yeah, homogeny is boredom.
Did you come up with that?
I just said the words. Yeah,
I like that.
Did you just say the words? Am I
said the words.
Contrast is interest.
Oh, okay.
I like that.
This is.
You're correct. That's
Are those
true. Very
meant to be
wise.
separate? Are they meant to be separate panels on the first page? On the left.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening. That's cool though. They're like trapped. Oh yeah.
I don't know.
Is that a white Martian?
It is very decorative.
Reminds me of the White Martians, which is Martian Manhunter's enemies. Like that big towering thing in the background. It looks like one of their like tripod thingies, alien ships.
on the left side of that page, it's like they're in these little blocks, and
Right.
well, on both sides, it looks like they're trapped. That's what I took
Mhm.
away from, but it feels like they're all different panels. So I thought that illusion was also really interesting, where I feel like that was done on purpose. And on the right hand side, that's probably a little too much. This is probably a little too jumbled. I actually wouldn't, I would like make thicker panel borders so the panels are more distinct from each other. But if this page is printed at European comic size, it's fairly legible. So there's a lot of detail and a lot going on. But I think that what I want to point out with this is it's all squares and rectangles, right? But the first panel, like you have the panel border, you see the red one, and the panel borders are red, but the art extends out of it. It's so artistic and weird, but it's not illegible. So I forget what book this is from. I just have this page saved because I'm like, this is amazing. Let me reverse Google search. How do I not have this?
You really have a pretty great library of art to pull from for all your examples for this stuff.
I think
I save a lot of comic pages and just stare at them enviously. I actually think that's how you get
so good.
It
this stuff all the time.
It matters. Like I think just sitting and looking at good art matters. It's just like writing. So to write well, you should read, right? To draw well, you should practice, but also just look at really good art.
I love the sentence, to write well, you should read right. That sounded cool.
So this is why I'm a writer in training, guys.
No, I like that.
No, it's
Literate.
Wonderful, thank you.
Not illiterate. Illiterate.
To write well, you got to read right. That's
I was thinking
like a rhyme. I like that.
Palindromic, but not really.
Yeah. I think this page on the right might be from Pat Mills' book he's doing in France. Like it's like a bande dessinée. But Pat Mills is like the creator of like ABC Warriors and a bunch of 2000 AD stuff, and was the head of 2000 AD. He created worked a bunch with Bisley and stuff. But I think he's doing his own like bande dessinée, and this might be it. I just don't remember the name of it.
Phil always knows exactly where the shit's from and can pull out names every time.
Yeah, nuts. I think Requiem Vampire Knight. Is that the comic?
That's his book, yeah, Requiem.
Who is the artist?
It looks like Vampires and Pirates. It looks like Vampires.
Body Requiem.
I was right. Requiem Chevalier Vampire. Pat Mills. Oliver
Pat Mills?
Ledroit. Yeah, it's
these
sick.
These pages are really interesting.
He doesn't know enough to know why, but it looks cluttered to him. That kind of is cluttered if it's American comic book size. If it's bande dessinée size, which it probably is, it feels less cluttered when you're looking at it.
It's oversized.
When I blow it up big on like giant vertical screen, it looks fine, honestly. But don't do this for American comics.
It's like if you have manga style paneling at American comic book height, that ends up looking way too spacious. Like manga paneling and how simplistic it is, it works great for the digest size.
Yeah, I actually pulled up. Here's just I was gonna talk about. We already covered it, but just the difference between print size. So this is actually a copy of a hero from Japan. So this is how tiny. This is compared to a Dylan dog.
Dylan dog? Dylan dog's the name of my dog. His name's Dylan.
You call your dog
name him
Dylan
after
Dog?
Dylan Dog?
No.
It's pronounced Dylan.
You know Dylan Dog is a European comic thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. But yeah, this is... I'm actually not sure if... This isn't usually the size for European comics, right? But this is the English American edition. But there might be tits. I'd be careful. But it's beautiful, beautiful art. And this is not that many panels. A lot of European comics, the panel count will get ridiculously high because over there they print everything about like yay big. They're giant almost think of like a vinyl CD, but a little more rectangular, gigantic size. But
Yeah.
manga is this size, so you have to keep in mind your panel count. For American comics, usually it's about between the average is like 5 to 6 panels, right? Manga is a little lower, like 4 panels on average, depending on the series. And European comics, it's a little higher, and it's entirely because of print size.
Check this out. This is another Pat Mills creation, Slain. This is Slain the Horned God, illustrated by Simon Bisley. And this is from the early 90s, maybe late 80s. But look at the amount of panels on these pages. It's like 7 and then 10 on that. But and these are fully painted as well. And then he blows your fucking mind with the splashes.
Oh, look at that!
But yeah, I mean, this was magazine size, I think, when it came out, and they just went crazy with the paneling in this and the storytelling. So
That's awesome.
Yeah, see that.
Very cool. That Billy's work. That's great. Do I have any more? Oh yeah, I do. All right. This is the last piece of art, but I want to end on this just because like this page is so fucking epic. This is from Lock and Key, and so this is fucking everything. It's like a beautiful spread with great perspective, huge impactful shot. But then he has these round inset panels of the characters, and that's just harkens back to, well, how can you be creative with your paneling and how inset panels can add detail? Because imagine this page without the insets. It's actually not quite as engaging, but because you can see the close-up of the characters' faces and we know who these characters are, it pulls you in more to the story and to what the dialogue is actually saying. Yeah. Oh,
yeah, I did that. That's a really cool scene.
Read Lock and Key, everybody. It's very good.
Great presentation. That was one of the best ones for a while.
Oh, thank you for watching. Thank you. Hit like and subscribe, and also back our books. Hope you guys enjoyed it.
Definitely back my book.
You should. I'm gonna pull it up in just a second. CARNAL is still funding. We've got like an hour and a half going on it, so finish just in time. Yeah, there you go. Whee! Bancroft says I watched the show. Everyone's a lesbian. What?
For a second, I thought you meant this show, but
Oh, Lock and Key. Yeah, I thought he meant
No,
the show.
I didn't even watch the show. I just heard it wasn't good. The comic is so good. It's seriously good. And the art, yeah, the comic is, I have the whole series. I like how the story is good. So the premise is, it's very Lovecraftian. The premise is a family moves back to this ancestral mansion in Massachusetts after their father is killed. Yeah, like they have like this huge mansion that their family has been in America for like since forever, like one of the first European settlers and shit. But there's this old mansion that the father's side of the family owns up in Massachusetts, like on the coast. And after the family moves out to California, but after the father is murdered, the mother and the kids move back to this mansion in Massachusetts. But the mansion has all these kind of dark magical properties, and it's all controlled by keys. And the family's last name is Locke, so that's why the series is Lock and Key. And there are all these magical keys that do different effects, and it's all passed down from the ancestors that built the mansion. And there's at the same time as the kids, because the effects are only visible to the kids, it's like as you grow up you forget everything, so the kids are discovering the keys and all these weird effects. There's this Lovecraftian entity that's trying to fuck with everything. It's really good, like the character exploration and everything. And what I like about the art as well is Rodriguez uses the medium of comics, like you saw with that last double spread of the theater scene. There are so many pages where you can tell that the shot choices and the paneling is really creative, and he'll use certain non-standard elements as panel borders. I wish I had more pages to pull up. I could just get out the books, but then we'd be here all night. But yeah, it's really good. Check it out. Massachusetts. Did I say it wrong? Or is it
Massive chew shits.
Massachusetts? Massachusetts.
I got all the different sizes. So like you got Bond Destiny size, it's Elric back there. Then American comic book size.
Crossed.
Yeah, this
Too gory for me. It's too gory.
Not for me. Definitely can't show that. But this is like cross 3D. It's all in 3D with the blue and red, so you can even watch it with 3D glasses. So it's even more gory. But like, then the two manga sizes, like they do bigger manga, but like they never go this big. You know what I mean? Like it feels so much bigger, even though it's like a tiny bit bigger. But yeah, so it's like panel density will change for the format.
I went to a manga shop, I guess you'd call it. There's this like Japanese market in my area called Mitsuwa, and it's like a mall. Actually, part of it is a grocery store. Then it also has a food court in it, and it had a section that was a one-punch trading card game area, where you'd go and buy the cards and then play them in this designated area. No, sorry, not One Punch. No, One Piece. My bad. One Piece. I saw your One Punch Man thing. One Piece. Yeah, anyways, there was a bookstore, and then there was this book called, what was it called? Like Overweight Elf or something. You guys know the book? It's about this elf.
Oh, no. Overweight Elf.
What's it called?
Plus size
elf.
Was that the first time you ever seen Plus Size Elf?
It's
that's getting an anime adaptation finally.
And it's about a guy who works at a fast food joint, and he's trying to help this chubby elf lose weight.
No, it isn't. It's about a guy who's like a medical massage guy, and there's a no. Plus Size Elf. There's an elf who comes to our world through a portal, and she can't go back because she gained weight because she loves French fries so much.
This is the most anime thing. That's plus size in Japan. That's plus size in Japan.
It's getting a anime?
Oh my god.
Plus sized elf. Yeah, so that caught my eye.
Her shirt says love oil.
Love oil? Oh no.
Yeah.
She's all about the seed oils. No, she's gonna die at 45.
You mean this wonderful series, Phil? Plus,
oh my god!
If she makes it past 45, she'll definitely get cancer because
she's not even that fat.
It's Japanese fat.
But it's like one of
But here's the thing: I showed one of the covers to my girlfriend, and she's like, "Oh,
yeah, baby."
Here, share this again, Irene. She's like, "Why does the elf have a bulge?"
Because the jaundice do actually bulge out a tiny bit. They're not just like a flat fucking.
Okay, I think we're in the second half. Let me play. Let me play the cat. We stay with us. We will continue. We'll show some more degenerate anime stuff, then we'll pull up Jake's trailer. Okay, don't go away. Be right back. Just jump right. Okay, all right. I'll continue with your degeneracy.
Do you want to talk about protruding clunge, or do you want to move on?
Oh my god! Someone in the chat says it's fupa, so I think we've established exactly what's going on.
The story of Plus Size Elf is she comes to this world, she can't go back because she gained too much weight eating fries, and she's addicted to French fries. And the main character guy is actually helping all of them lose weight, but she keeps failing because she keeps wanting to eat French fries, which is why she has the dog collar cone thing on sometimes to stop her from being able to put the French fries to her mouth. But
It sounds charming, actually.
It is charming.
I love Japanese stuff.
I saw like a Tumblr post saying like, "Oh my god, this is fetishizing, blah blah blah," and I'm like, I'm buying all of it because of this stupid.
Nice.
It's like, how dare you tell me what? Honestly,
wow.
look at that! Look at that! Oh,
that's
love
a lot
that
of
kind
fun.
Oh, that's Lock and Key, right?
Yeah,
That
lock
looks
and
pretty
key.
ornate.
Talk about ornate
Yeah,
paneling.
but it's cool. It's try hard, but it's money. It works.
I'm never speaking to any of you ever again.
Monet.
I like the attempt to recontextualize the word ornate. I think it's probably.
I didn't. To clarify, I never said ornate doesn't exist. I was arguing over your usage of the word, but anyway.
So if we'd used the word decorative, you would have completely understood what we meant.
No, it was the context where you were saying ornateness was like it was your definition of your categorization of what ornate comic storytelling was. Anyways,
the longest feud in indie comics is actually the ornate.
Yeah. Guys, this is where the real drama is, okay? This drama is drama that matters. So this is why you need to like and subscribe and follow to see us fight until the end of all time.
Now ornate versus decorative forever. That's going to be the meme. Me arguing for ornate and Irene arguing for decorative, Alex. Another coffee versus energy drinks.
Oh, that's not even. I'm not gonna argue with you on that. You can drink energy drinks if you want. What was I looking for?
Drink some matcha, bro. Drink matcha.
I'm just showing off how good the art is.
Just grass.
This is very good art. Anyways,
it's funny.
Gelatinous rice bowls.
I
Go on.
I gotta miss the second half. I got a few more things to do before I go to bed. So,
good having you back.
Yeah.
Next week it's on your channel.
For joining.
It is on my channel next week.
I think so, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I'm excited. I know what I want to do. I want to do the test of time. We'll talk about that.
Okay.
Ooh. All right. Cool. Well, have a good night, Nar.
Yeah. Good to see you guys. Sorry I missed last week and chat.
We forgive you.
Yeah. All right. See you guys.
See ya. Let's pull up CARNAL because we've got just an hour and a half on that, and
an hour and a half to go. Yeah, we've had it back during the show.
Yay!
Was it me?
No, we had two then. No, someone else backed after you, Phil.
Hell yeah.
28.
You refreshed it before whilst it was off camera, so you didn't get to see it go up. But yeah, during the show we've had two people.
Sorry. I actually closed the whole window and had to open it.
That's okay. Yes, this is closing tonight. This is the preview book for my comedy fantasy series, CARNAL the Barbarian, that follows the chaotic adventures of this ball of mayhem as he terrorizes his way through the world of Deploria, and he's just trying to make a friend, but obviously that doesn't go very well. But yeah,
he has a heart of gold.
Say again.
He has a heart of gold.
Apparently, his heart is as golden as his hair.
Yes, that's great.
But yeah, it's like a preview art book. It has you all know 15 pages of rough pencil lettered previews. There are counterpart layouts, character designs with lore snippets, a fan art section, a concept art section. Yeah, there's even some of the artwork from the book available as a perk now tonight. But yeah, check it out. People have been reading it who got their hands on it at Heroes. People have been reacting. It was so good seeing people open the book and scan through it with their eyes, and then I'm like, please don't hate it. Please don't hate it. Please don't let it be too much. Don't let it be too edgy. Did I go too far? And then they smile and laugh, and I'm like, oh, phew, that's great. Hell yeah.
Liked it. Yeah, people really liked it. I think if you had a bigger setup that was more catchy, like that, I think that you'd do really well, because it's
I think the visual presentation is very good. So can't
One
wait
day,
for the comic to be here.
One day we'll take it to Tokyo Comic Con, and I'm sure they'll
You
go
would, yo, this shit would do well in Japan. Like Japan loves fantasy, and they're not prudes either.
Smut.
I think this will do so well.
You
This
should
isn't
look
even-
into some like anime conventions by you, Jake. See if there's any that happen.
True. Yeah, it could do. You know, I actually thought about Anime Expo would be good for a couple of our books.
Yeah.
Do
Oh.
you not think Phoenix would do well Anime AX, Irene?
Yeah, I do have to do more anime commission. I want to do Matsuri because everybody talks about Matsuri and apparently it's really good. And I
Freaking
want to do a
huge.
Texas show. Yeah, I want to do a Texas show next year. So I'm trying to line up conventions. I'll always do Heroes. I'm gonna try to do Dragon Con. And Matsuri, hopefully, is my plan.
Yeah,
next
TC
year.
says CARNAL is basically a Japanese gag manga. CARNAL is a Japanese gag manga drawn by a British person in a slightly American style. So it's all over the-
We're international. We're international as heck. Now, I think Fiendish would do decently. Hopefully, I want to try for an international market. I've been saying it forever, but I finally figured out what online platforms that mangaka use because it was really hard to figure out because they actually don't use webtoons like for the stuff I want to post. Webtoons wouldn't work, but I found a platform. I'm gonna try it out, and if it works, I'll let you know, Jake. Obviously, duh. And you can go to Japan and make $1 million with CARNAL.
Let's do it.
Dun, dun, dun.
But yeah, get it where you can. It's closing down in like 90 minutes. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. I've said it so many times. It's a fun book. I hope Connell's like a crazy fun character to witness on the page, and I'm hoping to give it an actual meaningful story that isn't just a gag fest. And you can also get the Blue Rhythmic keychains.
Ooh, do you want to flip through the? Hold on, let me close up on the keychains.
Flip through the book. I'll go get one.
Yeah.
Yeah, some blue glittery keychain action. And my even my nan has one of these on her keys. Even
That's awesome. That's awesome. So I showed my Taiwanese family. I haven't shown them CARNAL, but I showed them Boob Dan's work. And like my mom was just giggling, like, these are so big. Like Asian people are not prudes at all.
That's awesome.
My family has no problem with that kind of stuff. She's like, hee boobies. It was great. I think she does. What a supportive family. That's very great. Show the merch. Let me see. Did I miss any super chats? Jim Cox gifted 10 memberships. Oh my god, I did miss that. I'm so sorry. Thank you very, very, very much, Jim Cox. I appreciate you. And I think that's it.
Hell yeah, Jim.
Some more. Hell yeah.
Michael Branco says, does your nan know what it is? So my mom, the first time she saw the keychain, she was like, that looks like a dick. And I'm like, yeah. And then, so apparently my mom went to my nan, and my nan was showing off the key ring, and then she was like, nan was happy about it. And she says, do you know what it is, right? And then she holds it up. And she holds it up upside down, so the end of it that isn't actually in existence, because it would be connected. She's like, it's a dick. And then they all just laughed. My family are great. I love them very much. But they all thought it was hilarious. You'd have to have a family like that to create an insane person like me. But yeah, so she kind of does know what it is. But here we go. Here's the book. I already have them. All of the images on the campaign are actually photographs. It is American comic book size height. So it's the same height, but it's a bit wider because it's international size ratio. So it's the same ratio as manga, but it's as tall as American. And yeah, you've got all of the rough. God, I actually don't know if I should. No, this page is fine. It's not.
Is it though?
Flick through on stream. How about that?
Yeah, I assume you wouldn't just flip through it. You would pick select pages. Thank you.
There's another ass shot. Yeah, this. Yeah, it's got some a bunch of character designs and like some textual information about lore of the world and lore of the characters. There is actually one character design where I need to cover up part of her. Where is she? Here she is. There's one character design where I've got to cover up that part of her. So that's Truffle, the main girl from the first story. Look, there's the Seedling Queen, page 2, that we have. Like, I have the original art of. It's kind of a similar pose of the Shaman guy too. On the, let me check it out.
Oh yeah.
Show you this. So yeah, the Red Valkyrie auction on Saturday, I drew this piece for it, and it's kind of funny that the Seed Shaman is like doing the same pose. Let's have a look. Flick through.
He's just flying through the air.
Well, it's his like distressed. No, the queen. We must help the queen pose. So look, it's even the same. It's like no. But yeah,
it does look the same.
Slightly more efficiently. I think he looked cooler in this art. But yeah, it's and there's. Should we show the fan art section? Shall I show? We even have friend art, and on this particular spread, we have pieces by Michael Bancroft did a wonderful piece over here. But really, who takes the show, steals the show is Phil.
The cake.
Yeah, he takes the cake. Is Phil's? They drew first coon.
Phil's piece was so mind blowing. I just I decided I couldn't match up to that level of interest and artistic genius. So I didn't even draw Carnal. I just drew a hedgehog.
myself. I impressed myself.
Yeah, very, very impressive.
There's loads of Michael Rushbrook art in here, and because I saw him at Heroes, I actually have these pieces now, which I'm very, very happy about. Irene drew this. This is the trading card that's going to come free with the first book. This is the unofficial Hedgehog page with legally distinct Hedgehog there. But yeah, it's 64 pages. It's perfect bound. It has it even has like a wraparound cover of Carnal's big old pencil, and it's technically the first appearance of the character. It's if there's ever going to be a Carnal collector's item, it will be this. Here's like some of the artwork. These two pieces of artwork are actually available on the campaign currently for today. So you can check those out too. And where's the other piece? The other piece I have up on the campaign is also these two that are being sold as a duo, so that I can ship them both at the same time because they're so big. Look how big they are. It's huge. I don't know how to ship them big without it costing way too much. But yeah,
that's just so. Oh yeah. Yeah, as long as it's flat packet,
it'll be fine. But yeah, head over to the campaign. You can actually go to the campaign by going to CARNALcomic.com now. I fixed it. All you have to do is delete the rule and make a new rule. All that prattling around. There's an awesome piece by Dan Plagle here. You were mentioning him before.
Ooh, damn.
Yeah,
that piece is so good.
Yeah, I look forward to you showing your parents this stuff. Hopefully they'll laugh just like you say they will. No,
I think they would.
It'd be funny if your family has the same reaction as my family. Both the island nations are like, ha ha ha, so silly.
No, I mean, Asian culture, not all Asian, but Taiwanese people are prudes about some things, but not this. It's just different. No, nobody will care.
Good.
We're basically. Japan and China had a baby. Yeah, looks good.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Get it, everybody. All right.
Get it. Yeah. I saw sharing screen. Why did I do that?
Now's the time to do it.
Now is the time.
Do it. I'm debating if I should start drinking we're back here.
Well, no, I mean, it's okay. Like it's low key. We don't have to keep. It's
I'll
like
have
a
a
lot.
little wine. Let's go. I mean, we can go a little bit to like
Okay.
2. A little bit of wine. Why not? It's your first crowdfunding campaign. We should make it it's a small occasion. Just
Feels
3 of
like
us.
fuck.
Yeah, but let's make it an occasion. What? Are you all right, Phil? What's going on? That is like the creepiest expression.
Like,
That's actually the creepiest expression.
well, I
I'm
mean,
good.
we actually we can't end the show until the meme comes up. Who
Yeah,
knows
where's
if
Alex?
is out there?
Do you guys want to end the show? Am I missing something? You guys need to go?
No, I mean, I'll take a nap under my desk.
Okay.
But I'll stay here.
We'll
Yeah,
only guilt you
has
forever
Alex
for
been in
not
the chat?
staying. No. Oh, he might have conked out.
So many good
Well,
moments tonight.
Sometimes he lurks and then he'll come back with the meme. But yeah, let me go get
There he is.
Hello,
He's
Yay!
No,
No,
it's like
take your time.
Non-meme.
Don't rush it.
Make it
Don't
into
rush
a
it. We're not
real
ending-
meme, Alex.
We're not ending it anytime soon.
I have 2 other things I was considering bringing to the auction. There was this piece. I know Bancroft's in the audience. Do you think I should bring this?
Oh, shit.
Do you think I should save this until Amita comes into her own?
You think you're seriously saying it might be worth more later on?
Yeah, because like if she flourishes as a character, I should just hold on to that.
Yeah.
And Phil, I did also have a go at doing a creative block piece, but I didn't finish it.
Ooh.
It's like us as fantasy characters. So let me embiggen. There's you in the back as like a giant hulking brawler, and you have Narwhal on your shoulder as a unicorn. I think you can kind of see it. And then there's like fantasy magical witch Irene, and then me is like an ornate sentient gem that's floating
It's a gem?
around. Just it's an ornate hedgehog. I'm like a golden ornate hedgehog, and the embodiment of ornate, which was disputed today and would just be called a decorative hedgehog. But yeah, I could
ink it. Oh, there, I can actually see it.
take a look.
Yes, okay. That makes sense now. Nice.
You've even got like a fist symbol on your belt. But yeah, I kind of felt like I had tons of stuff already, so I didn't know if I was going to finish this, but I could.
I like it.
Debiggin. Right. But I don't have any alcohol. All I have is my freaking Iron Mouse energy drink.
I don't have any alcohol either. Hey, could I show something?
Yep. Sure.
Let me share this. So hopefully tomorrow. So the these have been shipped out. Obviously, Jake claims to have his already. And they're still in the mail, even though we shipped them out. They had the holiday 4th of July or whatever. But if you guys go to zadecomics.com and scroll around, this will pop up so you could sign up for our mailing list. And if you've backed a project from us, or if you sign up in mailing lists of the past, you're probably already on it, but you could double check. But we are going, this is the next book we're going to be launching, Psycho Slumber. It's going to be 60 pages. You guys have obviously seen, this was the cover just for the preview book. This is by the interior artist, Juan Gideon. And you guys may have seen, we showed this off earlier in the year, which is the main cover for the book. Rob Willis did this freaking awesome cover, and we're trying to get the interior colors to look like this as well. So going for that, obviously, horror slasher vibe. It's gonna be so freaking awesome. The variant cover artist is working on that. We're super excited about that. We have not announced who that artist is, but I got a layout for the cover, and it's dope. It's very, very like 80s horror movie poster. We're also working on a t-shirt design, which if it's finished tomorrow, I think we'll probably show it off on the Diaz Brothers show. And we should have the first colored interior page tomorrow. So we might show that off as well. But really excited about this, trying to see if we have time to do like a trailer as well. We wanted to launch at the end of this month, but we might push it back to the beginning of August. But the interiors are all ready to go and get colored. They're being colored right now. But this is going to be dope. This is going to be the next project that we're doing, and with Gifted Rebels. And hope you guys sign up on our website for that. Everything from the previous campaign is now on ZetaComics.com. So you could go over here and, here's some interiors from the book as well that we had. This is all sold out. But if you guys missed anything from Lost Pages 3, we have them ready to ship on the website, including the figure, any of the ash cans, and previous books that you need to catch up with the stories. So yeah, head on over there. Check it out. We're updating stuff on our site all the time.
Can I go look for my twink foil for a second?
No.
And you
may not.
Jake
Ollie, 656.
Yo, what's up, Ollie? Good to see you,
Hello.
brother.
Hello. Alex says this one was hard. Yeah, take your time. I mean, I have no problem with hanging out till, I don't know, we'll go until 3, but it's only an hour. I drank way too much coffee, so I'm kind of wired up.
Awesome.
Might as well. Coffee right before wine is a really great idea, guys. I'm healthy. Very healthy. Bancroft, I sent you the link if you want to come on. More than welcome.
Bancroft. Jareth has added a question. Is Krim your most popular character? I don't know. I guess we did we actually did a poll for the first Lost Pages book we did. We polled all of our backers which character they liked the most. Silhouette was number 1, and then Krim was number 2. But I think maybe after this third book, Krim may have nudged above everybody else, all the other characters, for most likable. I don't know. But yeah, I can't wait. I think Well Read is going to do a review of the book, which I'm really excited for soon. And anybody that reads it, hit us up or put reviews out. I'm really excited to hear about it. There it is, dude. How did it get there so fast? That's crazy.
I got 5 of 50. I got 550. I'm happy with that number.
What do you think of the twink? Look at that twink, man.
So yeah.
Holding the comic.
Twinkle.
Sorry.
It's the twink foil.
My God.
Okay. It does look cool on camera, but I know that you said before, there's something special about the foil, blah, blah, blah. And like whenever you say that, because it doesn't look as special on camera, people just won't believe it.
Yeah.
So I can't actually explain what it is, because stuff does sit properly on top of the sparkle. Like, okay, there's the moment where it does sparkle, which is fine. But like when it's not sparkling, it still is metallic. Even though it looks like flat on camera, it still is metallic here when it's not sparkling.
Yeah.
And like it does sometimes feel like it's above, as if it's laminated, which is an effect I like. But like it's not. Like
Hi, Matt.
It's not.
Yo, Matt.
Some foils that I've seen where it gets printed over the top, the colors aren't solid. It ends up having like a weird halftone effect, and there isn't any of that.
Yeah.
Like it's really good. Oh God.
Yeah, it came out insane, dude. I think
the layout that everyone hates but Irene.
I really, really like this layout. I don't know why people don't like it. Yeah, you can be
so
all
big
full
on
screen at the
screen.
same time. It's great. Don't be shy.
Yeah, like right now, you see that looks like a clusterfuck. You're like, oh my God, it's so sparkly. But in person, it looks good no matter what. Like, the camera. I know everyone says the camera doesn't do the sparkle justice, but it doesn't. It's actually pretty good. Like, it's so good that I would. It's more effective on the back as well with the flat red and black. Like the color of red is printed over the top of the glitter, so all of the glitter gets tinted red. Yeah, it's like you have both opaque and translucent ink.
Okay.
That goes over the. It's
now I'm wanting to print holofoil stuff, even though it doesn't really fit Fiendish. But now I want to do spot gloss again because having those effects is so nice on covers.
Can you tell me who your printer is, Phil? Am I allowed to know? Will I be able to ask you privately? Or are you gonna camel moon it where it's secret information and no one can ask about the printer?
You're not allowed to bring that up, Jake.
You're not allowed to ask, especially on stream. You can't put people on the spot on a stream asking about their printers. I get it.
Everyone.
You generally shouldn't, but you guys, I assume Phil would be pressured into it. You're friends, and friends will tell each other, shut up.
It's just so good.
I know, it's so good. I think they do sketch covers too. I really want to do a book with a blank cover, so people could do, sketch covers and stuff like that. I love that. And I know there's a ton of amazing artists that we know that are just freaking killer, and I would personally want sketch covers for myself. But I wonder how popular those are on campaigns or sites and stuff, because I want to do that.
I reckon I don't think they would be unpopular.
I want to do sketch covers, but I want really good paper, because I actually don't like the paper on a lot of sketch covers.
That's the thing. Shelby does, people commission him to do sketch covers all the time, like Shelby, Jay Ryan, Dan Dahl, and those guys know the type of paper, the DC sketch covers suck, arbitrarily. I'm not sure if they do, but certain sketch covers suck. Or I've heard Shelby tell me, if there's a sketch cover, the blank on front, but the back has ink on it, it's already saturated, so it's not good to draw it on the front because there's ink on the back on the cardstock. So it's really
so for CARNAL, I want to do only 2 covers, but I wanted
good idea.
The main cover to be me, and then the second cover to be a guest, but the second cover is the hollow foil one.
Yeah.
And only printing 100 of each.
So hollow foil would be the guest cover or your cover?
Yeah. I would like to combine the foil printing with also either spot gloss or foil stamping for the logo. And call it the exquisite edition out of the 2. And the guest cover would always be the fancy glittery one. But yeah, if I can manage to do that. But then they'd also be only 100 of each, and they'd all be numbered. And then anything after those 2 would be just the normal cover, like you do, Irene.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great idea. I want to do sketch covers. I think I'd like to return to spot gloss. I feel like since I didn't do that for 2 or 2.5, I really like continuity. But I hope people wouldn't mind too much if it's I print the same cover but with spot gloss on the title going forward, because ideally that's what I would really like. I just haven't done it because I had a nightmare of a time with book 1, but that was just bad luck doing the spot gloss. Yeah, but I think the next campaign I want to have sketch covers. I would love to do spot gloss for chapter 3. The same variant structure. I'll have the dark cover, then the campaign exclusive ones, and then a permanent cover. Everything's already designed. Just design. I just need time to draw everything. Oh, so frustrating. But I have this idea, and I need to start talking to printers, where I want to do hardcover collected editions of each arc of the story.
Yeah.
I'm not quite ready for that yet. I think I can do a trade of 1, 2, and 2.5. But when I get through 4, that's when the hardcovers will come, because I can do a trade of every 2 main books, but every 3 to 4 main books is a full arc. So the trades and the hardcovers would be different content. But there's a reason I broke it up that way, because I think getting the trades out there faster without having to wait for 4 whole main books to come out, it's better. But the hardcovers are, anyways, you guys will see. But so you guys know how I do leather work and pyrography work, right?
Yes.
I want to find somewhere that can leather bound. It is getting a little weird that we're all giant heads. It's okay. Let's roll with the awkwardness. leather bound
Or we could
hardcover
just
books. No! No! I will make this as awkward as possible. But the leather is blank. But just stamp on the Fiendish logo and the credits, and then I'll do a sketch cover on the hardcover books, but it's on leather. Like pyrography on leather is the sketch.
Wait. Okay, wait. What if? Okay, what if you had like the leather covers, but then you get like your own branding stamp of, say, the Fiendish logo, and you like could heat it up with a torch? No ceremony to bringing him in. You gotta play the clip. Wait a minute. No, you gotta do this properly.
Fine. Okay, finish your point, and I'll do a whole ceremony.
No,
sorry, Bancroft.
Here's the ceremony.
How dare you?
I regret giving you control over.
That was a bad idea.
Annoying.
Welcome.
Yeah, it was a very
What was my
bad idea.
Oh,
Hello.
You get like a metal brand of the Fiendish logo and a torch to heat it up, and then you heat it yourself
Brand it.
and like stamp it on every book individually.
Yeah, then you could start a sex cult and start branding people.
Great for convention.
My mind didn't go there, but thanks for that input, Phil. Mr. My Chemical Romance Phil Diaz today.
What
Yeah,
was that
you're
song
right.
that guy sang, in the park? It was like,
Yeah, the guy in the goth with the
yeah.
wings, the bird wings. Yeah.
I could see you doing that.
Bancroft did kill the vertical panels. Welcome,
Good.
Bancroft.
Everyone hates the vertical panels.
Vertical panels are awesome.
He loves them for some reason.
I love them.
All right,
They're
look
great.
what I have.
Uh-oh.
What do you got?
These are three identical packages.
A Twink Fest. You got a Twink Fest going on.
Oh.
One of these is mine. No, there's no Twink, as far as I know.
Oh, they look like the same box.
We accidentally sent my Twink package to Camel. So
Yeah, Camel messages me. He's like, "Hey, do I have something to send to Mike?" I'm like, "Oh yeah."
That's funny.
My bad.
You can pick it up next year, right? Bancroft?
Yeah.
If you're
Well,
thinking of...
either that or he's got to send me the boots and heels stuff. So
Nice.
that. Which one do I take? Middle, left, or right?
They're all the same.
Left, the one closest to you. The one all the way in the back.
This one. This one.
Yeah.
All right, done.
This will be the
Steak
worst
knife?
decision because I made it. You use a steak knife.
Get
Don't you
a
have a normal?
leather opener.
Don't you have a
No,
normal like switchblade?
Not just hanging around, no. So I just grabbed this from the block in the kitchen.
It's hanging
That's
around.
what he uses to fend off the kangaroos.
It's quite
I feel
sharp.
an urge to show
All right.
off my awesome blade again.
Well, yeah, I
You
can get my
open your books with.
Yeah, I opened my books with this. Yes.
You know,
that's
when I
right.
first started sending stuff out, people needed that because we were taping everything, all directions. It was glued.
Oh, yeah, you did what Narwhal did. I opened one of his packages on stream. It was like 5 layers of tape. It was ridiculous.
But we don't put the some people put the tape inside as well, so you have to
Oh,
put it taped up inside.
yeah, I'm pretty sure it's secure, sir. Oh, hold on, I need to full screen.
I
you.
see a toe.
Oh,
Oh, woo!
And the people. All right. How exciting. A long
Yeah.
time waiting for this.
Yeah, it
I'll
got
give
sent back to
your
me too.
First impressions.
Feel it.
Awesome.
Can't stand. I'm gonna have to wear gloves holding this, Phil.
It's so
I
good.
cannot stand soft touch. But it looks beautiful.
You can't stand. I
Oh,
love
you-
it.
No,
I
I don't
love
like,
it.
I don't like
Nice.
touching
Soft touch.
velvet, and I can't stand touching velvet, and I can't stand touching corduroy. It
Well,
just
have
doesn't-
That's so
Mel
sweet.
hold it. Have Mel hold the book.
No, I'll just wear gloves. It'll be fine. I'll wear cotton gloves. I'll wear silk gloves.
you'll hate to know that I'm moving in the direction in my mind of soft touch. Then
I just had an idea. I think I'm going to do like a small manga-sized tome of the leaf.
just now
This
the
is
idea
the
came to
idea.
your mind from nowhere.
No, this looks great. The
Yeah.
grayscale plays. The grayscale works.
Yeah.
And you didn't fall into the trap that I was worried about a lot of people do with grayscale. As soon as it gets too dark,
Mhm.
and you can't really make it out, but not at all. What?
Yeah, the
Very
contrast.
exciting. What a great
Very
idea! I
nice.
just.
Dun dun dun.
All right.
So we have an hour to go. Here's the thing. I don't think I have in demand turned on, and I might not turn it on.
Wow.
Oh, I assume you were just gonna end it.
You
end
did
it.
turn it on.
Hmm?
Leave it off. Be a baller. Oh my
I'm
god, there's
thinking-
extras inside my people.
What?
Yeah.
What?
I got
Maybe.
the
Huh?
I got that one. I got another one of these.
Yeah. I
Hold
thought
on.
I'd, you know.
Show those again? Oh, the people volumes. Okay.
I got a K-Rock card.
Oh wait, refresh it. Should we try and do a refresh?
Refresh.
Ta-da! An hour. This is like way out of date. It's only an hour left on this. Ta-da! Bing, 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 bing. Yay! Woo! Can we
Went
get
up
to
by one
30
more.
backers? There's only one
Thank
more
you.
backer. So we still have 50 people watching now. Thank you all so much for being here. Of all 50 of you, clearly not all of you have this book. This campaign is coming in an hour, no in demand, and it's a limited edition. There's only 100 of these printed, and they're all numbered. And this is the last chance to get this preview book at this price. So, Carnal, the Barbarian is going to be. I'm convinced it's going to be a hit. It's a hilarious book. It's fantasy comedy. You guys are going to love it. But this is the preview book, just like I did a preview book for Fiendish. And that's a rare book now. So this is the equivalent for Carnal. But Jake put even more effort in it. He has like character designs and shit. And he has, if you can scroll down here, there are interior layouts. So there are his interiors without the dialogue, plus character designs and sketches and guest art from Phil and Michael and me and other Michael as well, Michael Rushbrook. And also you can get this awesome, there's a keychain, there's a hat. This is like very high effort for a preview book campaign. So get it now. There's only 1 hour left on this. Do it.
Yeah, let's try and get to 30 backers tonight. That would be amazing. But yeah, there's not going to be any in demand. It's turned off. So yeah, as soon as it closes, that's it. You won't be able to get the book again for a while, and it definitely won't be this cheap.
And go infiltrate other streams and tell them this is closing in an hour and they need to
Great
back it.
idea. Bother the fuck about everybody else. Be like, hey everyone, back this link. It ends in an hour.
That's right.
Steal their audience on behalf of Jake. Tell them Jake sent you specifically because he told
Yeah, definitely make a big thing about it. That'd be
Jake
great.
needs your help.
Yeah, he'll really, really like that.
Is this 100 pages, Phil? All in all,
Yeah, it's a little more than 100.
big thick book.
Yeah.
The colors did come out very well. I
Didn't I tell you?
Yeah, they came out very well. This might be my favorite card I've ever received.
Oh, that is.
Like the things actually glow.
Yeah.
I think I just had another brilliant idea.
Yeah,
That's pretty epic. Like I love foil cards, but that's usually the foil is just something on the sides or something. That's actually part of the art, like the artwork.
Yeah, Crim's
How does that
hair.
compare to yours, you think?
What's
Well,
that?
mine's sort of more like doing it on chromium, so it's quite a different process. This is like a spot foil thing,
Mhm.
I think. But I think I like this better.
Yeah, you could really go wild with it. My brother did all of the spotting on there. So he did like Crim's hair, Tiger Blue's eyes, and Reaper, like the shiny red spots on his costume.
I don't have any characters that have like spot glowing things, but I could do lightning. We work with lightning.
Oh yeah, the lightning would be cool. Or the like magma guy. I don't know.
Oh, I know what I should spot glow.
Yeah, of course.
Oh
Right,
boy.
put me down now.
Thank you, Mike. You gotta read that. Read it and let me know.
I will.
Granda has to leave. He's been driving 14 hours straight. God damn. Good to see you here. Everyone go check out Granda's comic. Oh, I'm sorry. I've had a little
Moonlight.
bit of wine. On it.
You had like one sip of that wine.
It's called Moonlight.
That was not a sip. Like I
Oh,
drank
that's a big
that.
sip.
Is it Moonlight
Okay, all right.
Galaxy? Moonlight.
Star-
Galaxy, or either Star Galaxy or Moonlight Galaxy. But I will find the link to make up for my incompetence. Give me a second. I will find
Moonlight Galactica. I was almost there, Granda.
it. Okay, Phil, for once has a better memory than me.
It's okay.
Okay, it's fine. I have failed.
That
super chat.
That wine is good. Is that the sweet wine or the dry wine?
This is the. It's dry, but it's not totally. It's a little sweet. I like drier wines. Yeah, this is the Apothic red. I like all the Apothic wines. Even the sweeter ones, they're really good.
Definitely picked because of how the wine tastes and not because of how the bottle looks.
Okay, I picked it up first because the bottle is like black and red and really gothy, of course. Like, obviously, duh. But it also happened to taste good, which is why I keep buying it. I quite like it. That is like basically my go-to wine right now. I don't have a problem. What are you talking about? What problem?
You have the problem, not me.
Yeah.
It's only a
exactly.
problem if it's the case where if you stop, you die. Other than that,
Yeah, that's the level you have to get to. Otherwise, it's not a problem. So, how dare you? This is totally fine. Where I found the backer kit for Moonlight Galactica. Is it on Kickstarter? Moonlight Galactica. I'll pull it real quick. Someone says super chat. I don't see. Oh, link in chat. There you go. Thank you so much. There you go, everybody. Go check that out. I don't see a super chat. Blah, blah, blah. I did start this though. Shelby's stream got really wet, then caught on fire. I don't know what happened, but I probably don't want to know. Yeah, let's move
He
on.
said
to that.
my internet. He said my internet is active, and then the stream ended.
That's so Shelby. That's great. Perfect. I can't. All right, there you go. Just go to that link. Are you gonna open more packages, Bancroft?
I can show you this.
Package out.
Yep. More packages. More packages.
Did Phil say they're all the same though?
Good night, Grandel.
No. I'm not opening those other packages. They're for other people. But I can show you this. So Camel sent me a bunch of stuff. He sent me Camel Knight's double-sided poster. This is pre-fill though. That's got Chokeout and Sheila on it.
Yeah, I'm mad about that.
That's me there, and that's Camel. And he's also got this one, which I love. He put like a effect on it. I don't know if you can see that. It's like a retro kind of grain on it. I think I like this one better. I'm in action. I'm jumping into action.
You mean all the spackling?
Yeah, but yes, yeah. But the one I love most is this one. Speaking of the twink foil, which is his boots and heels, and God, I'm blanking on the name of his character now.
He mustn't have had these when I went and visited him, because he would have given he would have given me one, but he must just not have had
printed
them.
it out.
He surely would have. That would have been obviously the thing to do as a good friend that Camel is to you.
Can you see can you make out you can't really make it out, can you?
No, I can make out the foilness to it.
Yeah, you can see it most on that explosion up there, but this is pretty epic. This is
That's
pretty
nice.
cool. So
I like those pearlescent prints. So I decided to make my convention prints all on pearlescent paper. It's not as shiny as that, but it's nice. It adds it's like a special thing that isn't just, well, you can order this online.
Yeah,
you know?
I want to do pearlescent covers potentially instead of foil.
Oh yeah, that I would do that for Fiendish. That's a great idea.
I think a pearlescent cover would work great for Fiendish instead of foil, to be honest.
Yeah, foil doesn't, but pearlescent would. Here you go. Here's the Moonlight Galactica. Art looks great. That's Granda's work.
It
So
looks a bit
everyone-
like
yeah.
Charlie Snogan's art.
Oh yeah, it does.
Can you see that?
Yeah, it looks great.
Yeah, I have one of his books that's more all ages, but this is First time I've seen him draw something more mature. Ooh, look at that! Oh, ho, 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 ho.
Yeah, this is one of her pearlescent. You genuinely can't tell on camera, but it's like
very subtle.
metallic pearlescent paper.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's very, very nice. So I found a place with it doesn't show up on camera, but it's very nice in person. It has this sheen to it. The paper is really nice and thick, and all my con prints are that paper now. And I gotta make more, but it's something special. You can't just like order that on, I don't know, fucking like Redbubble or some shit. Like I feel like that's an incentive.
Well, funnily enough, you actually can order metallic paper on Redbubble.
Well, never mind. God damn it! Thanks for shitting all over that. Thanks for shitting all over that pitch of mine. But the good metallic prints you can only get at conventions. Well done, Jake. So, anyways, everyone back CARNAL the Barbarian. Shall we kill an angel? Should I do it? Should I finish this
Oh my
line
God.
or kill an angel? Give me
He's
a
not
choice.
even here.
Kill him.
No, I'm asking chat. Make the decision for me. I don't want to make decisions.
I did tweet it out just now.
Cool. Let's get to 30. We just need one more. I refuse to go to bed until we get to 30 backers. If you want to stop putting up with me, then you're going to have to, like, one person will have to back this, okay? Because I will not leave. Why is it go away, drop down? That's annoying. A Charlie Sheen. Let me check if there's a meme. How have you been, Michael? It has been a while, sir.
I've been like you, head down, busy.
I know what that's like.
Just
What
very
are you doing?
limited time online. But did you see my proofs?
I saw
Unbound.
I saw you said you were done with all the work on Listen 2, so congrats. I saw you sending stuff to print.
Proofs.
Oh my god!
Yeah. So there's the book. So that's gonna have that UV spot that you just didn't want to do.
Hey, listen. Now I had a hell of a time getting it with Fiendish 1, but it's because it was during a pandemic, so it was a clusterfuck. But yeah, that's beautiful.
I can't open it wide because these are all loose pages. Like he gives me. Yeah. Together, so.
Yeah, I see.
That's
cool.
Choice pages.
I'm excited.
Where's a good one? Where's a famous one? Hold on a sec. Aha.
Is it the Eiffel Tower shot?
I can show you that as well. There's that one as
Hey, nice. Look at all that work. Isn't it such a nice feeling? All that work coming together. The colors look good too. That printed well.
Yeah, they came out great. He's such a good printer. No
Great.
worries.
Yes.
Dang, yeah.
There we go.
I can't wait.
Beautiful.
So there's them,
Beautiful.
and then there's the two hardcovers.
Oh
Two big
man!
ones. They're not hard yet. They're still fluffy.
They will be hard eventually.
They will be.
Give it some time.
Because I'm printing, custom. This is like this guy. I was able to do end papers, which not everyone gets a choice to do. I don't think Phil would have gotten that choice. I know Mixon doesn't do them. So I got to make these gigantic, essentially inside kind of poster things. That's what sticks to the hardcover. So that's what it is on Painted Death. So I chose, because I've got a different cover on the hardcovers, I decided to put the hang on to the back on this one. I decided to put the soft covers on the inside.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's great.
Big
That's
cool print
beautiful.
there, and there's a big page on.
So that's like the interior cover spread, huh?
Yeah, it's what sticks the hardcover to the thick hardcover to the book, essentially.
Man,
So there's that. So that's the size. There is like that.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, that
Totally
hardcover.
It's
That looks
totally-
like a proper European comic album.
They do make European books this size sometimes. It's the bande dessinée is like that much more, maybe that much more, but it's about twice the cost in printing.
Yeah.
I was like, let's just make this size.
That's true. That's the shocking thing about printing. You can go up like a centimeter and the price will fucking double. There must be a reason
It's
for it.
because most printers work in standardized sheets.
Right.
And the reason they can do it in Europe, in France, is because they have special sheets just for fundus and A printing, and they print so many they can afford to do it at an economical rate. But no one else really does it that size, so they can't afford to do it.
So is it do you think it's way more expensive to get an American aspect ratio at the same height, or what?
It is more expensive for me to print my normal soft covers at American size, yes. So I went to my printer and he said, you could probably chop off $5,000 off your print thing, if you went a standard size, which is like A4 or whatever. And I was like, people want it in the American size.
Yeah.
So that's what it is.
That's true, yeah.
That's why I went with international paper size aspect ratio. Even though
there you go.
And you know what's funny? There's actually a aspect ratio. It's like 9:6 or so. That sizes down almost exactly from American comic books, but it's a size down. It's smaller. But if you want to do an international print and print on demand services like Ingram Spark and Amazon will have that size. So I'm thinking of using that, which will knock the price down by a lot. And because those are like the standard size, stuff, just like Bankroll was saying. But so you guys can do that. Going larger is a little different. There's no like size up, but that would be cool. I wish there was like printing comic sizes. That's all such a pain. Wish there was an easy way to go about it, especially for hardcovers, because I want to do hardcovers eventually. I still haven't figured out a way.
I'm so excited for the hardcovers because that's what started me on this. That's why I'm making a comic, was because of the hardcover French comics. Otherwise, I wouldn't be making a comic. I didn't come into this like I always wanted to make a comic. I had a story, and I was like, I could make this like a webtoon or whatever. But I don't know. I wasn't convinced until I saw the European books, and I was like, that's what I want. Because until then, I'd only really known American superhero comics, so I didn't really feel like it was an option. So to actually have a hardcover, and that's why I did the kind of painted cover as well, because a lot of French books do that too. Even if it's not the same art style on the interior, they'll have like a kind of painted look on the cover. So yeah, I'm super excited to actually have that. When I started, I was just like, I just want to have a book on the shelf that I can say I made that. And I'm about
that is a good feeling.
I'm
a little envious.
I do think there's like a theory about the prestige of the format you're aiming for can influence the quality of the product. I think it's kind of why a lot of streaming stuff can end up being crap, because it's like, imagine you're making two different stories. One of them's going to end up like on a DVD in a nice box set, and the other one's just going to get thrown on streaming. Like, and you're getting paid the same to do both, right? Like, which do you care about making more? Like the one that someone's going to have to directly pay money for? You know what I mean? You're envisioning the future transaction, or the one that's just going to get thrown up to hope that they don't cancel their subscription. So yeah, like that vision and aim of eventually getting like a big prestigious hardback thing, it probably made you make the comic even better, seeing that off in the future as an aim.
It definitely pushed me to do those crazy, super detailed background spreads and stuff like that. Definitely. Because if I had just thought it's only ever going to be a webtoon and has to be kind of chopped up, yeah, I probably wouldn't have spent all that time on that stuff. But I always had that idea in the background, if I can ever make it with this, I would, love those, big double page spreads.
Is the book still available? You just have it running, right? Cool.
Yeah,
okay.
It's just a store now. So when I have like kind of completed fulfillment, I'll do a bit of a stock take because some of this stuff, you know, will be a bit limited at that point. You know, that some of this stuff. So, like, say for instance, the hardcovers. I think I have enough for the moment, but you know, if you want to get them, don't wait too long because I can't promise exactly how many I'll have left over if there are any kind of lost or damaged or anything like that.
I mean, if you're watching and you haven't actually backed any of the Lucent books yet, being able to get right in on the first 2 books in hardcover format is like a pretty good way to get into it, like after waiting these years for him to get to this point. So if you haven't, definitely check out the 2 hardcovers. I'm looking forward to reading the first one again all over again just because I get the hardcover version.
Yeah.
Well, that's the extra cool thing is when you read the first one after the second one, or maybe read them together, because then it's fresh in your mind. It will, you know, there'll be things in that book that, you know, will be different now that you've seen certain things in the second book that have been come to light. That whereas previously, you know, you didn't really kind of know what that meant because I didn't tell you yet. I didn't show it to you. It didn't happen yet. Also, if you go to the campaign there, Rini, and scroll down, I'm just adding. If you scroll underneath the stuff,
Woo!
Hell yeah!
Here?
Where is it? Keep going down, and then go across, up. I think it's there. Yeah, go across. Hopefully the posters should be the puzzles. I've added these puzzles. I'm gonna have the Eiffel Tower,
Sean's puzzle,
King James, and did I make one for? I think I made one. No, I think it's just those 3. I can't remember. I'll have to go in and look.
He made the puzzles because he likes giving us pain.
Exactly. Well, I think that Eiffel Tower one is probably the best one. Maybe Chance's as well. I don't know.
Chance is
They're both beautiful.
The Eiffel Tower one looks like it would be fun to actually put together because of all the detail in the background and like just looking at the. Well, you'll be able to make a big pile of the different colors, right?
They're all sections. It's like bluish at the top, green in the middle. Then there's the river. Then there's the foreground. They're all different, so you will be able to separate them. And then you got the Eiffel Tower, and you know one person can go on one thing.
It'll be such a fun puzzle to put together. Like when you're looking at all the detail in the background there, and like even when you're doing the tree section on the different shapes, comparing like where does the curve of the tree get cut off on this piece, and where does that? I don't know. Puzzles can be fun sometimes, man.
All right, yeah. So I just added the Dean James one as well. So and they're gonna. I'm gonna send it to everyone. They're only gonna be there for about a week because I got to actually get things printed.
Oh wow! So it's just gonna be off.
Yeah, they were available on the Indiegogo and Kickstarter, but then some people, I don't know, you know what it's like. Like people expect you're gonna go in demand or whatever. They're like, oh, I actually wanted that puzzle. I was like, yeah, well, the campaign is over now, so I'll put it up here. I'll let everyone know for a week, and then that'll be it. Cool. Because I got to send them to print. I can't just. It's not economically viable for me to just make them anymore one at a time. The inflation everything kind of hit too hard in Latvia.
Latvia.
Yeah, Dr. Doom put his foot down. More.
I wish that was what happened. Oh, inflation has been. USPS just raised their rates again. Anyways, it's terrible. But yeah, order these before they're unavailable. Yeah, that's awesome. Both of these are beautiful. The website and the book, everything is gorgeous. And man, Rod is so good. These pages are so beautiful.
Pages sold out then?
Yes, all the Rod Looper pages are sold out, but we will have the best pages available when the next campaign goes live.
Ooh.
The ones that I don't think very many of you have seen. He really this is him kind of just starting with the story and figuring it out. Like he really comes into his own
Crazy.
at a point. So I think the best page is yet to come. We've got 2 big double page spreads that are awesome. But yeah, that's gonna be in a little while. I'm gonna get this one finished before I launch it, and I'm doing the coloring now, so it'll be.
Woo!
I'm excited for that one, man.
Me too.
Yeah,
I hope I ordered. I gotta check.
Weird.
You know, we were talking today a little bit about like writing a script for another artist. How detailed were your scripts to give to Rod for these?
Good
I
question.
can show you.
No.
Pull it up.
Ooh.
Do
This will be a study. And after this study in creative processes, we have a meme.
Oh, nice.
Perfect timing.
Meme.
Yeah, we have
Dun, dun,
30
dun.
minutes to go on the CARNAL
Maybe.
campaign. You could refresh it super quick before we look at Bancroft's script. Because
Can I?
Because we had an aim of at least getting to 30 tonight.
Uh-huh.
So
May I? All right, I shall.
give it a go.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. It's
30!
30! Woo! Thank
Yep.
you to whoever
30.
backed that. Well done. Thank you
30,
so much.
30 back is at 30
Ridiculous.
minutes left.
Just one sec.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay. This isn't
Congrats.
going in demand. This is not going in demand. It's going to close in 30 minutes. It's going to close. So yeah, get in it while you can, because it will be a while before you can even have a chance to get this again, and it won't be at this price at all. So yeah, I'm gonna cut it off, and I'm gonna start sending them out. Well, I'm gonna start working on the sketches in the back, because everyone who signed up for the mailing list, you are gonna have a drawing in the back of the book. So I have to start doing those. There's at least 30 of those I gotta do. I gotta do 10 different ones for Alex. So I think I might do some streams. I might stream drawing them as well. And then
You're gonna
everyone who
stream?
didn't get one of these books can lament not having one when they see that they could have got a free drawing in the back of the book if they're on the mailing list. So if you were on the mailing list and you signed up, like, I don't think I'll offer the free drawings again. That's another reason to get it now. If you buy this book on the campaign and you were on the mailing list, you will get a free drawing on the back page. I don't have where's the book? I went and got a bunch of different books to show off, and now I don't know where my own one is. Oh, here it is. Hidden under here. But yeah,
Alex says he actually got 11.
11. Fine, I gotta do 11 different drawings. Yeah, on the back page in here, there's like a big blank section, and only people that signed up and backed on the campaign now, and also at conventions. Maybe I'll do them at conventions. But yeah, you'll get a drawing in the back of here, an original drawing. It'll be, one of the 11 designs I end up doing for Alex. But yeah, so get it while you can. Only 28 minutes left, and then it does not go in demand.
Angela Curry, welcome. You didn't get an alert. Well, I'm glad you're here because we are 28 minutes away from Jake's CARNAL, the Barbarian Sketchy Starts preview book being completely down. So if you haven't backed it yet, you should. And anyone else who's just coming in, back this now. This is, like Jake said, no in demand, and it's a limited run preview book. So if you want it, then you better get it now.
Get it.
What was I gonna do? Oh, background was gonna show something.
Yeah, I'm trying to friggin' find it, and I don't know what's going on.
Okay.
Well, while you
it might be on my other computer. I don't know what's happening. It's like
I've got something to talk about whilst you're looking still, because we were talking about cover treatments. So I have a favorite artist of mine called Reek who does nice art books, and he puts them out every now and then, and they're very expensive, and then they like sell out anyway. But like, here's one of my favorite of his. This is the one I wanted to show you, Irene. So like, look, it's soft touch. But then he has the spot gloss, but the spot gloss is raised, so at the edges, of the letter, you see how it's like, you can see a slight emboss to the gloss.
Yeah,
like,
that is cool.
At this size as well, it feels fantastic. and like he has a mix of like finished stuff and sketchy stuff, and there's like whole graphic design to the presentations inside the book, and this is uncoated paper too, so it just feels like an arty book. Like I have,
look at that.
look at this, you can tell why I
Dumb
like
milkers. Oh, careful there. Careful.
Sorry, but I didn't. And even in the middle,
Good
he
job.
has like a pull-out poster in the middle. And I
that
think
is
you have
awesome. I wonder
check it
where people get that kind of stuff. Well, I never asked my printer if they could do that kind of stuff. So yeah, because I want to do an art book soon. This is really great reference. Awesome. Oh yeah, that's a banger.
And then on the other side, it's like that.
Beautiful.
But yeah, so this is, I think he does two different types of art book, right? So this would be a bunch of finished stuff with some process. I love these. Look at that. Look at that. But then he also did a smaller one, like this, which, so it's still soft touch, and then it has the raised spot gloss. But you see how it's slightly discolored? I think this is glow in the dark. It might be glow in the dark. I'm not sure. I never tested. I never.
Oh, it looks like it. It looks a little yellow just when you held it up.
And this whole book is like black. Well, there's some color here, but it's like way more of the sketchy stuff. So it's like the sketchier stuff in the smaller book, and then you get like the. I don't know. I love his art books. I've missed out on a few because they kind of sell out and then they don't come back for ages. So.
Oh, Minecraft dropped by must use internet. Yeah. No, that's a great reference. I'm going to put out. I'll almost have enough art, but I want to wait until basically everything is done. But I'm gonna launch a like I draw so many sexy fantasy girls and stuff. I'm gonna do an art book of that soon. But I want the presentation to be good because I did my regrowth art book. I want this to be even better.
I want to give you these to look at so you can feel inspired, because like I think you could do something really, really, really good with not only the external presentation but the internal presentation of the art. Because your art, I think your art is wonderful. You're like one of my favorite artists, and I think I think the artwork deserves a very good presentation.
I want to present it well. I've been working on it. So welcome back. Yeah, all the stuff like what I just showed. I might as well show off the auction stuff while we're at it. We have a little time. 37. Here we go. Big me. So stuff like this. I'm not quite done. I have to do some more detail in the background, but going back to doing more sci-fi stuff. But most of the art I've been doing, because I've been doing these Red Valkyrie auctions for like 2 years straight, and I'll do these drawings of fantasy girls. A lot of them are like octopus, tentacles, and demons and stuff. I just enjoy drawing this stuff, okay? And cutesy waifus like this, and some warrior girls. You guys have seen it. So I have a catalog of like almost 40 drawings now. So I'm just filling out the page count because I want to organize it a certain way, and I want to get them colored. So I'm going to color some myself, but I have a couple of people coloring the pieces just because I don't have time. And I'm going to do an art book, and I want it to be really good. I want the interior design to be just like what you were showing, an actual like graphic design to it, some nice frames, patterns, and everything.
Yeah, like that Space Girl piece is like, it's the kind of piece where you could have on a double page spread the colored version and the black and white version right next to each other, full page.
Yeah. But then I also want to have like a nice frame to stuff, because sometimes that just makes the art stand out more, I think, when it's in an art book. Like, I actually like what you did in CARNAL. So if you look at this CARNAL preview book, you've got this a pattern background where it's just a bunch of CARNALs in the background. I don't know if you can see it in here. You can kind of see it on the borders. I thought that was a lot of fun. And Rushbrook also did something similar with a book he's putting together. So I'm like, why did I do that? That's a good idea. So I'll figure something out like that. Borders and all kinds of little designy things.
It's like there's loads of little carnal heads in sketch form.
Look
Where's
at
the-
that thing.
Yeah, there's a carnal dick butt right there too.
Oh my
is-
god.
There's a special head amongst all of them. Let me see if I can find them. Yeah, okay, right here. There's a carnal head that has a very long forehead in the middle.
Oh, yeah, I see
my
it
god.
vaguely.
There's a very long four-headed carnal in between those two women.
Very
Beautiful.
strange and curious.
Bancroft
What
is threatened.
Yeah,
Copyright has been
Carnal
infringed.
hidden among the sketch carnals. Look, he even has the little hat. He even has the little. Where is it? Yeah, it's like under the base of the axe, exactly where he would want to be. There's like, look, it's the tall forehead and the little hat, and a beard.
Oh my god. And then she's a Neanderthal. Nah.
20
Thank
minutes.
you for
We
the
have
link.
20 minutes left.
That's what Mel's
And-
father calls me, the Neanderthal.
Yeah.
What?
What a guy.
Mel's
That's what they
father.
call you?
That's what he calls me.
That's
Well, he's the
terrible.
father.
What a nice father-in-law. Yeah, thank you for the link, Maromi. Both myself and Jake will be in this Saturday's Red Valkyrie auction, so go subscribe to Red Valkyrie or follow me and Jake on Twitter. He's HyperWizard. I'm me, and you'll get the links. And Jake will be auctioning off some of the Carnal art you saw today. Be there.
Oh, Bancroft's got his script. I was going to start showing off my art
Oh.
again, but we do have the script.
Okay, yeah, we can take a look, and then we'll jump back to campaign, and it'll be right in time. Oh, here we go.
So yeah,
Oh.
I didn't do any thumbnailing or anything like that, and I had suggested panel numbers,
Mhm.
but no layout suggestions like how to break them down or whatever. I literally just said, "Here's what I want, go for it." And I had an idea in my mind of how it would look, but every single time he sent something back, it was completely different. And I just sort of got used to it. I was like, "Oh, that's how it is." So, but you know, if I had a specific pose or just an idea, I would put in like an image like this. So I don't know if you've ever seen the first page from Fractured Mind, you know, where she's kind of like jumping down like that. He put her vertical.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's the image I sent him. And I just, you know, so like, what did I say? It's nighttime in the city. Ella Forsyth gracefully leaps headfirst, back arched over a gap between two high buildings. She's dressed in short black pleated dress with a low scoop that reaches down. I can zoom in here. I don't know why I'm so zoomed out. Her sternum under her dress. She's wearing a white. So this is a description of her, you know, whatever stuff like that. But I didn't really, you know, I didn't really get like too in depth with it. It's just sort of like, yeah, she's jumping around, and I kind of gave some image references and stuff like that. At one point, I say she lands like in a Spider-Man-like pose. I said I want a horizontal crane because I like cranes. I do say things like view from behind her, or a close-up, or a street level view looking up, stuff like that. But other than that, like panel 4, she leaps down off the crane. Go for it. You know, do whatever the hell you want. And most of the time he nails it. And then I started figuring out, okay, some of these I have to get a little bit more descriptive in it. And also as well, at this point, I hadn't even really written the text yet. So I always did this. I wrote a lot of it later. It was more just getting the art, and then I would, but he would send me through initial roughs, so very quick, and I would say, "Oh, we need a bit more room here for text and stuff like that." But he was pretty good. I don't think we ever ran into any issues with that sort of stuff. But it's just more like, it's a lot of just like, hey, I want it to look kind of like this, kind of stuff. And then I sent him some character turnarounds, but it was very quick. It's just like, here we go, worm's eye view from the middle of the dog fight, dogs snarling at each other, crowd of cheering men around them. Ella's silhouette could be seen in the rafters above. I was flatting that today on my stream, and yeah, he just kind of he just kind of went with it however the hell he wanted. I was like, all right, this is it's going to be collaborative. He's going to friggin' do it how he does it. And it was funny because these guys that I was talking about, I was sort of picturing them as kind of like English, sort of like if you ever seen Guy Ritchie movies like that.
Yeah, Lock, Stock, and Layer.
Exactly. And he kind of drew this ragtag bunch of strange people. And on one of them, I was like, no, it has to look like Bricktop from Snatch, sort of. But I was like, 'cause he's Brazilian, he's from a different culture, so his thugs look different than what I would think thugs would look like. But it's like you work together. So yeah, I was
cool.
That's probably very different how you worked, Rennie, because you did like actual proper illustrations and everything, and I was like, no, I can't be bothered doing that.
Well, I just do layouts, and then I just have like a reference folder with a dump of like, here are all the designs and backgrounds. It's I don't know, it's probably a little too micromanagey.
I mean,
but what you're doing,
it made it look like a Fiendish comic 100% though.
Yeah, I didn't actually. I kind of, even though it felt hard to let go, I liked that he was I was getting his way of doing it rather than how I would do it.
Right.
Check this. This is the script of the first page as compared to how it came out through Dan's art. He actually, I was just reading through this, he added an extra panel too. I remember him asking. So there would be an extra beat. So
yeah, Rob did that as well a lot. He would either take panels away or put them in, and he would just say, "Is that cool? Like, I think it would work better." And we always said, "Yeah, that's a better."
Yeah, and since this takes place right after the end of the second book, like this is the same warehouse where the silhouette crashes his car into. So like there's a little like smoke plume from the car, and I didn't even put that in the script. Dan drew the previous ending to the previous book, so he just threw that in there. So there's stuff like he adds that he knows that I'd be probably cool with, but it's kind of cool to look at them side by side. It originally was just 5 panels, and they added the 6th one for an extra beat. And that earlier in the show, I talked about how like conveying dialogue and expressions, if you're a writer for artists too. In this last panel, I described, it says matte black in front of the door that is creaked open. Let's see. Matt is reaching out, smirking as she tells a lie. She's getting ready to get the jump on him. So he was able to kind of convey her expression through that too. And that also included the dialogue as well on there.
Nice. And I bet that the visual aids that you put in your script, Bancroft, are very helpful. Like looking at those, as an artist, I can already see the page coming to life in my head just from glancing at those images, which is good. Have you ever considered doing that kind of thing, Phil, as well? Or
yeah, I do that, but I don't actually drag the image in. I'll usually hyperlink it, so it'll pop up in like another tab. I don't know why. I've never thought to like actually drag them in, but I feel like I've seen people do that before. But yeah, for like if there's like a specific building, like if there's an actual building in Chicago, like I'll get a shot of it. That actually happened a lot in the second book because there's a car chase between the Silhouette and El Dorado, and there's actually like landmarks in the city that I wanted Maxie to put in the background. So that was crazy. I actually made like a map of the roads that he was gonna go down.
Oh, that's cool.
Like highlighted them.
Yeah.
That'd be fun to dig up.
No, I bet that's helpful. Yeah, I have gotten reference images in the scripts. So.
And that's cool. Just to throw in with everyone else's scripts, like here's a script that I did for like it's for the Drake Bristle book, the little hedgehog character. It's like his what happens to him, like his origin story. Like this isn't even broken up into panels. It's just the main events and plot points, and then the dialogue moments. And like I would love to like give this to an artist to do the thumbnailing of this. Like I'll say, take this, and I probably should put some images in it too. Do like try and lay this out for like 20 pages. It goes on like that. It's a little concise story. And then like I would draw the actual art, but over their layouts. I think that's something fun that I want to try and do. But yeah, this is even less.
Oh, that's cool that you are writing that out. And even that's even for yourself, right?
Yeah. This is like every important bit so that like I wouldn't even forget it. But I bet I could give this to someone to do the page layouts, and they would be able to, if they're a great artist, they would probably, I think they would have fun with this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They'd be able to do whatever they want as long as they had like images to spark the imagination too. But yeah.
I'm about to give everyone a damn aneurysm, so I'll show what I mean.
Crazy Frank Miller scripts. Was it Frank Miller or Alan Moore? I can't remember which one it was.
The all cap shouting ones.
No, but the one where he goes on these crazy rants where he just like
It's Alan Moore, yeah.
Okay,
it's not that bad. So and I'm keeping 50 real quick, because we're all showing our scripts.
We got 10 minutes to go on this. It's
10 minutes. Carnal the Barbarian.
Back it.
All right. I have to join in on the fun. I'm sorry. I have to.
It's like, wait, but me.
Me? What about me? Me. Here you go. So, on the right is my prose summary for 2.5. The end. That's it. But I had a lot of stuff in my head, and note that a lot of the stuff doesn't even follow. Like I had a whole sequence with I wanted to expand more on Cosme and Ragnar's relationship, but it didn't happen. Anyways, spoilers. But here is what I gave.
If you haven't read the book yet, don't read that prose summary.
The book is already going out, and if you haven't received it, don't read that. But here is the what I gave Rushbrook right here.
These are
it's not
more
what
detailed.
happens.
These are more detailed than the initial roughs that Brad will send to me.
Yeah.
Like,
these are okay. I draw these at about 1 inch high, and then blow them up. These are thumbnails, and this is the final, which this book looks so good. You guys do such a great job.
If I had another artist working on like a main book that was like the core passion book, I would probably do the same thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If it's like I want to do an anthology of CARNAL stories that are like 6 to 10 pages long with other people drawing them, and that would be more about like writing the loose bullet point thing and then letting them do their thing. But yeah, if it's like a mainline book, I would probably be as spurgy as you.
If I was an artist, I would love this because this takes away so much of the work.
So much work.
Just dive into the actual drawing. I would actually love that. But as the creator, especially for the point of these books for me is I want someone else doing the heavy lifting while I'm doing other things. So I have to just accept that maybe it's not going to look how I had seen it in my head when I envisioned it. What I've found is over time, what I see now on the page has sort of become what I see now when I think about it. And what I originally saw has just sort of drifted away somewhere and I've forgotten about it. So it all worked out in the end.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it all worked out. Yeah, I'm a little bit too much of a control freak, but who knows?
But it's part of the main story. Even though it's a one-shot side thing, it still is actually important for the main story. I know it's not in the main story, but like...
Yeah, it's a formal part of the series.
I'll probably be getting mine soon too, by the way. Because RJ sent me a whole 3-pound package. So I'm
awesome.
sure it's in there.
Yeah, that's probably that's awesome. RJ just pulls everything and says, yeah, if you ordered a pendant, guys, those are just going out because we had USPS decided to delay the pendant strings for a month. But that's it. once all the orders with pendants go out, we're done. So we'll be done with fulfillment.
If he sent you those already, he must have been on that straight away because he only just got the pendant string. So he's doing a great job.
Like RJ is awesome. He got them. He's immediately like, I'm stringing all these, and then like 2 days later, he's like, here's half of the pendant packages going out. Pay me. And I'm like, that's really fast because he strings all of them. You guys are gonna get the pendants just like this. RJ is amazing. But yeah, Carnival the Barbarian sketchy starts. 6 minutes left on this, everyone. Can we get a couple more backers? We still have 40 people watching. Come on, I'm sure some of you have not gotten this book yet. And
we'll do one refresh at the end. Yeah, it's a limited to 100 preview art book, 64 pages, 15 pages of readable rough pencils, concept art, character designs, lore snippets, a friends art section. And if you signed up to the mailing list, you get a free drawing in the back of the book on the back page. You won't be that won't be a free thing again for signing up if the book's ever available in the future. They're all hand numbered. It is not going in demand at all. It will close in 5 minutes now.
5
it will close.
minutes.
And yeah. So get on it.
Get
I'm
that.
looking forward to drawing old freaking 50-something sketches.
You're gonna never want to do that again.
I actually really enjoy it. I think I'm gonna do some streams where I do all the sketches on streams. I actually love drawing the characters, and it's fun having to.
That's what I said too.
Yeah,
but good luck.
I'll call it like Suicide Watch stream.
Oh my gosh!
Like 8 hours of drawing the sketches over and over again. They'll be like, "You just drew the same one." I wish at the convention I would ask people, "Do you want silly or sexy?" And I could kind of see on some people's faces that they wanted to say sexy, but like resisted and said, "I'll go for silly." I'm like, you could have had like a boob drawing in the back.
Yeah. Oh, people are such prudes. It's so funny. There were people who, well, I think you told the story on another stream, but people who they were really interested in Carnival, they'd pick up the book and they were like laughing at it. They loved it. They're like, "Oh, we can't buy it because we live with our parents." I'm like, yeah, my parents want to give a shit. Use an adult, sir. Buy that shit.
Well, no, they would laugh at it, and I'd be like, "So you're good to meet a new customer," and they're like, "I live with my parents," and I'm like, "So you're gonna hide it under your bed?"
It's not porn.
It's not.
Comic. Oh my
It's
god.
okay.
Yeah,
it's okay. They don't have to.
There may be a porn parody one day.
There definitely
I wonder what it would be
will
called. It might CARNAL the Barbarian. Wait,
I feel like you've already taken all the names. How do you parody something like this?
how do you make the porn parody? Yeah, there's no way of making the name unless it's like CARNAL the Hornbarian or something. Or
Thank you for the link, everyone.
Kickstarter variant, which is just like you go full cheesecake, like just obscene.
I might do that. I might have to do that.
That would do all on Kickstarter. I mean, I'm thinking of that. Seriously, you need tits to on Kickstarter.
Someone in the chat suggested die cut covers. One thing I have wanted to do is where you have the book and you have a die cut sleeve that a floppy goes in, and the sleeve, and like it's like the logo, and say the book is like a virgin cover with no logo, but then the logo is die cut and maybe a character silhouette, and then you see the artwork through like the black paper die cut through.
I have it, Jake. I have it. If ever there was a book that needed this.
Okay.
Center fold pop up.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That's the moment in the story. A pop up book. Okay.
Pop up book.
A CARNAL the Barbarian pop up book has to happen one day. A full on pop up book. Like every page is a unique.
Have you seen pop up books lately? They're friggin' epic.
They're getting insane, right?
There's a company that just makes them.
2 minutes.
We could do custom ones.
Should I refresh? Yes.
We'll do it at the end. We'll do it when it's
1
closed.
minute.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, when it's closed. Okay. 1 minute. 1 minute.
Get it while you can. It's not going in demand.
Yeah, get it now. Last chance. Get it.
Okay. I know what the porn variant name of CARNAL would actually be. And it's,
Kamal.
no, it would have to be Anal the Barbarian. Kamal the Barbarian?
Kumal.
Kumal? Anal the
Kumal.
Barbarian.
You are fucking dirty.
19. 18.
17.
15,
Cornhole. Simply Green says
14.
Cornhole the Barbarian.
Cornhole. Okay.
You guys.
I mean,
you
that's
guys
a different
are
way
all
of saying Anal the Barbarian.
disgusting.
Bancroft's like, why am I on this
3,
stream?
2, 1. Ding, ding,
My
ding.
innocent ears are corrupted. 3 a.m. everyone. I shall refresh.
Oh yeah.
All right, you guys ready?
Final refresh.
Yeah, I'm gonna clap in deaf speak.
That's lame.
Yeah, it closed. I see.
It
I wasn't
closed.
lying.
About this
Come on,
campaign.
and
You
we
got one
did
more
reach-
backer.
And that was David Brink,
Woo!
of Perfect 10 fame. He was back of 35 for CARNAL. Thank you, David.
Thank you.
And thank you to every single one of you watching who was backed, everyone who isn't watching who's backed. I'm going to get on fulfilling this straight away. Already have everything. The people that got the throbbing packages, I'll be sending a photo of all the sketch cards to you one by one, whoever was first, and I'll like cross off the pick, and then it goes to the next person. So you'll get to choose your own cards, and there'll be more than 10 to choose from. So whoever's last won't have the dregs. They'll still have a choice. But yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Irene, for launching and closing this.
No problem.
Thank you, Phil and Bancroft, for being here on the little mini closeout. I appreciate it a lot. And
It was
thanks
fun.
everyone for watching.
Cheers. I shall finish this.
Ears.
Skull,
Cheers.
skull.
Skull.
Look at that. No hesitation.
She would drink, probably neck half the bottle in one go. You know,
I'm not even joking. When I went back to Taiwan, I had like these giant, these bottles of beer, or these whatchamacallit, glasses of beer that were as tall as this wine bottle almost. I was drinking with some of my guy friends, and they were all red faced and shit. And I was on like 4 of those, and I'm like, I'm starting to be buzzed. It's a German. Yeah, Carl
Victor
Oh
says-
God. Oh God.
Victor said, book
Sorry.
porn star to cosplay Colin. See, like a cosplay cover is actually a good idea, and it would be cool to,
Yeah, that would do well on Kickstarter, because I want to do Kickstarter. I want to do all the platforms for Fiendish 3, and well, of course, a sexy cover for Kickstarter, but also cosplay stuff that would really do well. So if you guys know anybody that looks like Ragna, let me know.
Jake, you would need to find someone with a lot of curves on them, and then put them in bikinis that are like 3 or 4 sizes too small for
to get
them.
the
Didn't Global
Go on.
Frequency did a Mavericks Kickstarter campaign, and I think they did a whole calendar or of like cosplay chicks, or at least a cover the chick.
I can't remember that.
I mean, I even wanted to do a fun cosplay thing for like Hollow Fist with like Mindy and the Professor, but it fits a lot better for CARNAL. But so here's the funny thing: if there was a cosplay CARNAL thing, you'd have a super sexy woman, obviously like in full blue body paint,
Yes.
with a bikini 10 sizes too small. But you'd have CARNAL, but it would pretty much be like a giant mascot costume. Like it would have a giant head. And it would be it would probably be a guy with his muscles out, but it would be like a giant CARNAL mascot head made of like fabric with a huge, creepy, like massive grin on his head.
What if you did it where it was a cosplay cover where the chick was
hot curvy chick painted blue, but Carnal was drawn on the cover still. Like they were interacting like Roger Rabbit.
Like Roger Rabbit. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. No. Phil, that's definitely happening. Connell is going full Roger Rabbit.
That'd be awesome.
You could do a whole set. You could do a whole set like that.
Huh. That is a great idea. Well,
the cogs are turning in Irene's head, Phil, to see how she could use that idea right now. That's what's going on.
Well, of course.
I think that's cool.
Listen, good artists steal, and I will steal every good idea for Fiendish. But I wish you all the best.
Phil is a genius.
I don't get enough recognition.
Yeah, all right. You have good ideas sometimes. Ragna do be having them curves. Speaking of Ragna, guys, I will be auctioning this at the Red Valkyrie auction on Saturday. Yeah, I drew this forever ago, but it's finally out now, so I will be auctioning it off on top of some other little drawings.
Wait, go on her belly area. Look at all the detail in the folds of the clothes. This is a great piece.
Okay. Boobies.
I wasn't okay. Here's the thing. I wasn't gonna bid on stuff, but if I'm gonna, this has to go. I can't let. I would want this. I'm probably gonna let myself participate in this. Just
Okay.
saying.
Well. Okay.
Look at those Nipola.
I'm quite proud. It's a bit old. I feel like some things I could do better now, but I am very proud of like the composition.
It's not old to everyone else. You drew it a million years ago, but hardly anyone's seen it. It's not old.
Hang on. How old is this? I feel like I remember this piece fairly well.
2 years old.
No, you don't. It's 2 years old because it's for Visions 2. I drew it forever ago. It just got published. I haven't shown anyone.
Old.
Yeah, it hasn't been shown at all. And then
no, not at all. Maybe Jake saw it.
I'm
totally
eel things.
Oh, those are like spirit things. So when in the colored version, because I colored it too, they're kind of see-through. Because I have these spirits in my world called Haltija. Yes, I know they're also a little phallic. That was totally on purpose. But yeah, so those are like water spirits. While she's bending the water basically with her rings.
Have you got them on anything else?
Have
you had them on another piece? I feel like I've seen
those. On the so the unnatural cover
of the sprite things, or is something different?
They're just hold on. Let me get the unnatural cover for the Phoenix 2 campaign. They're Haltija. They take a lot of different forms.
No one knows what your crazy made up words mean.
No one. Oh, the Haltija.
Yeah. I remember the Haltija from reading the back of the book 50 million times in bed under a lamp whilst my parents were telling me to go to sleep.
You read the book 50 million times. You should. I wrote all that nerdy ass world building material to be read. Good sir, I expect all of you to study this. There will be a test tomorrow.
That's what I mean. The little sprite things.
Yeah, there's on this cover. What was funny is I was drawing like these two and the Ragna pinup for CG Vacation at the same time. So I had 3 Ragna pinups that was her in water, like naked. I was working all these at the same time. But yeah, they're in the cover. They're like nature spirits. They guard trees and rocks and shit like that in my world.
Would you describe them as ornate?
Damn, got 'em.
No, they are decorative, sir.
Oh, here we go. Astroturf, the true word with your fake bullshit. I can't have a creative word use brain.
My contention was never that ornate did not exist or did not apply to comics. It was your specific usage of ornate. But
warm and cold is okay.
Yeah, that was fine. It pertained to the subject matter. I agreed with that categorization. This is never going to end. It's like this is plagued by water. Oh God, no! Water is my enemy. Unlike with Ragnar. Yeah. Bancroft, I don't know if you heard the beginning of the stream. My house flooded twice in the past
I
week.
did. How was that?
Really
Lots
happy.
of fun?
It was fun. It was so much fun. I really like, because I like swimming. My dream has always been to have a swimming pool in my living room.
It's great when
we
used to have our bedroom used to flood every now and then because the people who built the house built it wrong. Every now and then you'd get up and you'd go, into the carpet.
It's such a pain because like the floor gets water damage and
you have to rip everything out.
I just redid a bunch of the floors because there's like old water damage and there's nothing else that could be done. So I'm like, oh, I just don't want there to, but it was only for a few hours. It should be fine. But I'm just so mad. So mad. It flooded twice.
One of the times it flooded wasn't even weather. It was our next door neighbor had left his hose on and it had broken through under our fence. It had just left on so long it dug under our fence and then went into our bedroom. And we realized what was going on. So I went over there. I'm banging on the door. I'm ringing the doorbell. I'm like, this is an emergency. So I go like behind there and I see him. And I see his wife sitting watching TV. I can see him through the window. I'm like banging on the window and she can't hear me. She's just deaf as a post. And I'm like, oh, like in that movie. Like this. Stop your
Smash the fucking window.
And eventually after a minute, she's like,
oh my god.
What?
Oh.
Nightmare.
Yeah, terrible. You can get mold. I dried it immediately. I had the fan on for like 2 days straight. Yeah.
Did you have the heater in the attic?
I did. And a fan. Because it was my AC unit. So yeah, if anyone wants to buy some Fiendish merch, fiendishcomic.com. That would really help. I could use money.
Come
Also
to the
auction
and pay for the air conditioning repairs.
Yeah. Come to the auction, get some cute girl drawings. Help me fix my house.
Did you see all of our auction artwork, Bancroft?
The what? Sorry?
Did you see all of our auctionable artwork that we've been doing?
I think I saw a bit of, I think I saw yours. I saw Reenie's. Was there others?
Yeah, that's it.
There you go.
That's it.
Yes, I did. And I saw your Amita piece that you're umming and ahhing about.
I'm going to save it for when you said in the chat, you said she gets a good roll in 3.
Yeah.
I'll just save it for that.
She's only in it for 2 pages in this one. So
I am a Chad Amita enjoyer. I'm a big fan of Amita. I'm looking forward to getting my Amita sketch card with my order of the hardcovers.
Did you ever read the interviews? Did you ever see them?
You didn't send them to me because
I ended up putting them on the website. So I'll send
okay.
I think that's some of the best Amita I ever drew.
What was I thinking? Guys, I brain farted. I was about to end, and I was like, I feel like something's missing.
We would have stopped you.
Yeah, the meme is here finally. All right, and he worked in Bancroft too. That's hilarious. Nice. You're just like a floating head in the corner. This is awesome. Okay,
he's Guts right there. He's Gutscroft.
He got like that weird guy with the tentacle hair in the opposite side. Oh, this is awesome. Yeah, and it's the show about paneling too. I guess I go first. No, I still have PTSD from UV Sparkles. Sounds about right.
I'm now bored of this sequence.
These graphics are terrible. And then there's Narwhal.
You can be.
I'll do Narwhal. You guys are just haters.
That's what he says. Yeah.
Sounds about right. And then we're facing off in front of Tetsuo. That's great.
Whoa.
I like that Berserk and Akira combo right there. That's pretty great.
Like the AI Berserk art.
I feel like it's like AI for us, but then he just like photo bash Akira and Berserk stuff in the background.
AI Bancroft.
But those AI versions of our bodies are actually pretty cool.
That's actually pretty cool. I'm always surprised by how on the spot they get. It's like I'm always some like magical anime girl. Well, Jake is like normal biker guy because normally he's actually in wizard's robes or some shit. Phil is always like biker fighter guy that looks like he just popped straight out of Street Fighter, and Narwhal is just some weird stuff. I don't know what that is. That's all. That's just Mad Max.
Well, no, he looks kind of like the protagonist from Bloodborne.
Okay.
Which none of you know what that word means, then I guess. Phil, you gotta know what Bloodborne is.
Yeah,
I know what Bloodborne is.
His head kind of looks like Bloodborne.
Like the face just cut in there.
Angela says boy band Jake. Yeah, my jawline is on point in this particular edit.
Yeah, that's Alex has always been flattering to all of us. Look at that.
That's the jawline I will have when I lose the weight and get it all off. I'll suddenly emerge to have a Chad jaw.
You can do it. Oh, I like the hat. You got
those things, you know, that you put in your mouth and it's really hard to chew.
A mewing thing
gives you a jawline. I don't know if it works. I just saw
Mew it up.
The internet. Oh yeah, that's what it is.
Mewing.
I don't know how well that works.
Isn't that putting your
tongue to the roof of your mouth naturally?
Yeah. You know, Bancroft, I've solved my snoring problem.
By
that they have gum guard things that you put in your mouth while you're asleep, and it's basically a gum guard where they're both connected to each other, and you put it in your mouth, you set it to it, and there's like little screw things that you screw to bring. Because what it is, apparently, with the snoring, it's your jaw going backwards when you relax in your sleep.
The relaxation.
So the gum guard thing keeps your jaw forwards so you don't snore terribly.
No, don't say that. Mel's gonna get this thing for me now.
I can go get it. I'll go get it.
God.
Oh, you snored. My dad snored like a chainsaw when I was growing up, and like you just have to sleep on the sofa. I felt bad for it.
Yeah, when I'm sick, I'm kind of on the couch because it's really bad when I'm sick.
Yeah.
I could not put my significant other through my snoring. If I was sleeping by her side, I would have to freaking wear this. But
look at that. Oh my god, it looks like dentures or some shit.
Yeah, so it's molded to the teeth and it has blocks, so it's
Oh, looks like a lovely sleeping experience.
Oh, so it just...
Morning, dear. Good morning, darling. Yes. I'm going out of sleep. Let's go to bed now, shall we? Yes. Oh.
It's so weird, fucking creepy.
There you go. It's
Okay.
very comfortable.
Well, I guess it works. So, congrats. Let's not show that. I'm supposed to back up meme. Oh, okay. All right, give me a second. 1 minute.
I don't know how often you're supposed to wash it.
Probably every day. You should
Every day?
It's in your mouth with a bunch of germs and stuff. Wash it.
Known
thing. There's the hair on it now too. The innate disgust.
Gross. Oh, thank you for the super chat, Alex. You didn't have to super chat that. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh my god.
I'll wash it every day.
In case you guys didn't know, I'm a little OCD. Okay, here you go. Here's the backup meme. Look at this. Paneling. All right. You're making me happy by having the Berserk and
what is this? Another one?
Yeah, he posted a second one because he didn't think the first one was good enough, which I thought the first one was perfect. This is awesome, though. So thanks for giving us 2 memes. Wait, there's my sword! There's my sword in the eclipse. That's awesome.
Look, I'm so emo. Very emo.
You're very emo.
I think we're all emo. Look at that.
Even Bladecraft made it in. And now that I'm sending the books out, I can finally send you this. Now that I'm sending all the books out, now the campaign's closed.
Man, that's going to go pride of place.
Yeah.
They're gonna love that piece so much.
That's
I'm gonna copy it and print out versions for Clark to color in.
Oh, that's fine.
Angel Wiz.
Angel
That's a
Wiz?
true form. That's a true form of what angels look like.
We can probably make a weird angel ribbon covered in eyes version. Look at those fucking chipped ass teeth.
Using the fucking little box, just make a reconstruction of like what is it's like a halo with eyes on it and wings.
Huh?
Hmm.
Is that the
Next
sword of
time, Alex.
Damocles hanging over Bombercroft's head as he sits
No.
on the god throne, the god hand
That's
throne?
my sword. It's
But, I
mine.
know, but technically it would be the sword of Damocles in this image.
I could see that. It's a lot of
Sorry.
I need a sword.
Hold on.
I gotta move to America.
I
so can have
really
my own sword.
like this sword. I'll stop showing it off. It's awesome.
I don't get to have my own sword here.
That's lame. You should
You walk
not be in a
around in
country
America with a
that
sword.
leaves you without it. I don't see why not.
No, there.
Like,
Try it and
If
see.
if it's an open carry state, can you also?
Yeah, if I can open carry other stuff, I'm sure a sword is just fine. What's funny is in Japan you can't, but they also can't have guns. But you can't carry a sword because people actually know how to use that shit there. Interesting laws.
Yeah, I think you can carry a sword if it's open carry. Yeah, and if it's not, if you have your card, you could probably carry a sword.
Morobi says his sword is attached. Angela wants a bow and arrow.
Mine's blue.
Funny enough,
And
I
think
have
Jake would like a big battle axe.
that would really fit him. I have a crossbow. That shit's hard to use.
It's
I don't
not.
know, boomerang.
It's not. It's only hard to weak if you've got weak girl arms. Your
Boomerang?
crossbow's only hard to pull back if you've got weak girl Irene arms. It was pretty
Yes,
easy for me to pull back.
I have weak girl arms, yes, but I figured it out. Also, I have backup stuff that's way stronger. I want to get an actual bow and
Irene has
arrow.
this crossbow, and she's like, "You just can't pull it back. It won't pull back, and she can't ratchet it." And I'm like, "Let me have a go." And I just start ratcheting it like it's nothing, over and over again.
I can ratchet it, but only like about 3 times before I get real tired. It's like I have to bend it, like use my torso as a tension point to like load it. Listen,
I don't even need a fulcrum.
That
biology hates women.
strength
Okay,
grip strength is the real disparity out of everything. It's so unfair. The strongest woman is only almost as strong as an average man with grip strength.
Yeah, men
no,
have
it's
like a
just upper
lifelong
body in
practice
general.
of honing their grip strength.
Get
Not-
wrecked.
Okay.
Although there's a
It wasn't a
trick. I probably
competition
shouldn't-
because
I
I'm not a
probably shouldn't
crazy
say
feminist.
this. If you're a woman and you don't have a man to open the jar for you, put your hands over it like this, over the lid, and pop it in until you hear the pop, and then it opens pretty easily.
Oh,
neat.
interesting. I didn't know that. I just always got like just get something silicone and open it. You just need something to help your grip because it really is arm strength and grip strength. Like my legs are pretty damn strong, but yeah, and little bird arms.
Bancroft, do you like my Simpsons Land Universal Studios shirt?
I like the art. I don't know if I like the shirt, but I like the
shirt,
art.
yeah.
Yes.
It's an all-over dye sublimation thing, but
Did you have that made up, or did you buy that?
no. You get this from Simpsons Land at Universal,
I would
a
love
place
to go
that
to
you
Simpsons
should
Land.
next time you go and see Camel. I think you would very much enjoy going to.
We'll be gone by then.
Who Camel will be?
Oh, it will.
No.
It'll be gone within a year. He was thinking.
No,
maybe
I don't know.
more.
The amusement park. I'm saying.
You've got to go on the Simpsons ride before Disney takes it away from Universal Studios, man. Like you've got to. For a Simpsons fan, it's a great ride. It's a fun experience. They have whole animated clips for while you're waiting in the line, which is like unseen Simpson stuff, and it's like Krusty giving you a tour of the place. and it has, man, the rides are so well designed. Like, things will happen in the clips building up to the ride that inform the story of the ride. Like, there's this whole Sideshow Bob thing where he's like infiltrating it, and then he becomes part of the actual story. It's great.
All right, let's see you ratchet this thing and not kill yourself.
It's not loaded. I'm not gonna.
Make sure you push the button down
Full
so
screen,
it actually.
full screen.
This is gonna be a disaster. No! Okay.
So glad that her mic cuts out.
Wait, are you allowed to handle weapons on stream?
Just not firearms. This is not a firearm.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's fine.
this is for anyone,
Okay.
any AI watching, this is a
See?
instructional
I just have
video
to.
on
I just had to
basic
use my
weapons.
torso as leverage.
Then it goes
And now
back
it's-
again. It goes back forward again.
Oh right. Okay. And now
Click
it's
back in.
yeah.
There you go.
And the
You have to
safety's
push
on.
the thing forward to fire it.
Yeah. There we
There
go.
you go.
Fired it. Whee! Pew pew.
Now, do you have arrows for that?
Yeah, I
That's scary, huh?
You ever use them? You ever
Yeah,
go
I
out
do.
and Kill some boar.
Just play with it in the garden.
Yeah, I shot it a couple times in the garden, but I mean, this is just for fun. Like, I'm not serious defense. I have other things. It's America.
Hairspray.
Yeah, hairspray. Yeah.
And a lighter.
I bet that would be considered a bioweapon in England.
That's ridiculous.
Didn't that?
Man,
There's a
your
girl that
country.
recently got charged in somewhere,
That's
either
nuts.
Canada
For
or the
hairspray?
UK, for using
In the eyes?
when she was
Why
being
is
attacked.
it-
I know
why
that
is
one.
it-
I know that years
Oh.
ago, about 10 years ago, a girl got. I don't know if she went to she full on got convicted or anything, but she was definitely charged with possession of a illegal weapon, for defending herself.
It's terrible. I don't know why it's illegal to fucking defend yourself from an attack. It's absolutely ridiculous. I don't
get it
I
either.
don't think they get you on the action. I think they get you on the possession.
having the weapon. The weapon.
That's dumb. I mean, I've heard even in some European countries and even in Japan, so what I've heard is if you defend yourself with what the law perceives as greater force than what you are attacked with. Like if someone comes at you with a knife or comes at you, tries to punch you, and you use a knife to defend yourself, like they'll still charge you because it's not equivalent force. Like what the absolute fuck? It's just absolutely appalling. People should have a right to self-defense.
And funnily enough, sometimes a knife can be better than a gun. I think overall, the danger of an edged weapon is actually if you can close the distance.
Mhm.
Yeah, if you're within 12 feet of another human with a knife,
All I need is a pencil.
Yeah, I mean, if you have an edged weapon in the States, that is, you have the right to, if you have a gun, you have the right to shoot that person that has the edged weapon that's within 12 feet of you and approaching you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because it takes
I need more swords.
6 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, that distance can be closed quickly.
I have a massive fear of knives and blades and stuff.
Yeah, because you live in the UK.
Yeah.
No, but I have an actual fear. I don't have a fear of guns. Like I won't be scared around a gun.
Because you live in the UK.
Yeah.
I don't have a fear of guns either.
That's hilarious.
Are you scared of knives?
It's like I don't have a fear of. I don't have a fear of.
It's still. I wouldn't say it's a very common occurrence, but it's becoming more common.
Even if someone is joking around that they have a knife and they point it at me as a
Oh
joke,
yeah, I do that to
absolutely
my
believe.
kids. I take like a knife like this.
That's
and
terrible. You're gonna traumatize them.
They juggle it and they scream it. They're like, "Don't do that!" And I have
They're traumatizing it. Jesus.
So bad.
Oh my god.
Russian
we
roulette,
apparently
knife
outlasted
games.
Cecil. Okay.
Knife games. And then I hold my kid's hand down and no,
yeah. Gets on the dinner table and starts doing that.
Oh
Well,
my god.
we used to have, everyone has a big kitchen knife set, with a big knife. And I used to do that voice, that voice I did on that thing with you, Rennie, where I'm like the Japanese guy from Kill Bill. Like that. And anytime I would cut something like watermelon, I go, quit like that. And one time I hit the thing so hard, the blade flung off.
Oh my god.
Stop doing that. That was like a
Yeah, that's not good. I have a gladius too. I don't know
What the hell is a gladius? Is it like a mace?
Roman sword. But it's not a real gladius. It's actually a whatchamacallit. Not a mallet. It's like a bush cutter thing.
Jesus.
Hatchet. Oh, hatchet.
Who was saying Perth? Someone was saying in the chat, that's not a knife. Now that's a knife.
Yeah, that's the knife.
Huh? Oh yeah. This is much lighter for me, so it's supposed to be a one-handed weapon, and it's easier for me to wield. The Viking sword is really heavy for me.
Sword. That is scarier than the sword.
Yeah, I could actually use this.
That is YouTube. That is a prop for cosplay.
This isn't a prop. This is actually a it's a machete. It's a machete that's shaped like a gladius, which is why I like it so much. It's functional.
Okay, you tried Bancroft.
I tried.
What?
I tried saving the channel, but
what?
There's nothing I could do.
What? What did I do?
She knows.
I said YouTube AI. That's not real. It's a prop for cosplay, and you're like, no, it's real. You could kill.
Okay, all right. You can show blades. I've shown swords on streams before. It's fine.
That's a fake plastic dummy blade, YouTube.
Okay. Yeah, it's a fake plastic blade.
I have this from my good friend Ghost House. He gave it to me for my birthday last year.
Switchblade comb.
Ooh.
I just have one of these.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So good.
That is a fucking great gift. That is a very nice gift.
Well, you have that. I have this.
What was that? A fly swatter?
What the fuck?
Every Australian needs a fly swatter close at hand at all times.
Yeah, we don't have those over here, really.
Yeah.
It's like
You have
flowers,
to have one of these to be Australian.
Well, I have the only acceptable UK implement that's definitely not a weapon. If someone comes around, you can just say, I feel like playing baseball with this very hard wooden bat.
Why wouldn't you have a cricket bat? Because then you could feasibly say, oh, we like playing cricket. It's not
cricket bats are lighter, and they don't I know Shaun of the Dead, British cricket bat, typical weapon. I genuinely think that the ball would be more intimidated by this bat compared to the cricket bat.
Cricket bats are known to snap at the weak point.
Yeah.
Oh, really? I was saying you could double it as a bum paddle.
For the cricket bat?
Right.
It's a bit intense. That's for a hardcore practitioner.
The hardcore.
Yeah, because the cricket bat is made of 2 pieces of wood. It's not one solid piece.
Well, everyone, I think it's 3:30.
I'm going to bed.
It's a good run. Yeah, it's 2 minutes to 5 hours. Okay, we're gonna do our little
Bill,
wrap
thank
up.
you for
It'll be
sticking
5
it out.
hours.
I recognize and appreciate you sticking it out for the 5 hours. I really do. So thank you.
No problem.
Well done, everyone. And thank you, chat. We still have 40 people watching. My gosh, you guys are awesome. Sorry, thank you so much. We had a good number of people, around 56 people at our peak, and still 40 people here. You guys are the best. Be sure to catch us next week on Narwhal's channel, right? For another episode of The Creative Block. Yup. Go sign up for CARNAL the Barbarian, because the campaign today was Jake's preview book, and the actual comic there's still a sign up that is available for that. And go to what's your website, Phil?
ZadeComics.com.
There you go. ZComics.com. Also follow Phil at PhilPops right there. Twitter. Go to the LucentComic.com and follow and back. Well, you can. It's a store now, so you can buy Lucent 2 and all the other awesome merch from Bancroft. And for me, go to FiendishComic.com to pick up some merch. All 3 Fiendish books that are currently out are on the website, and you can order them. They're already printed. They're already available, so you can buy them right now. And also sign up for our email list if you haven't yet. All right, I'm gonna go. Maybe sleep, maybe not. And we'll see you guys next week. Bye.
On Saturday.
Oh, goodbye. Yeah, Saturday. Red Valkyrie auction. See you there. Bye.